this. We got a minute. I am racing the clock. And we'll go live. All right, I'll do that. 26 seconds. 26 seconds. Here we go. So now we're going to go and we're going to hit that button and we're going to hit that button. Now everybody is online and looking and watching. Thank you very much. We'll go right there. We're going to hit them 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Wow, this is awesome. There's a chat. So if you go over to amazon.com/shop/Geekazine, there's a little chat right there. You can definitely say hi. And of course, all the links are down below. Hello, check out. There we go. Boom. There we go. Now we're at the 0 mark. So let's go ahead and do this. Like this. And we're good to go. I think we're ready to go. So if you're ready, I'm ready. We're gonna show this off today. So let's get started here as we hit this button. And no, oh no, something's not working. I love it when that happens. Why isn't that working? Give me 1 second here. Wow. Okay, my graphics aren't connecting for some reason. Well, give me a second. What is that? Why is that up there? Let's get rid of that. There we go. Da 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 da. Yeah. Oh, it's not there on the list. Oh, kicks and giggles and reboot computers. I think I need to reboot this computer. Let's do that. Oh, I see what's going on. It wants to do an update. All right. Well, I guess we're going to have to go without tips and tails. And I'm going to do that because it is going to... Yeah, I'll do that. And go from there. So, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we're going to show off this smart vacuum cleaner. And as I pop that up in a minute, we'll get that going there. So I hope you're having a great Wednesday morning, the day before Thanksgiving. Let me ask you a question. Do you have all your preparations ready for dinners and things like that? Turkey's in the fridge for me. And the slow cooker is just a little bit too small for the turkey, as in the lid doesn't pop on. So I gotta figure out something to do there. Usually with a slow cooker, what you do is you take some sort of foil and you can wrap it around there. You make a nice little close to seal, and then you can make a nice little makeshift lid. That's what I'm gonna do today as we go. Yeah, just get all the stuff done. So how are you celebrating? Let me know. You can chat right there. We got a lot of links and a lot of cool deals that you need to grab on. Like super quick, excuse me. Super quick. So, all right, that should have rebooted. Let's go ahead and bring this back up. And we'll take this morning slow. Tell your friends, tell your friends' dog that we're on live and we're good to go over at amazon.com/shop/Geekazine. And this cord is not working that well today. Let's flip it over to this side of the hoodie. Maybe that'll help. Maybe that will help. There we go. And I don't think it connected. Let's do it again. Well, that's interesting. One more time. Okay, we're gonna go without graphics here. All right, hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, and you got me. You can follow me on all the socials if my lower third actually did work. But of course, you can definitely follow me over there. I'm just gonna turn this down just a touch, like that. There we go. So we're not overpowering here. And I wanted to check my audio here really quick. Okay, perfect. So this is the first time you've come to my channel. Thank you very much. If you'd like to participate in what's going on, all you have to do is go to amazon.com/shop/Geekazine, and there's the page. Let's refresh it so we can see my live stream happening right now. And of course, we got the unboxing of the Smart 360 S9 robot vacuum, which we're going to be doing today. That's this thing right here. But of course, we'll always get to some deals here first, as I'm going to try this graphics thing. Nope, it's still not doing it. All right, so let's move on from there. Chat's on this side, and links are down below, unless you're on the page, and then the links are on this side. But if you go up to where it says live streams, that's where you'll be able to see the actual live stream with the chat, and you can definitely chat from there. Of course, everything is through the Black Fridays week, so you just basically go to Black Friday's deals, and you're going to see a whole bunch of stuff. There's stuff that I don't have in the list, and there's reasons why. It's simply because there's a lot of stuff. But like for instance, you need to get yourself a portable generator. There's one right there. You need to get yourself some underwear. There's some stuff right there. There's advent calendars. You can save some money on advent calendars, and you got to get those now because advent calendars start at the beginning of the month and work their way out. Ring doorbells, looks like we got some deals on Ring doorbells, of course. Anything Amazon related will be on there. Speaking of which, let me mute the assistant there so she doesn't chime in. Cameras from Canon, they've been on deals all week so far. Sony TVs. I actually just got a new TV, 70 inches. So I'm looking at accessories for that. Yesterday I talked about these straps that you put on to make sure that if there's a shade, if there's an earthquake or dog hits the TV, your TV doesn't go tumbling down, which is pretty cool. So lots of cool stuff here. Wireless chargers, we've got the Echo Dot. We talked about that yesterday. So definitely check that all out on the Black Friday sales there. And then, of course, if you really want to get some cool stuff, go over to Lightning Deals. That's where we're going to talk about a lot of this stuff because they're on Lightning Deals. And these happen all day. So you can get, right now, this Miko, the robot for playful learning, is on Prime Early Access deal. That basically means if you got the Amazon Prime account, that means you'll be able to get first pick at that, and then everybody else gets pick on that. This is actually pretty cool that I just saw here, and I know there's a lot of people that are taking old electronics and kind of refreshing them, and I just saw this. I want to add this to the list here, so let me do this. So let's do this. Let's hit the add button. I'm gonna go like this. And I think I need to refresh this. Hit that button again. I'll go like that. And where is it? Maybe it's down here. Nope. Come on, refresh. Let's see if I can force it in there. And I think this is it, but it's not showing. Okay. For some reason, it is not. Let me see if I can refresh that. Nope, no, we can't. I can't get it in there. But anyway, look at this. These G4 LED bulbs, and right now, if you're a Prime member, the cool thing about these is if you are redoing any electronics or building electronics, LED. Old LED bulbs, they're pretty power saving themselves, but now, of course, with the new LEDs, that's even more. So you can replace some of your electronics and replace the LEDs if you know how to do some soldering, and put that in there. This is actually a pretty good deal here, saving 40% on that. I'll try and put the link in after the fact here. So, but these are the types of deals that I'm looking at myself. So you can check that all out over there. So with that said, with that done, let's just see if this comes back up. Early morning woes. There we go. See if I can get my graphics back up here. And we'll just set this over here. We're gonna set this down for now because we're definitely gonna unbox this right now. But and did you check out yesterday's unboxing of the Azui monitor? That was a pretty cool monitor. And we've got some more. We actually got another monitor we're gonna unbox tomorrow from ViewSonic. So that's gonna be pretty cool. So got a few people on. Thank you guys very much for joining us. And let me do that. And that's coming up. There we go. Look at that. When everything starts to work, everything works. That's the theory. That's always a theory. And let me just hit this button to see if this works. This is working. Doctor, give me the news. All right. Let's get started here. So let's do this. Where are we? There we go. Okay, there we go. So yeah, this is what we're talking about today. This is the 360 S9 robot vacuum. It's more than a vacuum. It's also a mop. So it mops here, and it does it with LiDAR, which is pretty cool. I can't wait to unbox that and see what's going on here. But first of all, let's get to the beginning here, because that's a very good place to start. Like I said, I got myself a 70-inch TV. 70 inches, that's pretty cool, right? And now I need to figure out ways to get those TVs up. And the stand that I had, actually, it was a 50-inch TV, so it had a 40-inch base, so the legs fit on that. Now, with the 70-inch TV, I have a 56-inch base where the feet sit on. So I need to figure out a new table. And now I might just hang this TV this time. And so that's where this wall mount might come in handy from Full Motion TV. It is on lightning deal. It's, wow, 35% off. That's crazy. And it is 67% claimed. Now, very important here, before we go further, we're going to see a lot of stuff. And when I looked at it and said this is going to be on the show, it was ready to be claimed, but there might be high, it might be 80, might be 2%, whatever. If it's at 100%, there's going to be a little button that says join the wait list. You hit that button, and sometimes they free up stuff. I had a product a couple days ago where I hit the wait list, and I got an email a couple hours later saying, hey, they released some more product. Go ahead and buy it at that deal price, and I did. And it's going to I think it's going to be here on Friday. So it's very important to hit join waitlist to be on that. And then just check back at it, because it might go back on deals during the whole week, because that's happening a lot. So anyway, Full Motion TV wall mount with bracket, dual articulating arms, 37 to 70-inch TVs. As you see, things slide back and forth. So you can adjust it the way you want it to, and it's got a not low center. Well, yeah, it's low center, so it'll fit on the wall. You make sure that you have the mount on some sort of wall stud. That's basically the 2x4 that's sitting behind the wall, and have it screwed in there so you have it more sturdy. But you can also anchor it. If you don't have anything, you can anchor it. But I would highly suggest, especially for a 70-inch TV, that you have some sort of double brace, and that's where drilling right into the stud is very important right there. And of course, it comes with the level. It comes with the strap, with some sort of zip ties for that, and of course all the instructions on there. So 132 pounds it'll hold. It swivels 60 degrees. It swivels for up and down by 10 degrees, so I could actually put it behind me. And if I did that for video, I would have to tilt it forward a little bit so the glare would point down. So the lights you wouldn't see the lights in the monitor, and of course it glare goes down. And then of course I'd have it out of frame, so all you'd see is whatever's behind me in a monitor. I'd have it not totally 100% bright. It would actually be about under 50% in brightness, so it doesn't overpower the camera. Because sometimes if that happens, it'll overpower the camera, and then I'm even with the lights, I'm completely dark, and then behind me is highlighted, and you might see that in some videos, especially when they're in front of an LED wall, they're doing something live. There's not much you can do there, but just walk away and let the light readjust to the person. So anyway, it's wow, it's jumping out now. It's 69% claims, so check that out right there. It's on Lightning Deal, and yeah, we'll go from there. So let's move on. Cell phone, yeah, cell phone camera lens. Yes, I have one of these, and they're just amazing. Even with my iPhone 12, sometimes you just need an extra lens to get whatever shot you have. Anybody that tries to get a shot of the full moon, this would definitely help. And it has different functions to it. It gets things a little bit closer, it gets things a little bit farther away. And that's what's really cool about it. It's on Lightning Deal. It is 6% claimed, and it's 28% off right now for this Black Friday week. It's cell phone camera lens kit, 20 times telephoto lens, 0.63 wide angle, and 15 times macro with a 198 fisheye. So, like I said, if you've got like the 12 Pro Max, you've got a lot of these lenses, but it doesn't hurt to have an extra lens with you. And it comes with, it looks like it comes as a kit. So you get a little selfie stand stick thing, and a little switch, Bluetooth type switch, and lens hood and everything else. So pretty sweet stuff, and great. It's great for if you're doing any type of video and you're using your phone for your live streaming, you're using your phone for your vlogging or anything like that. You can put the phone at a distance, or you can put the phone close up, and the way that you use each lens will determine how your phone reacts. So pretty interesting. I still have to attach mine onto my iPhone 12. I haven't tested that functionality out there, but it's more than just iPhone. You can do your Galaxy, you can do your Pixel 3, you can do your S6 Edge, HTC One, just a whole bunch of different cameras right there for you guys on this Black Friday deal. Now, as we continue on, I always, of course, I do a lot of video stuff. Lights, cameras, microphones, action, there we go. And I'm a big fan of this company, Newer. I've talked about it, of course, in the last couple of weeks. They've been putting panel lights on sale. They've been putting ring lights on sale. They have a lot of stuff in the Black Friday deals list. Definitely check it out. This is one thing that some of you may need, and this is actually perfect, not only for those of you who are recording content, but those of you who are streaming. And this is what's called the F100 7-inch 1280 by 800 IPS screen camera. It's a field monitor. And what I mean by it can help you in more than just recording and streaming. Well, if you go onto these conference calls, and let's say you have your camera set up, like I do over here, I can take one of these monitors and I can put it right above the camera using that little brace that it comes with, the little articulating arm that it comes with. I plug the HDMI into my computer as an external monitor out. Since it's 1280, it's like if you can do up to dual 4K on your laptop or computer or more, then 1280, it's almost a blip on the radar type thing. So, and then you put it right above the lens, and that way you're looking at the participants of your conference call, and they think that you're looking straight into the lens. Like I'm looking straight in the lens right now, and that's tough to do. I mean, it's really this black void. And I've got a bigger lens than you might on your laptop or whatever. And it's still just a black void, and there's nothing there. There's nobody smiling back at me. At best, I have a little monitor to the right of me that shows me talking, and that way I have an idea if there's any problems, if the video goes cattywampus or anything like that. So I can definitely check it out and make sure fix any problems that I have. But you have the monitor right above the camera, and then you can be talking to people and you see their smiling faces. So if they start to go, you go, you look confused, Ted. Why? What? Tell me what's going on. What don't you understand? So anyway, that's where this comes in. A pretty cool field monitor. It is 13% claimed now, and on Lightning deal right now. So check it all out. And we've got a lot more Lightning deals coming right now, including this one. I'm a big fan of battery chargers. This one's a 10,000 milliamp battery charger, and it's about half claimed on 38% off. Pretty cool right there. It's from a company called Bonai, and I'm sorry, Dream Me. It's a Bonai charger, portable charger, 10,000 milliamps with a little, looks like it has a little light bulb on it, or a little flashlight on it. And I have several of these types of chargers. Because, you know, at one time we used to go out and I'd go out doing one-on-one interviews. And what I would do is I'd have like 5 or 6 chargers, and they would charge my phone. They would charge the batteries on my camera. They would charge the batteries on my wireless. And they just can be continually charging in my backpack while I go from interview to interview. So I was always ready battery-wise. And 10,000 milliamps, this will charge your phone 2, maybe 3 times before you have to recharge this itself. So this is perfect for a day, because usually our phones, about, if you're using it constantly from starting at 8 a.m., at about 2 p.m., that's where you really need to plug back in. And then, of course, that'll get you through the rest of the day. So this will definitely help you get through the day easily, and even help charge somebody else's phone. So that's a pretty cool deal right there. And it is 46% claimed right now. Ends in a few hours, so you definitely want to get on that deal right here. Another deal, I'm doing a lot of home remodeling. Of course, we've been doing this in this time of uncertainty. And one thing I've been doing is checking out the walls. Now, at the beginning of COVID, when I rebuilt Studio B, I painted this wall. And painting is nice. It's all well and good, but sometimes in your rental agreements, you can't paint. Sometimes whatever you put on the wall, you have to take off. And in some of the contracts, they say you can't paint a wall. Well, you can wallpaper a wall. That's just as easy. And I've wallpapered my studio walls for a few years, which is why I decided to paint this time. With wallpaper, you can do more than just a single color. I've had wood backgrounds, I've had brick backgrounds, and a lot more. And this is great, because this is for some of you people that are building your studios for your live streams, for your vlogs, or anything like that. This is at 53% off, and you can get it now. You get a nice little brick look behind you. And I might just get some of this stuff. This background needs to change every now and then. So check this out. This is the Timet 17.7 by 17.7 inches wide, 197 inches long, 3D vintage gray brick wallpaper. They have 3 colors here. They have like a red brick. They have a dark red brick or brown red brick, and of course the gray. These have no residue, which means if you peel them off the wall, then you can wash the wall down, and then you can put this on. Now, putting on these types of patterns is fairly straightforward. All you do is you measure the wall, and usually a wall from ceiling to floor on an average room measures about 90 inches. So you measure your wall, and then you cut out the strips. Very important. And to also, you might also want to have something that'll give you a 90-degree line, so you can line that up on the wallpaper and then cut a level line across the area. I did my kitchen before I realized that, and I look at the top and it's kind of like angled a little bit. It was not the best wallpaper job I ever did, that's for sure. But when you do that, then you put down your first row, and then you get to the second line. You got to figure out where the bricks will match, because you don't want them uneven. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. Anyway, you don't want them uneven, so you got to line them up and then figure out your 90 inches from there. I'll level it all out. You can put it on, and if you can put nails into your wall, I would put like a couple little tack nails on the top. Let it fall down a little bit, line it up as best as possible, and then start taking off the paper. Have a squeegee with you, and then use the squeegee to work out any air bubbles, and work from there. So that's how I have done wallpaper. And with this, you definitely want to line up the two together so it looks like a consistent brick, because sometimes they won't line up from edge to edge. So there'll be a little bit of overlapping that will happen right there in some of these wallpaper cases. So with that said, 53% off, 7% claimed, and you could do some really cool stuff with it. You get like the brick wallpaper, you get some other types of wallpaper, and then you mix it and match it, do a little feng shui on it. If you're going to put your TV around it, you can have a nice brick and nice wood look on your back wall. It's a little bit more homey. It gives you, it dresses things up and it cleans things up. So anyway, I've talked a little bit too much on this, but this is a great deal here. And it is only 7% claim. So if you're doing some home remodeling, don't discount wallpaper. Wallpaper is awesome to really refresh your walls here. So, all right, let's move on. Some of you people love the magnetic. When you had your Macs, you had the little magnetic MagSafe plugs, and then when they switched to USB-C, you were like, "What? I want the magnetic. I want it back." Well, now you can get USB-C plugs like that, so you can do more than just your MacBook. You can have, wherever you have USB-C, you can have magnetic plugs on there. This is what I'm talking about. This is the magnetic Type-C cable, CAFL 2-pack, 6.6 feet. That's a little bit over 2 meters if you like to do the metric stuff. And they will unplug. They're pretty strong magnets, so they won't just unplug willy-nilly. And you get about 26% off on this. That's pretty cool. I saw a couple people clicking there, so thank you guys very much for checking that out. And 9% claimed on this deal, so check it out over there. Let's move on. Let's go over here. This is a cool device. Now, let's say you're doing your Twitch gaming, or you have a conference call and you just want to record your video as you're talking. You got a camera that does HDMI out to a capture card, or and you want to be able to record things like that. So that's where this comes in. This is the basic color. It is 23% off. Nobody's claimed anything on it yet. You have the ability to bring in your video, whether your game or your camera or anything like that. You have the box, which you can then mix in a audio source, and then you can record it to external USB or hard drive, and then you can have the video go out into your computer via capture card. This basically will save you as a recording box. Sorry about that. Save you as a recording box, because any problems, you have it recorded, and then you can go back to it. So if you're recording some gameplay or something like that, and the stream goes out, you're still recording. So then you can post it later, and that's pretty cool. So that's from Basic Color, and it is 23% off right now. Let's move on from there. Reacher LED digital alarm clock. Some of you might like just the old-fashioned alarm clock. It's comfortable. You grew up with this thing, and we'd always get that, the best part of waking up type stuff that, you see somebody waking up and a little alarm going off from the side of the bed with the numbers and everything like that. It's been a staple. Groundhog Day. Bill Murray smashes the alarm clock. And then Sonny and Cher show up again and again and again and again. So some of you like that old tried and true. That's where this comes in. It's a small LED clock, digital alarm clock. It's got 2 USB ports, so you can charge your devices overnight. And I can see that some of you really want this because it's 53% or 59% claimed, and it's 43% off its regular price. It's a stocking stuffer. This is under $10, so it's a stocking stuffer for friends and family. Great holiday gift right there, especially if they have an older alarm clock that doesn't have USB ports to charge their phones to. There you go. You can charge more than your phones. I mean, you can charge your watches, you can charge your cameras, you can charge your whatever. It's 2 USB ports with that. So that's a pretty cool deal right there. And that was that one right there from Reacher. Check that out. 60% claimed right now. Once again, I talk about Neewer a lot, and I'm going to continue on there. All the studio lights that I'm using today are all Neewers, except for this one, the accent light, because that's just a regular floodlight. But these are all Neewers coming down on me, and one of them is the 660 LED version of that. And it's because I was using it to do some other unboxings, and I've got it turned on to point on the table to do this unboxing of the 360 coming up shortly. And this is the 530 RGB LED light with app control, so you can control it. It's controlled via Bluetooth over your phone, not Wi-Fi. So you can't hook it up to an Echo or anything like that and have them turn on lights. But you can put the plugs onto smart plugs and then access it that way. And then you just open up the app and say, I want it to be, in fact, I'll do that right now. I want it to be more blue. Let's see, there's some really cool things here. Let's go over here and let's go to, there it is. And we're going to say, hey, I want to have a little bit of effect. And we'll do this right here. I want to have a little bit of effect here. So I'm going to call this up. And I'm going to say, hey, maybe the cops are showing up. And let's see. There we go. I'm putting a little bit of accent color into my show. So let's say the cops are showing. Oh no, the police are here. Oh no. So you have like fun little accents like that. Maybe you want to show have a little party mode. Everybody's in the house tonight, or hey, it's storming out there. It's just wow, the lightning's just crazy. These are some of the fun things you can do, or you can just straight up have a bright white light to it. And let's see, let's get this back on. There we go. So it can do anything. In its white light mode, it can go up to 5600 Kelvin. Nice white light for any type of conference calls or anything like that. But then you can have a little bit of fun with it and go from there. So Neewer 2-pack of 530 RGB LED light panels, 528 SMD LEDs. SMD is a multi-color LED. Technically, it's not white, it's red, green, blue. Otherwise, it would be an RGBW LED. But you can definitely get a white light out of it on the blue side. And pretty good deal. It's 52% claimed. And yeah, it's almost half off. Almost half off today. So check it out. It's got a couple more hours left in its deal. And go from there. Some of you gamers out there, this will be of interest to you. The DynoFire Switch controller switch Lite. It is looks like it's on deal all day here. Let's see. Maybe I need to refresh the page. You see the deal price? No, yeah. So this page is probably made for the week. So you can control your Nintendo Switch, and you can basically have a nice little joystick right there. So if you have any type of Switch, whether it be the detachable Switch that you can hook on the monitor or the smaller Switch handheld unit, you can use the gamepad instead. So that's a pretty good deal right there. As we're getting into the holidays, you might be holding some events and you want to check people's temperatures. There we go. It's on Lightning Deal. Right now, there we go. This is a perfect example. 100% claimed. There is a join wait list. Hit that button and you'll get and they'll if they have extra stock, they'll open it up, they'll send you an email. Right now, 36% off. So 100% claimed on that. Let's power through the rest of these really quick. Power strips, I always say 5. If you have power strips that are over 10 years old, it's time to just replace them. Because even surge protection only is as good as strong as it can be. So getting new surge protectors, and nowadays you get surge protectors with USB ports, so you can use them to charge your phones and your cameras or whatever, your security cameras. And so this one, I like this one a lot simply because of the fact that the USB ports are farther away. You have one plug that's dedicated for like a big brick wart type thing, and then you have the other plugs on the other side. Surge protection, web space outlets, and more. So this one is, let's see, 16% claimed right now. Let's refresh the page because I loaded this up last night. Forgot to reload it. It's actually now 20% claimed. So since we started this show, a few people have purchased this one. So 25% off, and it's very important to go ahead and update your plugs here. Let's check the chat. Let's see if there's any questions here. Nope, we're good to go. So feel free to ask questions in the chat. We've got a chat over there if you're on the live stream page. Remember, Amazon.com/shop/Geekazine. You'll see the video, and then you go to the live streams, and you'll get to check that out there as well. Let's move on. Another thing from Newer, they do more than lights. If you're setting up anything for live streaming, for podcasting, for anything like that, the Newer is a great place to go. And this is for some of you podcasters or people getting into voiceover work. You need to have a nice quiet environment, and sometimes you can't get that in some of the places we live. So we do alternate things to quiet the room around us. And this is one of them right here. There it is right there. I think I got everything out of order here. Apologies on that. But anyway, this is from Newer. This is the Pro Microphone Isolation. I should probably go from the list first. Anyway, it is 6% claimed. Let's hit the refresh button here. 10% claimed. Once again, it's people are getting the purchases going, buying the stuff here, and it is on sale right now. So you can check it out and get yourself one of these. These are perfect for more than just doing podcasts and voiceovers. You don't need to put a microphone in front of there. Like for instance, let's say you're making a lot of phone calls. You know, you want to get to a more quiet area. You can actually affix this to your wall. You can walk over to there, and you can get on your phone and start talking, and then that's going to help with a level of silence. You put it in front of you, and you don't get any bounce back from the wall, because that when I talk, everything goes forward, and of course I got a monitor and I got a wall with treatment on it, and so it doesn't bounce back. So you don't hear a reflection as much as this room can really produce. The first day I walked in this room, I was like, no, hello, no, how are you? So this is a great thing to have right here from Newer. Isolation Shield. Get a couple of these, and you can really work up a silent area for your podcasts, for your voiceovers, and anything like that. So, all right, let's move on from there. Let's go here. Our friends over at Kingston. I have talked about Kingston several times. I don't have it there. That's why it wasn't showing up. Let's do that. Let's boom, like that. bring that over. There we are. Our friends over at Kingston have some great deals on memory, including, we just have, this is the HyperX Fury, which is a DDR4. This might not work for your computer, but they definitely have other memory sticks, and this is just the place marker, I guess you could say. And they're working right now. This type of memory, 2666 megahertz, DDR4 is 20% off. You can go up to 3200 megahertz, and that's at 9% off. So you've got to find the right one. And this is the best part right here. You go up to the top, and you say, check your computer. So you go down to this drop-down list, you put in your computer in this list, you put in your model number on this side, and then it'll tell you, hey, it's compatible, or hey, this isn't going to work for your computer. And then it'll give you options of what will work and for your computer. So really cool stuff. And of course, it's part of Kingston. I have a lot of Kingston here in my computers. I have Kingston memory in my 24/7 stream machine, which goes to all the socials and does all the videos, all the recording, and of course the live stuff. So you can check it out over there. So if you're looking to upgrade the memory on your desktop, they even have laptop memory. You just have to look for it a little bit. Match your computer to the memory. Get the memory modules, upgrade your computer. You're good to go. Faster, better, powerful. And adding more memory, it doesn't speed up the computer per se. It's not like a CPU. But what it does is it does memory management. So if you've got 50 Chrome tabs loaded up, if you're running 4 or 5 programs, the memory will hold that information and allow you to do a little bit more. So I have like, I don't know, 9 or 10 different programs that are running on my desktop at a time, at minimum. And of course, when you're opening up browser tabs, that adds to the memory. So if you've got 20 tabs open, that's a lot less than if you have 50 tabs open. It takes up more memory. So increasing your memory, not a bad idea right there. Let's move on from here. Our friends over Ancestry, I did one of the first Ancestry tests. And I found out, I was always told I was 50% Irish, and that is not the case here. So Ancestry has got some deals on their Ancestry DNA kits. Basically what happens is you get the kit, you get a little swab. I think you spit, this is the one where you spit into a little vial, you close it up, you seal it up, you put it in the box, you send it back there, and then they match your DNA with all the hundreds of thousands. I don't know if we're even at 1 million yet, people that have done this. And then not only do you find out where you're from, but you also find they can also start matching you with other people and saying, hey, these are long lost relatives. So, and there's been a couple news cases where they found people that were related through going through these tests. It's pretty cool. So, and it's at 40% off, and I think this deal goes all day. So get it and get your DNA checked. It's not that difficult to do. It's a lot of fun and really interesting to find out where your roots really come from. So we might have come from Ireland and might have thought my dad was 100% Irish and I was 50% Irish. But now I know a little bit more about it. And the other thing about doing DNA tests like this is simply the fact that you might register a little bit more on one side and your brother might register a little bit more on another side. It's really how the DNA all comes together. So check that out. Really cool test right there. We've already done that. Let's get a couple more here and then we're going to get to the unboxing. And I did that. It's always cool to have tools when you're building your house, building your studio, or anything like that. Fixing your car, simple fixes, and this is on deal right now. It's 11% claimed. Let me hit the refresh button on this one. It is 22% claimed. It is 20% off. It is a wrench set, and the cool thing about this wrench set is it's a ratcheting wrench set. So that means that On the open-ended stuff, that's just straight up. You turn it, lift it, turn it back, lift it, put it back on, turn it. The other half is a wrench. So you'll basically put it on, turn it, and then if it's on loosen or tighten mode, and I think you flip it to go from loosen to tighten mode, and then you'll turn it, and then you'll go back and it'll go like that, and it'll turn it, turn it, turn it. And so you get the idea. So you can loosen up bolts without taking the wrench off. And if you're working on a car where those bolts are like somewhere in there, like there or there or there or I don't know. Wrenches like that really help because you don't have to pull it off, put it back on. And of course, open face wrenches, you need those in certain situations. But sometimes that closed wrench helps in so many ways. It's just crazy. So we're at, let's see, 22% off, and you're saving 20% on that. So check that out. It's from Gear Drive. Really cool thing. Kingdom Builder. This really intrigued me. I've for some of you that are strategy game people, you can check out Kingdom Builder. It is 3% claimed right now. Let me hit this refresh button. I'll grab a sip of coffee here really quick. 3% claimed. You can, and 11% claimed, excuse me, 46% off. It is, I believe, a board game. Yeah, it's a board game. So game night, you might have started implementing game night on your at your home or something like that. You can also do virtual game nights. And a virtual game night is where if you have a couple cameras and you can do this, you set up the board and you set up an overhead. Like I have my overhead camera, I could set up the board right here. And then we could have a couple people on conference call. And what they would do, you basically be talking back and forth and you play a game. Now, you have to have a little bit of, in some cases, have to have a little bit of trust as, you have all the cards, so to speak. But you can do different things like rolling. If you roll a dice, they just have a couple dice. And we talked about some dice that you can get that's on deals this week as well. So you can basically have some fun in a virtual environment. Or if you're a family of 4, 6, 8, 22, whatever, you can have game night and play some Kingdom Builder. Build up your kingdoms and have some fun. So lightning deal, 46% off. That's a pretty cool deal right there. All right, I think this is the last one. Yes, this is. I love my assistants, my personal assistants, my Echoes, and stuff like that. But they only do anything that's on the Wi-Fi network. What if you have a device that uses an infrared remote and doesn't hook up to the Wi-Fi? Like, for instance, I have a portable space heater that I move around. And that thing, it's IR based. Some of these LED panel lights are IR based and not Wi-Fi based. So I can't hook them up to the assistant. But I want to. And that's where this device comes in. And let me refresh this because this might also be on Lightning Deal. Yes, it is. It's 2% claimed. This is the Smart IR remote controller. All-in-one Wi-Fi IR blaster. And I actually have something similar to this over in Studio A. And it was really cool because I had a couple items that were not infrared enabled. And I set up these little puck type things. You can put them on the ceiling, you can put them on the wall. Yeah, I have to be in a direct line of sight to the device. And then I was in the other room. It's like, I need to turn this on. All I had to do is go into my Echo and say the magic word. And as you can see, I highlighted the magic word, and it works in for Echoes and works for Google as well. And you can say, hey, turn this device on, turn this device off, either way, and it will do that. And you just have to do a little bit of programming to do this. So this is on deal. It's 28% off, 2% claimed right now. And this is the Smart IR remote controller, all-in-one Wi-Fi IR blaster for any device that needs it. And the cool thing is, a lot of these remotes, some of these TV remotes, while they can do turn on, turn off, volume up, volume down, channel on, channel off. There are some things that you can't do. And you can set up little routines. Like, for instance, setting a TV to movie mode. So the brightness goes down a little bit, the vibrance goes up a little bit. I have cable box. And that cable box is IR remote. It is not, the only thing that I can do over the phone with it is through the app. I can, if there's a TV show coming on, I can say, send it off to that device. I can't change the channel. I can't do anything like that. So if my main remote batteries die, I don't have extra batteries to replace them, I might have to live with that or try and use the remote sparingly. But with these, I can set up sequences. So I can say, hey, go to channel 534. And then all of a sudden, I'm on one of my favorite channels. Morning routines. Then this is perfect. Morning routines. You're sitting there and you, let's say at the end of the night, you're watching Roku or something like that. So the TV's on the Roku side of your TV, and it's on a channel, a movie channel or something like that. But now when you wake up, first thing I do is I turn on the news. And with this, I can set up a routine. So I can say, hey, set morning mode. And what it'll do is it'll turn on the lights in the living room, turn on the TV, and then change the channel to the channel that I want. And it'll also turn down the volume to a respectable level. So all these things can be done, and it uses the IR to do it. You just have to set it up and put together the thing. They have a handy app that will do that as well. All right, that's it. One last thing. Hey, Geekazine gear. You can get some cool gear. Check it out and let me know if you get anything, because then we'll just take a picture, send it to me, and we'll show people what who's wearing the wear. So, all right, let's get into this unboxing because this is pretty cool. First of all, I got to do this, and I'm gonna take a sip of coffee. All right. Okay, let's get to the unboxing because we need to do this. But first of all, I gotta say, Smart 360 did send me the robot vacuum to unbox and set up and review. All opinions are on my own. They have no say in what I'm saying. I do have review policies on Geekazine. You can check that all out and go from there. So here it is right here. Let's pull it up. It's a little heavy. It is the Smart 360 Robot Vacuum Cleaner. It does more than just vacuum. It also mops. It's got a mop attachment to it. It's got the, it's got limited area. It's got LiDAR on it. And if you're not sure what LiDAR is, it is the ability to map an area and check not only what's there, but also figure out the depth. So if I had, like, for instance, this coffee cup right here, the robot could see the cup and it could see it in its pattern, and then it could work its way around it. It maps out your house so it knows the routine. So if anything does get out of place, like, for instance, let's say, we have a foot massager that we have in the living room, and every now and then that foot massager moves around in the living room. The LiDAR doesn't expect it to be, or the robot doesn't expect it to be in the exact same place every single time. So it can adjust and change instead of bumping in and going, oh, there's something there, move on. Because sometimes when you bump into something, it's soft and you can push into it a little bit more, so it takes a little bit more pressure before it realizes it's bumping into something. In this case, before it even gets to the item, it sees it and goes, oh, I better avoid this. Now, it's very important when you're using a robot vacuum to lift all cables off the floor and all loose items like backpack straps or cords or anything like that. And you can also map out a room to say, I want you to vacuum all around the edges, but I don't want you to go into the center. And that's what's pretty cool about this. So this is the device right here. Let's flip it over here. We'll go over to this camera right here. A robot vacuum cleaner. We'll move the coffee cup. Let's go ahead and unpack this and see what we got. We'll go to the overhead cam here. There's our smart vacuum, and we got a little tab right here. I have not unboxed this. I have not opened this up, besides taking it out of the main packaging, which is basically another box. This is the S9 version. They also have an S7 version, which is a little bit less. So if you need to save some cash on there and still want to have a robot vacuum, you can do so. So, and we got that click. There we go. What we got here, we'll start off with right here. Oh, that's sort of heavy. This is the instructions, and I just said it's heavy. Oh, it is straight up. This is nothing but instructions right here, and I'm assuming that this is in multiple languages, but it is. Wow, yeah, it's definitely in multiple languages, but that's a pretty big manual right there, and I love it when they do that. Yeah, you do waste some paper on there, and they could probably do it online, but this is always nice to have in the drawer and go from there. So we have a "Are you happy?" and you know it. Let us know. So got that. We've got, let's see what else we got. The app download and Robot Connect instructions, and of course the quick user guide right there. So we got a bevy of instructions, and we're going to put that back into this box. I thought there was going to be a little bit more than just instructions in this box, but it's straight up instructions. Sometimes you need a lot of instructions because there's a lot of things that you can do with this. All right. Comes with a universal plug, so the best part about this is no matter what country you're using this robot in, it'll most likely work. So we'll flip that down. So we got European. There's another European style plug. There's another. I don't know what that is. There's the American plug. So those are the 4 plugs that you get with it. So this is the one we're going to need for what I'm using it for. So I'm going to put these others back in the box. There we go. Now I've already downloaded the app, so I do have it on my phone. Let's see, where are we on? Let's flip this up. Let's do this first. This. What do we got here? Oh, that's somewhat heavy myself. Okay, this is, I think this, yeah, this is the base station. So this is home base for it. So what you would do, take it out of its bag. What you would do is you'd put this alongside a wall. And what you got right here, that's where the plug goes, and it can wrap around so you don't have an ugly plug because, ugly cord, because of course we want to keep all the cords off the floor for the vacuum, and then it runs through. So you put your cord there, and then you try and get it as close to the wall, and you can close to a plug. And then right here is where it's going to charge. It's just going to butt up against it and do the charge like that. We've got some this basic instructions. We're going to leave that on for now until I get it all set up. Then we have, next up, we have your, this looks like, is this the this is the mop attachment. So this is the mop surface right here. So you would attach it here, and then I think you put some sort of fluid in here. I'm not sure where the fluid goes just yet, but up here there's a little spray. It looks like a little, not a spray attachment, it's like a little ball. And I think that rolls out some of the liquid. And then of course this cleans on here. I don't know what type of cleaners you can put into this just yet. Sometimes things like this, they'll say, okay, only put these types of cleaners in, and you should definitely never mix and match cleaners. All right, it looks like we have a replacement mop head right there for some basic cleaning. And then here's a remote control, and on the remote control we have, let's see, forward, left, right, back, spot cleaning, recharge, and suction adjustment. Comes with a little battery, looks like a watch style battery, so we'll set that right there. That's just a box. Come over here, it looks like we have the power plug, and where we can put our plug into. So let's go ahead and do that. Nice little click right here. So we'll bring this up and we'll go. There we go. And now that's ready to go. We'll set that right there. And one more thing here in this box. This looks like one of the spin brushes for the vacuum. So this will spin around as it moves. And I think that's it in this box. Yep, there we go. So we'll set that to the side. And we'll set that there. Let's go ahead and take this piece off. And now we're going to get into the main unit. There it is right there. Got a little onion ring. Pretty cool. Set that down here. And here is the unit. We'll take this out of the box. This is the heaviest piece, obviously. Yeah. And we're going to take this box. These boxes are nice too because I can use them for other things. The way that they fold up, fold down. So I can use them not to stand on, but I can use them as if I wanted to raise an item to show it on camera, I can put a box like this underneath. So I'm going to keep this box definitely. Set that down there. And now we'll put you right here. Whew, there we go. All right, so here it is. Let's go ahead. Oh, and that brush is, I guess it's an extra brush because it looks like this already has brushes on it. Let's take a look at the bottom here. Be nice and gentle to figure out where the plastic is. There it is. Let's just take this plastic off. As you see on the top there's the two connectors. So this would actually butt up against that on that wall unit to charge it. So there we go. Get that out of the way. So on bottom here, we have the 3 wheels. This is the pivotable wheel. This is the brush to kind of get some of the debris into the center, and of course the main brushes, which will turn and pick up whatever hair, dirt, dust, dander, anything else with a D. I don't know. What we've got on the side here. It looks like there's a piece of foam. It says remove me. So we will do that. So we'll take that tab right there and we'll pull that up. Fairly straightforward. And I'm guessing, yep, there's one on the other side. So we'll do the same thing over here. Pull it up. There we go. Get these out of the way. And there is our unit. There's a bumper looking thing right here. I'm not sure how to open it up just yet. Excuse me. And the wheels, they're rubber wheels, so you can hear as I'm trying to turn it. It's having a hard time. It's really set on the table there. So basically, network configuration procedure: scan the QR code, download the 360 Smart app, register and log on to the app. On the home page of the app, add a device. I think I already downloaded the app here. If I downloaded the right app, I'm pretty sure I did. Which is right here. Let's go to this camera. Let's zoom in so you can see this a little bit. There it is right there. And let's get you focused. Focus. There we go. And then we're going to do this so you can see it a little bit. So what this is basically saying is that in focus, it's hard to tell sometimes from the distance. That's blur. Yeah. There we go. All right. So basically saying privacy policy, we agree to that. And then, of course, we're going to create an account, which I haven't done just yet. Looking like for a mobile number, username, email, and then a password. So I'm going to do that really quick. And that just fell. And then we're going to do, oh, you got to register. So I'm going to hit that, and we'll go email. And we'll go, oh, we'll do that for the email. And we'll paste that. And then we'll say, yeah, we'll go. And there. And we'll hit register. It says agree to the, where's the agree? Oh, there it is down there. And we'll hit register. We need to put in the verification code. So it says get verification code. So I'll hit that button. And then it says email the verification code. So I gotta wait for that. There it is. 265835. 265835. That's a disposable, so it's not a big deal. I'll hit the register button. There we go. And it's saying hello. And now we can add our device. And it says allow 360 robot to use your location. We're going to say allow while using the app. Local network is required to add a robot vacuum cleaner. So we'll say got it. And what we got is the S9 here. So that's right there. It says to power it on. So we'll hit the power button. Let's zoom out so you can see this a little bit. Power button. Let's see if there's any power to this. Doesn't look like it. So I guess we're going to have to charge this at this point. So it'll say power on, and then it'll go through the steps right there. And, oh wait. Oh, there it goes. Took a second.
Turned on.
It's turned on. So we're going to hit this. We did that. Let's go next step. It says network configuration. Open the top cover. Press and hold the power on off button home for 3 to 5 seconds. So both of these buttons, I think. Open the top cover. That's this. Okay, there we go. Like that. There's a little Wi-Fi item right there that's flashing, so that needs to connect to the Wi-Fi. And it says to hold both of these for 3 to 5 seconds. Wi-Fi indicator.
Wi-Fi reset.
Okay.
Please follow the instructions shown on the app to connect the robot to your phone.
So it's blinking. So now we're saying enter in your Wi-Fi network, which I have right here. It saw that, so we'll go and put in the password. And go next step. Please open settings, wireless LAN, and connect to 360 AI Clean Robot. So we'll do that. We'll go to the main page here. We'll go to Wi-Fi. There it is. Which is an unsecure network, but that's okay, because what it's going to do now is when I go back in, it's going to, it's basically going to put in my Wi-Fi credentials there. So now we're connected up there. We'll go back to the app. And it says would like to find and connect. So yes, we're going to say yes. Now it's going to bind the device with my wireless. As we're going, it looks like we've got this right here is where you can put in the washing bin. And right here is where you remove any dust and dirt. So this is still binding. This will take a minute. I don't know what my power percentage is on the unit here, so hopefully it doesn't turn off while we're waiting here. But let's go ahead, take this out, and we got the battery and we got the remote. Might need a flat edge, like a battery edge. Nope, that's not gonna work.
Connected.
Okay, it's connected. Now I have it on the table, which you probably should have this on the floor when you start yours. Because I don't know what it's going to do. It might start going cattywampus all around. And I'll put the remote together a little bit later. So, start experiencing, it says. So what it says is I can hit the clean button. This is where I'm going to stop because I don't want this to move around just yet. But what it'll do is when it's going, it'll start at the charge base, and then it'll just go. And as you can see, it's magnetic. So you want to make sure that when you're cleaning the robot, to make sure that these connectors are pretty clean. And then it'll start there, charge up, and then when however you have it set, whether it's when you're away or when you are home at certain times, then it'll start doing its cleaning cycle and then map out the area through the app. I've seen this, I was watching some of the videos, it's pretty cool. It'll map out your area and then run a pattern and stick to that pattern as you go. Like for instance, I have a carpet right here, and I can say keep it in this carpet, so this carpet's nice and clean every single time that I walk to it. And of course, it'll know where the chair is and how to avoid it, things like that. So, all right, that's it. That is the where are we? There we are. There we are. Where'd it go? Did I close it? I must have closed it. That is the 360 S9 robot vacuum from Smart 360. Let's pull it up there. There we go. You can check it out. This is not on any type of Black Friday deal. This is just a cool gift to get. And right now you can get it. There is a good discount on Amazon here, so you can definitely check it out. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. You can follow me at any time, and just hit that follow button, and we'll go from there. So, all right, well, that does it for today. Thank you guys very much for watching, and thanks to whoever just clicked on that. Thank you very much for being a part of that. This has been another Geek Tech Talk Live. Let's see if my graphics kicked in. Sometimes they'll kick in. Nope, they didn't. I'll have to fix that. What if I do this? There we go. So I'll have to manually do it. Watch this. Okay, so here we go. We'll put that back on. We'll go, in order to find me, there's all my socials, Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, you got me. You can check everything out. And of course, all the socials, including Amazon.com/shop/Geekazine. Definitely follow me there. We've got some more unboxings coming up very, very soon. You can check that all out. And we'll go from there. Until next time, you've been watching another cool Geek Tech Talk Live. You guys geek out, and we'll see you next time. Take care. Oh yeah, we'll be on at 6:30 or 7:30 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow for Thanksgiving. All right. Let's talk about music. Let's talk about bringing in music into your live streams, and let's talk about music that you can use without somebody coming up to you and say, "Hey, I want some money for that. You're using my song." What you're hearing right now is a song I actually created on my iPad. Whenever I fly, I like to pull it, and I have the phone or the iPad available. I pull it out and I tinker on it. I get ideas. And then of course as a musician, I use those ideas when I create songs. Now, not everybody's a musician, and that's okay. There are still ways you can do it without having to worry about, well, how do I do fourths and fifths and major sevenths and blah, blah, blah. Like, for instance, I could bring in a hip hop beat. And I can use this beat and I can actually control it if I want to by little bits and pieces. So you get an idea that there's change to it. And then, of course, I can stop it altogether. So there are different ways to do this. And once again, these ways so far, there have been no copyright to it. Nobody's going to come to you and say, hey, you got a copyright strike because you're using our music. Hey, it's just not going to happen. And if it does happen, you can say, no, this is my original music. So go away. Now, keep in mind, you can't just take like a Billie Eilish song and then create it using one of these programs and then think that you can use that. It's got to be your own creation. I'm going to show you 3 ways you can do it. And even if you're not a musician, these ways will help. But there's many other ways. Now, first of all, before that, we'll talk about some other ways that you can get music in. But keep in mind, if you're using it for live streaming, if you're using it for anything beyond YouTube, especially if your videos all of a sudden show up on TV or show up on Hulu or something like that, then the music, then you face a different type of copyright. Because and this is what I use. I use a program. Let me call it up here really quick. It's called Epidemic. Yeah, there it is. Epidemic Sound. I had to think about that for a second. So this is basically some software that you can use and you can sign up as a YouTuber, and it'll give you music to put in your soundtracks. And a lot of the videos that I put up on YouTube, up on Facebook, will have Epidemic Sound in it, because I just don't want to deal with it. And it's never going to get past YouTube. And if it did get past YouTube, I'm going to have to take those tracks out or relicense them. But, it's like $15 a month, and I can, if I need a country 2-step, or if I need a ballad, or if I need something rocking and rolling, I've got all that music at my fingertips because I've done this. I've tried to get royalty-free music, and without a company like this behind it, it gets tougher. In fact, there is a video out there that I had music in that is commercial free. They're not they're not looking for money, but somebody on YouTube found a way to actually create the license for it. And so every time I'll get dinged, not a copyright strike from YouTube, but I'll get dinged. I'll get a message from YouTube saying I can't monetize the video because this music is not mine and I don't have permission to use it. Well, the person that put the copyright claim together also doesn't have the permission to use it. So I don't know. I'm working with YouTube on that, but this is a great way to make sure that I always have music at the ready and use it for. And once you put it into a YouTube video, let's say you cancel Epidemic Sound, and they're not going to come back after you because you used it. You bought it for that time period that you used it. Now, if you use that song after that and you don't have a license set up, yeah, you're going to get dinged for it. But anyway, that's one. There's several different other ones. Video Blocks also does that with story blocks and audio blocks, because then you add video and you add audio and you add pictures and stuff like that. So if you need something more than that, and of course, even on Wirecast, we have the ability to bring in the stock photo. With that is actually video blocks that they're using it from, they're licensing from. So you can bring in audio, you can bring in video. But once again, if you do something more than just your YouTube videos and your YouTube live streams, you might get some emails, you might get some issues and somebody asking for money. So with that said, let's talk about these 3 ways that I'm going to show you. And one's a hardware solution, 2 are software solutions. And the first one's super easy. If you've got a MacBook, this is the easiest way to do it. That's it, right here. Let me show you. This is it. This is GarageBand. it's a fairly straightforward program to use. And the cool thing about this is you can use your iPhone to create the music and then bring it over to the iPad, to the MacBook, or the iMac, or whatever you're using. You can mix it down to an MP3 file if you're using Wirecast or whatever streaming system on a PC or a different type of machine. But right now I have it to go 16 bars and then loop. So it's just playing the same 16 bars again and again. And with this, I can change it up a little bit. Like, for instance, I can take out the piano. I can take out the guitar. And some extra drums. And then house drums. Or I can bring them back all in. I can say, yeah, I just want the house drums. Or I want this, which is just basically accent drums. You get it, maybe some grand piano. I don't know how well you can hear that, but you get the idea. Is that you can bring it in. Let's just bring up the volume just a little bit. So now, like I said, let's just do the main line. Take out the metronome. A little bit of acoustic guitar. So, and with the acoustic guitar, like I said, this acoustic line is actually fairly easy to run on iPad and iPhone, because you don't have to figure out all the notes. You can figure out a strum pattern and then just hit chords as you're going. So if you have a basic understanding of music and you know how to do a C, F, G, you could create some stuff and have some fun with it. So if you're a little creative, that's one way to do that. So that is just GarageBand. And here, let me show you really quick. Let's just let's go over here. We'll go over here. There we go. So we're going to create a new file. And yeah, let's not save this. We'll bring in an empty project. And then we're going to go over here and we're going to say add a drummer, create. There, you've just created your first thing. There's Maurice. And what's cool about this is I can sit there, I can change how he plays. Louder, more complex. I want more of the hi-hat. I want shakers instead of a hi-hat. I want some percussion in there. Add some fills. Or I don't like this. Let's go to Boutique 808. There we go. Let's do some electro bump. And I can create. I have plugins that I can bring those in to add to this sound. Let's go back. Let's go to Big Room. Let's go to Dez. Let's change him up. Change up our drummer. Go back to Big Room. There we go. So you get the idea there. It's lots of different ways that you can bring in. You can bring in a drummer and you can bring in a sound. If you just want a drummer, that's one way to do it. Another way to do it is by going over to, let me bring it up here. Another program that I use is called Band in a Box. This is going to cost a little bit more, but it's got some great features to it. And right now I've got a song in here, and these are just the bass songs that you can load up, and you can use them. They're copyright free. And then I can change things a little bit if I wanted to. Like, for instance, we'll just go to the basic song here. Nice little slow classic rock. I got an echo. I shouldn't have an echo. That's weird. Hold on a second. There. Okay, there we go. I had a button on. So anyway, the idea, yeah, as you can see, now I can talk and I have this music playing behind me, and this is actually absolutely copyright free. And if I wanted to, I can say, okay, I want this to be an F instead of an G. So now, it's gonna sound a little weird, but because I didn't think about it too much, but that's not too bad. And then I can bring this to G, and then now I've got a different song if I wanted to. It's, as you can see, fairly straightforward. And to create the styles, you can go from the list, and you can use the base list, or you can buy whatever add-ons they have, because you can get tons of more songs if you need something a little bit more specific to what you're doing. But as you can see, it's there you are. You've now got a song. You've got music behind you that you're not going to get in trouble for using because of the fact that it's copyright free. And what's cool about this is you can use this for things like when you're planning to do a live stream and you have to go silent. Let's say you're doing overhead cameras just showing the crowd or something like that. You can have this music playing in the background. I've done this several times for events. So they have something audio based to listen to while they're waiting for the stream to come back up. It's pretty cool. So we have that option. Let's bring that down. Let's stop that. And there's a third option. Now this is a pretty cool option, and what's really cool about this is you can also create your own beats and stuff like that. It's mostly drums, but you can actually put in other instruments if you put some thought into it. And it's this thing right here. And why didn't that switch over? Let's do that. Did it not? Oh. Well, that's interesting. Let's move it over then. Hold on a second. Oh, stop being difficult. There we are. This is the Beat Buddy. This is a product I got about a year ago, and I've done some stuff on this before. And this is really cool because with this, you can just put some straight up drum beats down. Now here's how it sounds. Let me switch over here. Is it ready? Okay. So now if I hit this button, it's doing a straight up hip hop beat. And I got that running in the background. So now I can talk. I got this hip hop beat going on, and I can alter it a little bit. Let's say I'm going to go from one segment to the other. I'll just press it down. Now I've got a little bit of skip in there, a little bit of feel like it's not just going to be a straight beat through the whole thing. I can do multiple fills, and then I can go to a different type of beat. And then when I'm done, I'll just double click on it and I'll do an outro fill, and it's done. I can go in here, I can go down to hip hop 2, and I can change the volume, I can change the tempo. Oops. Oh, that's the drum set, I'm sorry. Tempo is over here. I can slow it down. And then when I'm done, I just stop it. And once again, this is also, you get some basic drum beats in here. You can add your own. There is an online community that does a lot of cool stuff, like you can do funk and drum and bass. You can create your own. If you know MIDI, you can. They have a program that you load up, and you can change all the MIDI on there. But you can also bring in stuff that you're working on. Whoops. Like, let's see if I can find it. Maybe I don't have it on this one. Got metronomes, voice beatbox, voice world. Nope, I didn't bring it in, but there's some premium demos here. Let's see. Here's a Phil Collins demo. So you get the idea. So now I can control it with the drums and have a little bit of fun with that, and go from there. Because I can control it. And it's a foot pedal, so I could actually have it at my feet, controlling it. Bring in Phil Collins sound. Bring it down a little bit. So now you got some background drums while we're talking here. And hey, that's pretty sweet. And it adds to the audio and video that you do. Now, for music, it's best to have what's called a ducker. So when you talk, it lowers the music down to a certain point. But Wirecast doesn't have a ducker type situation in there. A compressor works sometimes as a ducker, but it is not a ducker. And just so you know, so that of course a compressor is in there, and you can set it up as another track. So when you record, you can actually have this music on a separate track, on track 2, and your vocals on a track 1. So if it just doesn't work, you can just take it out and then set it up and mix it down and get rid of the track, or bring the track in separately, and then do what you need to do in a post editor or anything like that. Or when you're live streaming, you have no music in the background, but if you're recording, you can put the music in the background. So lots of different ways to do it, but as you can see, that is the easiest. Those are the 3 things that you can do to bring it in. One's free. If you've got a Mac, if you've got an iOS product, you've got GarageBand. So use it. One, and then the other 2 you do have to pay. I think this is this pedal is something like $200, $250. There are other pedals out there, just like the Beat Buddy, that also do drum and bass sounds. And they're meant, so when I'm playing guitar, I can put a drum beat behind it. And there's other ways to do it. There's other programs, MIDI programs that you can use to create music. And all of these ways, you just pay the fee, how much it costs for the program. And then the music that you create is what you use. And it doesn't have to be complex. In fact, you can also work with some of your buddies, and maybe your buddy's like, "Oh yeah, I got that program. I got 5 songs that I wrote here. I'll give them to you. You can use them on your show." And the next thing you know, you got music for your show, and you got it from your buddies. So I went a little bit long on that, but you get the idea. Is these are 3 great ways for you to create music and put it in as your back live stream, and have a little bit more as you're going from there. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today we're going to take a look at this right here. It is the Moto drum modeler from IK Multimedia. It is a program that allows you to create drum sounds in your DAW, in whatever you need it to do, and a whole bunch more. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in the Geek. You got me. You can find me on all the socials, including Twitch and Twitter and TikTok and all that other good stuff. And today we're going to talk about the Moto drum from IK Multimedia. Now, I've reviewed a lot of cool stuff from IK Multimedia in the past, and this is no different. It allows you to create drum beats. If you're not a drummer, you can create drum beats. If you are a drummer, you can create drum beats. You can attach it into your system, create MIDI, add these really specific, great sounding drum sets, and continue on however you want to do it. First of all, we got to talk about this. I did get a copy of this software to review from IK Multimedia. They did not pay me for this review. They are not editing this review. And of course, all opinions are that of myself and Geekazine. You can go over to geekazine.com/review to find out more on that. Now, let's get into this. Let's get in here. First of all, hey, you can customize your sounds. You've got multiple kits and multiple drums that you can use. You can sync to multiple MIDI units if you want to. I got a couple MIDI units that I'm using, or going to be using today. You can do real-time sounds. You can do pre-made grooves, and a whole bunch more. The price, $299.99. Now, you might think to yourself, well, that might be a little bit too much, but for what you get, it really is not. It's just amazing. Now, I do have to tell you that I did get this software back when it did get released, and that was back in, I believe, September, August timeframe. The program was pretty solid. But when I was attaching MIDI devices to it, I wasn't getting the responses that I really wanted to see for this. They've since then not only have updates come out from Motodrum, but also from the MIDI providers, updating it using for Catalina and for the latest Windows 10, and things have gotten a lot better. This is the website over here, Motodrum. They have a full specs range, but we're going to take a look at the most important specs, and that is if you are a Mac user or a PC user, you can use this on either machine, and they work both great on either machine. For a Mac, you need a Core i5, support for AVX instructions, 8 gigabytes of RAM, 20 gigabytes of hard drive space, and it is a 64-bit plugin. So you'll need any program that uses a VS2 or VS3 or AAX. What we're going to use, we're going to keep it as simple as possible. We're going to use GarageBand. Just going to open it up in there. Of course, we're going to show you the interface first before we do that. Let's take a look at this a little bit more. For Windows, Core i5 also needs AVX instruction, 8 gigabytes of RAM, 20 gigabyte available hard disk space on Windows 7, Windows 8, or Windows 10. ASIO compatible sound card USB port 3.0 suggested, and I highly suggest that you download the free ASIO. It's right here. I'm gonna put that right there, and that's basically an ASIO driver that has the lowest latency that I've ever seen. Now, like I said, you need to have a program. If you want to use this for any program, you need to have a program that'll allow it to come in as a VST instrument. We're talking GarageBand, we're talking Reaper, we're talking Cubase, we're talking Ableton Live on there. There's a whole bunch of programs that are on there. You might want to look at your program first to make sure that it can accept a VST, an external third-party VST instrument. Adobe Audition does not have MIDI support, so Adobe Audition, you can't use it on this. You can't import the tracks or anything like that. I really wish that Adobe would get something in a MIDI editor that would even convert it to audio so I can put it in a little bit easier in my programs, but that's neither here nor there, just so you know. But we're going to use GarageBand, and if you've got a Mac, you've got GarageBand. Simple as that. And of course, Windows, you'll have to get some software to put on for that. But there's many different MIDI editing programs out there that you can use to create that. Now let's get into the program itself. Here it is right here. This is the Motodrum, and we have it on studio mode. Straightforward interface. We have our models. We can customize. We can do our play styles, our room, our mixer, our grooves, and our mapping. These are all the drum sets that come with Motodrum. We've got a studio set, we've got a jazzy set, a rock custom, a grungy reference. So you got a pretty good amount of sets. We're going to start with the studio kit. It just looks like a standard 5-piece drum set with a couple cymbals, hi-hat, and ride here. Now, this is also completely customizable. That means that you can completely customize the types of cymbals, how many drums. If you need a double bass drum kit, if you need a China cymbal, if you need a gong, if you need a cowbell, all those drums are in there. You just have to set it up that way. So we can go studio, we can go rock custom, and as you can see, it's going to load the preset. Now we already have, we got the drum set. What I have set up here is on the Axiom Air 32. As you can see, I've got that all set up there. As you can hear this, let's go to the jazzy set really quick. And then we can go a little grungy. I'm not going to go through all of them. You'll get a good idea. And then let's just do plexi as one more, because we like plexi. I like plexi drums. Going from drum set to drum set is actually fairly straightforward and easy to do. Now, like I said, all of this can be customized, and we're going to go through those screens really quick. We're going to start with the customize. Here is the drum set. As you can see, you have all the drums. You have your snare, you got your bass drum. That's what's lighting up. We got some toms, and then the cymbals and the hi-hat. As you can go from there. Now, you can take all these, all these drums, as you can see on the top, it's actually switching around. So if I want to use this Flexi kit, but I really like this Black Oyster shell for the snare, there it is. Now let's say I do D Gentleman. We got that. We can switch that out. We can switch these out. Same thing with the cymbals. We can go this type of crash. We can do this type of crash or this type of crash, vintage. And ride cymbal, if you want a little bit more plated sound, a little drier sound right there. You got that, and you got a little bit more firm. And as you can see, as I'm tapping on the edge, you get an edge sound. If I'm tapping on the bell, you get a bell sound. We can customize this further. Let's just go through the buttons here. You have the play style. Now this is really cool. I can set up for the different types of drumsticks that I use, the different where I hit on the drum. Like for instance, let's say on the snare drum, I have my left over here and my right over here. So when I hit on this snare, as you can see, I'm just hitting using a keyboard, so it's not going to do too much on that. But we can bring that on a little bit. You see that circle get a little bit smaller? That's the area that we use for our drum. And of course we can go nylon tip. We can have a little bit of different sound there. We can change the arena area for that. And we can do the snare drum, we can do the toms the same way. We can bring I like to usually hit from down towards the middle there. And then of course the bass drum, kick. We can change the beater here. Let's say if we don't want felt, we want plastic, we want a little tacky sound. We can bring that in. We want a little wood sound for even more tack. We can do heel up, heel down. We can make all the changes there, but we'll just stick with here. We can change our room, so we're in a large studio. Let's go into a mid studio. We can go to a garage. We can go to a booth. We can go to cathedral. And with that, we can change that all from here. Bring that down. Bring it up. Or more and less. So you get the idea from there. We got the mixer here, which is pretty straightforward. You want less snare, then we bring that snare down. Bring it down. And then, of course, ultimately the main mix is right here. We can put in effects. Like, for instance, let's say with this one, we want to put in a steel crusher on this tom. And we can edit that. So you can see how that changes a little bit. Bring in a little bit more. We can change the cutoff. Went the wrong way. So less ring, more ring, more ring. So you get the idea. And then when we're ready, we can just say, okay, I don't want that on anymore, so I'll just turn that off. And there we go. We can add. This is just a regular mixer, so it adds everything: cymbals, toms, and cowbell, and what other instruments you have there. Next, we have grooves. This is all predefined grooves, so we'll just do Ace 102 really quick. And so you get the idea on that, and you can change that up. And these are the grooves that you'll basically drag and drop into your DAW. So let's say you just want a straight up beat, you can just drag it into the DAW. I'll show you how to do that a little bit later. And then of course we have mapping. Now this is very important because not all MIDI devices are set up perfectly. So like for instance, I'm gonna grab a drumstick and I'm gonna hit the bass drum with on my DTX. Now I'm seeing that registered at the C1 level. I can go over here to kick and I say, but I want this to be something else. So first of all, I'm going to map it. So I hit this button right here and then I map it for the pad. And so basically I clicked on here where you see the little MIDI, and then I hit the pad, and now it's mapped for that. And then I can change that. Let's bring it up a little bit. We'll say yes. Now it's not registering as anything, so we can bring it back down. There we go. Now in this interface, we can do a lot of different changes. Like we can do a velocity curve, basically drag and drop. And then we can save this or remap it. We can bring in more drums. There's the other bass drum. So with kick 2, we don't have anything assigned. We can assign it there. I'll say yes. There we go. And with that, we bring this in. So now you see, if we go back to customize, we have this drum right here. There's also a way to bring in the drums over here, and we can change this out. So let's see, we want that as the Blue Oyster one. It's the edit kit. Now you're seeing all the drums, all the cymbals with that. So we can change this out. We can bring in this China. We can bring in this crash, a little splash. And now we've got a bigger drum kit that we can use, and we just basically have to go into the mapping and map those. So we'll go like that, and we'll go. You get the idea. So we can bring in a very big kit for whatever style you have. Now, going back to the customize, we can do a lot more with the customization. That is over at the edit element. Now, this is where you can really have some fun with this. You can tell it what type of edges you have on your bass drum. You can tell it the diameter of the bass drum, the depth of the bass drum. Let's see, it can go from 12 inches to 24 inches. We got a diameter of 17 inches for a smaller or a really big drum. We can tell it what type of heads we want. We want a clear or coated head. Or do we want, what do we want for the resonant head? Do we want more volume on there? For a resonant, do we want dampening on there for our resonant head? Do we want to tune it a little bit to give it that poing sound? Or we'll just reset it back to default. On the edges of the shell, they're usually got a small bevel to them. It's less wood touching the drum head for a better sound. So you can change those. We can go sharp. We can go point. Or rounded. And they all add different sounds to the drum there. So we can totally customize that. We can switch it up. Let's go to the snare drum. And we'll do edit element of the snare drum. With this, once again, we can change the heads. We can get a nice coated head. And different sets will give you different options. The type of snare. Do you want a large snare or a medium snare? Do you want a shell of diameter, a bigger shell with a bigger depth or a smaller depth? And all these, you get the idea. So there's full customization as to what you're doing with this drum set. And you can really just sit there and fine tune the sounds of each drum. So there's a lot of different sounds in here. We haven't even gotten into the best parts, and that is putting it into your DAW-based program. So, but first of all, like I said, everything right now we've been going through here. So as you can see, I have the DTX Multi-12 here from Yamaha, and I have it set up for MIDI, so I can use it. So we have a couple different ways you can do that, especially if you have an older drum module and you want some better sounds to it. You can bring those in using this program. Now let's bring it into a DAW system. And like I said, we're going to use GarageBand. We're going to try and keep it as simple as possible. So we're going to close this out. And we're going to go into GarageBand. We're going to say, this says a new thing, software instrument. We're going to go drum kit. And we'll just say, let's do Bluebird. But we're going to change that up here. Because what's going to happen is we're going to go down here. And we're going to see a thing that says plugins. And this will be like this when you start out. Do the drop down, hit the drum kit, and then you'll see Moto Drum in the list. Or it might say IK Multimedia sometimes. So either way. You'll go into Moto Drum and you'll hit stereo and it loads the plugins and then the Moto Drum shows back up. And we're using the drum and we can change that up. We'll go to the Babinga. So we can go in here. Let's bring this down a little bit. We got the metronome ready to go. Let's record something really quick. And with that, we'll bring it's all in here. So we're going to hit this. Oh, let's take that metronome out. So now. There you go. And of course, with this, you can go into the MIDI patterns and you can change the velocities if you don't like the way that you hit the drum or anything like that. And really depending on what module you use, they can register velocity. So it can register a light hit or a heavy hit or maybe even a drum roll or things like that. And you might have to go in and do some tweaking into your MIDI editor to get the sound you want. Maybe you're doing like little flams and things like that. You'll have to make the adjustments because not everything, it won't understand everything, and that's any program. So you'll have to go into the MIDI editor and make some adjustments here and there. So expect that to happen. It's not going to be 100% perfect. But the cool thing about this now is I can go in here, and with this drum beat that I do, and I'm going to loop this drum beat. Now I'm going to go to Rock Custom, and I've completely changed my drum set. Go to Jazzy. And once again, you get the idea of how that all works because they're MIDI hits. They're not, you could put a piano to this. You could put a saxophone to this. It'll sound weird, but you can still do it and have the sound. But bringing in the Moto Drum, it'll give you past the drum sets that something like GarageBand or Reaper or Ableton Live can offer. And give you different options so you can really tune it in. Now, you can also, like I said, you can also set it up onto the DTX. I have my Roland TD50 downstairs, and I'm still doing a little bit of tweaking on it. Like I said, never perfect, but you get it as close as possible so you can do some multi-track recording, and then you can bring in those sounds into whatever recordings you're doing. Now, the one other thing I didn't show you is that groove style. We'll go back over there. So with the same groove, we can sit here and we can just bring this up. It's basically a little drag and drop. And it's asking if we import the tempo information. We don't want to import the tempo. So now we can bring that right there and zoom that like that. And now we've got a pattern that works a little bit better because it's already been done and been cultured out and set up for all the hits and all the velocities in the right spot. So there you go. You get the idea from that. So that is Moto Drum in a nutshell, as best as we can in what we're doing at least the 20 minutes here. Thank you guys for sticking around with me on this. We got a lot of great stuff here. If you want to check out more, I'll have the links in the show notes that you can get yourself your Moto Drum. And of course, if you go over to Geekazine.com, you can get the Moto Drum information there as well. So you have been watching. We've been talking about the Moto Drum drum modeling. Really quick, what do I think about it? And it is, like I said at the beginning, I was happy with the interface, but when importing MIDI devices into it, I had a hard time. There was a big set of latency, and this was on the Mac and the PC as well. That has been fixed with the newest version, and of course, as they continue, there'll be newer versions and updates coming through, and probably even more cool stuff that you can use to bring your drums into your music and make the sounds that you want to. That's it for this video. What do you think? Do you use Moto Drum? Do you have another program that you use that you really like? Let me know. Of course, check out all my other reviews of IK multimedia software and hardware. YouTube, go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, and that little bell notification to let you know when the next video comes in. We do a lot of tech, consumer tech, a lot of music tech, and a whole bunch more, and some geekery too. So Jeffrey Powers here. Thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys geek out and drum on. Hey there, ladies and gentlemen, Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine, and we're here to unbox. This is the Vizio V-Series 5.1 soundbar. It is similar to the soundbar that we did a couple years ago. It has 6 total speakers, 96 decibel in sound, 5-inch wireless subwoofer, and then surround speakers, and everything else, pretty much DTS, Dolby sound and everything like that. So let's go ahead and unbox this and see if I can remember how this works. We got something right there. Let's go up the line. There we go. Looks like we got the tape right there. There we go. Does not want to open. There we go. Here, it's now open. Set that to the side. Let's pull back these flaps. Take out some of the foam here. We got a box, just like before. I think these are the speakers right here. So we'll set these to the side for now. Got another box, and these are the cables that we saw before. Down here is the subwoofer. We'll just pop that out. Piece of cardboard underneath. Oh, because the subwoofer's on the bottom. That's why the speakers. So you got to be a little bit careful about this. The speaker is down underneath, right there, as you can see. So let's go ahead, pull that out. And then it's nice and black. There's a little sound hole right there, and I'll show you these in a second. And then the main sound bar is right here. So let's get this up on the table and take a look at everything. All right, so we got everything here on the table. Let's take a look at what we got. First of all, we're going to take a look at the subwoofer. It is in a nice matte black. There's a little Vizio on the top here. We got the sound hole right here, and we got the speaker, which is exposed down here. So you want to be careful that you don't puncture that at all. We take a look at the sound hole really quick. Let's move over here and zoom in a little bit, or a lot of it. We have the connection. Basically, we have the connections to the satellite speakers. We have the power button and connect button. No, I guess there's no connect button this time. Just a power button. The previous model had a connect button, but it doesn't look like it. And then the AC in, so just a standard cord right there. I don't see any other buttons or anything like that on this unit. It's nice, flat black. Really nice. Let's move on. Next up is this right here. This is the sound bar itself. We're gonna, and don't know what I did with my knife, so we'll just work with the foam. And once again, you want to be careful because there's speakers and indentions. You don't want to accidentally puncture one of your speakers. That would be bad. Here it is, the 36-inch sound bar. Move that out of the way. So it's right there. There it is right there. Nice and long. On the back here, let's take a look at that. On this side, it basically says this is the HDMI ARC is right here. We'll take this off and set that right there. So that's the ARC cable. And then right above it is the optical cable. Let's see if we can zoom in some more. So there we have the optical cable right there, the HDMI ARC. And on this side, this is a what they're calling the voice assistant send through. So if you want to bring your Echo or your Google Home into here, this is where you do it. It's an auxiliary in and an auxiliary. On the top, the buttons. Now, the one thing I didn't like about the last version was those buttons, you couldn't see them. This one, the other one also had a fabric top. This one is solid plastic right here, but you definitely have the power button and looks like a page button of some sort of Bluetooth button, and then a volume up and down button, and very visible options right there. All right, and on this side, what do we have? It looks like we have a USB and the power. So USB on this side over here, and then your power, your plug over here. So 36 inches for the sound bar itself. It's not too bad. Looks pretty sturdy, and we got some rubber feet on the bottom to hope so it doesn't, of course, transfer sound, and then doesn't look like there's any other buttons or anything like that. Let's see. We got speakers. Feeling on the sides, we have two side speakers and one middle speaker right about there. All right, that's the sound bar. Let's take a look at the satellite speakers now. There we go. Those are the satellite speakers. Not much to them. We'll pop one out. We'll pop them both out, of course. Let's do that. There we go. And these are the satellite speakers. Yeah, they look really, really small. Take a look at these. Gotta zoom out just a touch here. So, okay, they kind of look like books themselves. They have a little Vizio on the side, on the back, little mounts for a stand, and then of course the plug to the subwoofer. So two of them, and of course these would go behind you like here and here. So we got that. Let's just take out the other one since we're unboxing, and there we are. So we have two speakers. It can be put on bookshelves. It feels like they need to be like this more than like this, but I'm not sure. Let's feel where the speakers are. We got a hole right here, so yeah, there's a speaker right here, but nothing up on top, so that must just be aesthetics. Now, the reason why I said that they feel like here is because take a look at this. The feet are right here, so I'm assuming if they're set on a table, they're set like that, like so. Let me move that out of the way. There we go. So they're set on the table like so, rather than on the sides like I'd expect them to be. So they would probably go like this. And if you have them on a stand, I'm not sure just yet if they will go on the stand in a vertical or horizontal motion. But I'll have to look for, there's probably instructions in this big box. So let's go ahead and move these out of the way. And then finally get into the cable box here. More tape. There we are. Let's open up the box. And as you can see, there are cables galore in here, including the two power adapter cables, which are right here and right here. Power adapters for power cables for the bar and for the subwoofer. We have the satellite speaker cables. They're probably about 25 feet, but I'll check the instructions to double check on that. Up on top here, we have a simple phone jack, or not phone jack, but stereo jack, TRRS stereo jack. Let's zoom in right here. Zoom it in. There, yeah. This is basically a stereo jack to stereo jack, which is so you can plug in a phone or another device. So next up we have here, looks like an HDMI cable. I don't know what type of HDMI cable. I usually get my own HDMI cables because these are usually not the best cables in the box. It looks like we have, okay, mounting brackets, and I'm guessing these are for the satellite speakers right here. So we got that. Okay, yeah, so these are for the sound bar right here. So some metal brackets, so you can actually set them up on a wall, possibly. Yeah, and so I would guess that these would go in, this side would go on the wall, and then the speakers would set up here, which is interesting. And then of course a couple, or maybe it's the other way, I don't know, I'll have to check. I probably won't use these because I probably don't have any place to mount them to. The remote is supposed to be different than the previous model. Let's just open this up and take a look at this remote really quick. It looks like it's AAA battery. AAA battery. I don't know why they don't make remotes with batteries that you can just plug in and charge for about an hour or two and then unplug it. USB. You know, why give me AAA batteries for that? It just doesn't make sense. So anyway, there's the remote. We got the input. It looks a little different from the last version, but pretty much the same functionality. We got the input, we got the Bluetooth, we got the power, and then the volume up, volume down setup in effect. And I'm guessing that the Smart app, SmartCast app, will definitely also be used on that. So this will go into the remote drawer when I absolutely need it. We have a couple AAA batteries, which is always cool, but once again, I just don't understand why they don't make a rechargeable battery system for this. Optical cable, we've got just a regular, this is a TRRS to RCA jack cable. So if you've got, I don't know if you got older phones or if you've got a stereo or something like that you're plugging into, you got that option. And then did I miss any cables? Doesn't look like it. We have a little foam on the bottom. Yeah, that's foam. Nothing in there, nothing in there, nothing in there, nothing in there. Okay, perfect. Let's get this out of the way. And then up on top, we have the instructions. Let's take a look at these instructions so you can see what I see. There's two things in here. Oh, this one looks like a wall mount guide. If you decide to wall mount. So those brackets are not for the satellite speakers. I think those brackets are actually for the soundbar. Let's double check. So there should be a couple of holes on the soundbar. Yes, there are. I thought those were screw holes for, you know, if you ever tried to take it apart. But no, there's a hole. There's a mounting hole right here and a mounting hole right there. So you can actually put those on a mount. You can put this onto a wall, onto a back wall like so. So that's pretty cool. If you have your TV mounted up on the wall. So gotta save that. Let's put that in over there. Now let's take a look at these instructions really quick. So we all have seen the instructions at least once. This is how it looks. So as you can see in here, now I'm seeing this. Yes, these are lying horizontally as opposed to vertically. The previous versions, they were always vertical. So that's something new. Safety instructions. Everything that we should have had: the soundbar, the subwoofer, the surround speakers or satellite speakers, remote control with 2 AAA batteries, HDMI cable, power cables. There were supposed to be some cable ties. I think I saw them, but I discounted them as foam inside there. So wall mount brackets for the soundbar. Okay, and then okay, yeah, that was this thing. Let's see, there they are. These are the mount brackets for the satellite speakers if you wanted to mount them up onto your wall. So I'm not sure how that works. That's got an interesting thing, and I don't see extra parts to that bracket. We'll have to take a look at that really quick and go from there. And of course the user manual. So power port, USB in, just like we said, and then of course the HDMI ARC. What's interesting is they don't have, I think it's just one, yeah, it's one HDMI. I thought the previous version had 2 HDMIs in there, one for the ARC and one for the regular, but they don't have that. Auxiliary in and auxiliary VA is the bottom part for analog audio in, and well, they're both for analog audio in, but I'm guessing this is the VA is where you would put in your virtual assistant or personal assistant. There we got the top of the sound bar. We have okay, so the power button, that little one with the arrow in it, that was the input button. We had the Bluetooth and of course the volume. On the subwoofer, of course, the LED, there's going to be an LED indicator on that subwoofer next to the power button, the power port, and the surround speaker ports. And then the satellite speakers have these surround ports. So, and then just connecting it up, it says you can connect up the RCA to 3.5 millimeter. That's good. Better is the optical, and then of course best is the HDMI ARC. I use the HDMI ARC on almost every single time. Every now and then, if I run into some problems with the HDMI ARC, I'll switch over to the optical, and I rarely use the RCA. But you can plug all three in if you have the option. It's not going to degrade the sound at all. Now, simply this is going to tell you, okay, plug this into the wall, and then of course the subwoofer into the satellite speakers, keeping the satellite speakers vertical, and then plug it in. Put in your batteries into your remote, and okay, we got the remote here. It's got the, as you can see, it's got the display, the input, the power, everything like that. Let's see what else they're suggesting here. For best surround experience, position the soundbar, subwoofer, and surround sound speakers as shown. So they're saying put it on at a table, and then the subwoofer. This is basically what I've got back on in the living room, but I have the surround speakers on the satellite stands, special stands that are all by themselves. So you can also put it in a front configuration. So everything is in front of you at the TV side. So, and I'm assuming there's probably a setting that you will change to say, hey, this is where all the speakers live. So I could actually, if I had it in the studio, I could put the whole soundbar stuff right there, right underneath the main monitor. So, and then that's pretty much it. I'll let you read the rest of the manual. All right, well, let's pull it all up and let's show you what we got. So we got the two satellite speakers. We got the subwoofer. Oh, there we go. We got the remote right there. And then we've got this is the 36-inch soundbar. I know that they will make other longer versions. I don't think they'll make anything shorter than the 36. That is everything in a nutshell. That you get with the Vizio 5.1 soundbar, the V51H6 soundbar, and that's everything right here. Security all around you. You need to worry about that, as you know, especially nowadays. You want to find out, you want to know who's at your front door, you want to know who's at your back door, and if you start going out again, you're gonna probably go, hey, I need some sort of security system here. I unboxed another Solium before. This is the S600. It is, the cool thing about this one is it has a solar panel on top of it, so you will not need to recharge the batteries or plug it in other than solar. And all you need is an area where it gets enough sun. It's self-sustaining solar panel. It's got the ability to talk and listen on there. It connects up to your Wi-Fi 2.4 gigahertz channel. Yeah, I'm going to probably put this in the backyard just to see who's coming up the driveway, who's coming up into the back area, the front door, and the garage and everything like that. Because especially in the winter, and that's the one thing I'm pretty interested to find out is how this is going to hold up during the winter months when the sun is not as bright as, of course, during the summer months. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and open this up. And I've got a little cellophane, so we're going to start at the bottom for the little slice in there. And we'll take the cellophane. We'll go up to the upper cam here. And we'll take off some of this cellophane. And as I was talking, they just showed up with another item that I'm going to have to unbox at a later time. Or maybe I'll do this on this one. Maybe we'll take a second to go get that item and go from there. So anyway, this is the Solium S600 right here. Solar security camera. Let's open it up. Don't forget to claim your free gift. So here we are. We've got this. Let's here's the panel. And so we got a card, just like last time. They gave us a card for Solium. We've got the wireless outdoor security camera manual. Shows you what you need to do and how you need to do it. Set that there. We've got a sticker, and basically this is the drill sticker, so that you set this on your wall, you make your holes, and then you can put everything into place without a problem. So surprise is next. Surprise. Thank you. It's a thank you card. Oh, there's some gift options you can get. I can get either an extension cable or a memory card. So I'll have to take, if I write a product review, probably. All right, and let's see what we got here. First of all, we got the solar panel. And my understanding is this solar panel can be placed in another spot. So if you are, like for instance, my front door has a little lead off in there, so I'd need to move this over to where the sun is accessible. So I can take this and move this over. I don't need to have this connected right on top of the camera. So let's take a look here. The solar panel, we've got just a cord in. That's the power cord right there. We've got looks like a connector, some sort of support connector that you can take off with a couple hex nut. And then on the sides, we have these they look like little doors. Okay, on this side is a charging port. I wonder if I can charge other devices with the solar. It looks like a micro USB, so maybe it's charging in. And then on the other side, we have another door. It's an on-off switch, and I'm not exactly sure what that means, the on-off switch. And we got something on the side. Looks like, well, the Allen wrench and a screwdriver and all the screws and anchors needed to put that in. Looks like we got the USB to micro USB cable right here. We'll pull this up and we'll throw this over here. And it looks like we got the main unit, and that's pretty much it. So we'll set that down and we'll set this over here. Now, the main unit also has wireless antenna. I'm not sure how many dB the wireless antenna is. We've got the mount on top, which also looks like it can be detached. So I'm guessing that you could probably attach it, like I said, if you need to get the panel to a sunnier source. Then we have the camera. I don't think it's 360. I think it's only 270. So you go all the way to one side, you might have to start going all the way back from there. From the looks of it, we've got the camera, we got different types of lights, a sensor up here, and then this looks to be a sensor that detects motion. So that is pretty interesting. Down underneath here, we have a QR code, which I'm assuming is how you pair the device with your phone, because there is an app for that. And on the back, yeah, I think that's pretty much it for this camera. So ultimately, with the camera, if you are with this device, if you want to, you can put this right on top, and there's ways to angle this. It doesn't have to be that flat. I just have to get the Allen wrench out to loosen this to make the turns. But it looks to turn this way or this way, but doesn't turn this way or this way. We've got the dual plug here. So here's the plug for the solar, and then this is the plug. This is the receiving plug. So we can put this right on the wall, and then we can plug it in, and then of course the solar panel. Whoops. And of course the solar panel will do its job and go from there. So ultimately, this is what it looks like if we were to attach it on the wall. Like if I come back here and just kind of set it like here. This is what it would look like if this was in your front or back. It's a little bit bigger than a lot of security cameras that I've seen. I'm not too worried about that, but it looks like it does have some free range. So if, let's say you're following a squirrel or something like that, and you want to see the squirrel and the squirrel's right underneath, this thing will probably go all the way down to take a look at the ground. So let's get this unboxing of the Rocat ELO or ELO. It's a 7.1 wireless headset. We've got this thing right here. Let's start with this one. So we'll get our handy dandy cutter and go ahead and open this up. So if you are gaming, if you're watching movies and you're watching movies in 5.1, 7.1 Dolby Atmos, and you want to have a good set of speakers. You want to have a good set of headphones so you can hear all the sounds all around you. And that's the important thing. And that's what Rocat, a company called Turtle Beach. Turtle Beach has been making sound cards for a very, very long time. And they gave me a banana hanger. Actually, it's a headphone hanger. It's the headphone hang stand. But I bet you I could hang my bananas from here too. It's very possible. If I got some bananas, I could hang them. But this is actually a stand for your headphones, which is really cool. It's nice, a nice little solid stand here from Rocat. This is the Rocat ELO 7.1 Air Wireless Surround Sound RGB Gaming Headset. 7.1 Air. It is wireless. It's got the microphone, but you don't need to set up the microphone if you don't want to. And of course, I think the stand is a little bit extra, but you know, if you've got a banana stand already, you probably don't need this, but this is the item right here. Let's go in the overhead. Let's go ahead and unbox on the overhead. We have a little tape here that we're just going to kind of fold back, and that just opens up the tab. We're going to pop this open up on top, and it looks like we're going to set it down this way. There we go. Pretty straightforward, pretty easy. We'll set that over there. We're going to start with some instructions. So we got the quick start guide. We've got warranty service for purchases in Australia. Okay. Well, if I was in Australia, that'd be cool. If I was in Australia, actually, it was really interesting. I got my notice that we were in Australia 2 years ago. So that was a fun time. I'll tell you that right now. It was a very fun time. So, all right. So we got the instructions. So quick start guide right here. And then this is important information for users in Australia. And then this is just the software to download for Windows 7, 8, and 10. So, okay, perfect. What we've got in here, we'll start here. This is the straight up the microphone, little cable, so it'll fit around like this. You know, I have mine right here. This one's right here. It's got a really nice bendable gooseneck. Now we got the cable. This might be a charger. Oh, it's just a charging cable. Okay, so it looks like a USB-C charging cable. And so that's that there. And then we've got the headphones, but we also have this right here. This is the Bluetooth or wireless module. I don't know if this is Bluetooth or wireless, but this is the dongle you need for the 7.1 surround. And so we'll set that there. And poof, we'll pop out these headphones. Underneath is some silica gel, and it doesn't look like there's anything else. All right, there we go. These are the headsets, the headphones right here. Let's move this out of the way. And we'll take a quick look at these. So on the side, we just have some film we got to take off. So pop that off right there. And then on the other side, let's pop that off right there. Nice Rocat looking symbol. Now we'll pop this in. We'll just go like this. We're going to take this. I don't want to do it on this computer, but I had this really cool laptop here that I was doing a review on last week, and it's got THX sound. It's not Dolby, but it is 5.1 surround. Now you won't be able to see what's going on the laptop. I'll bring it up here, and then I'll log in. Now we'll plug this dongle in right here. And it's going to recognize it. Yep, it's recognizing, and I'm assuming it's doing some sort of downloading of software. We'll plug this into here. And let's see, is there a left and right? Yes, this is the left. So it doesn't look like you can put the microphone on the right side. just the left side. And I'm noticing these are the wireless. There are wired versions of this, but since this is supposed to be 7.1, it's doing some digital processing to figure out its surround settings. So let's take a look right here. So what we have here on the headphones, over here is where you plug in, of course, the headset, the microphone. You don't need to plug that in if you're just listening to music or movies or something like that. We got the USB-C charge, so it might be that we can plug this directly into the computer and use it that way, but I'm not 100% sure on that. We got a power button. We've got a mute button right there for your gaming. We've got a headphone. Oh, this must be for the microphone volume. Oops, the microphone volume right there. And then we've got the headphone volume right there. That's on the left side. On the right side, we do not have any buttons or anything like that. So we have double cup earphones. They'll definitely fit over my ears. Usually these are smaller and they're not great for bigger ears like myself, but these will probably fit over my ears very well. We've got some very soft and very flexible areas right here, so we can we don't get any markings on our head, or as we're gaming, we won't see wear or tear basically, and it's all foam, so it's nice and soft. So let's go ahead and throw these on and see what I look like with a pair of headphones on. I feel like a sports announcer, and this microphone's probably got a little bit crunchy. Apologize for that, but this is what it looks like, and from what I'm hearing, it's taking out the surrounding sounds. I got a couple fans on the computer that are going on, and I can't hear them. I'm snapping my fingers, and that's doing a pretty good job of taking out some of the external sounds, so I can really do some gaming or watch some movies or anything like that. So that's what it looks on the side. We'll go on the other side. And we haven't turned it on yet. Haven't even turned it on yet. So to do that, we have the power button. So I'm going to press that. Hopefully I have some juice in these. So I'll turn them on. I'll just hit the power button once and see what happens. Oh, I heard something that went doot, 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 boop, boop. And you're seeing some green on the sides right there. And I'm hearing some beeps. Now, my little dongle has just started flashing red, and I'm not sure what that means just yet. And I think it's because of the fact that I don't have this on my Wi-Fi. So we have a really good game today. We've got player 1 versus player 2. It's going to be a rumstickle. I have no idea what a rumstickle is. All right, it says it's connected. We're still got a red light, but let me call up. Let's see what, a little video here. Let's see what we can hear. And you're not going to hear anything. So let's just, and then it's going through a whole bunch of different sounds throughout the ears to show you the area. So far, it sounds pretty good. I wish you could hear it, but unfortunately, that's how that works, is you can't hear it. So we got some color. It looks like it changes colors. So it's a nice purple and red. You might not see that with the lighting, and it just switches back and forth between that. So we've got that, and we can also have a mute button on there, so I can mute the audio if I'm going to record. I'll test the microphone, and a little bit later we'll see what happens. But this is the Roccat ELO 7.1 surround headphones with a microphone right there. Pretty cool. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here, and we are unboxing today. This right here, it's the Intel Nook computer. We got it right here on the overhead. This is it's an all-in-one. It's not a laptop. It's not a desktop. It's a Nook, and we're gonna do that next on Geek Tech Talk Live. How you guys doing? Go. All right, there we go. This is the Intel Nook, and I'll tell you something. This thing is not light. It's not heavy, but what? Hello, I didn't adjust that. Sorry about that. All right, let's not use that camera. It's not it's not heavy, but it's also not light. I mean, we're talking a few pounds here. So when you pick this up, it's like it's noticeable. It's not like a Raspberry Pi or anything like that. You know, you got a little bit of heft into that. So, and of course, this has also got memory in it. It's also got a hard drive in it, 1 terabyte hard drive, I think. Let's see with this model. Let's see what this model has. Windows 10, 16 gigabytes of memory, 1 terabyte SSD. It's got 2 Thunderbolt, 3 ports, display port. Let's see if you can see it from here. We'll flip it around so you can see it. There we go. It's got 2 HDMI ports, 6 USB ports, one for charging, 1 USB-C port. So let's take that down and let's go ahead and open this up. And there we are right there. It's a nice little box too. I mean, it's got the little Skull Canyon head right here, and so it's a nice little box that this comes in. We got the Skull Canyon. Of course, it's got a little film on it, and fairly straightforward. Nothing much to it, so we'll set that to the side. We got some foam, and we'll put that down. We got a insert here, which we will also move over here. We got a couple other inserts, and I think this first one is going to give me something. This insert has a mounting plate. Now, what's really cool about this is I could actually mount this to the side of my desk or the underside of my desk or a wall or anything like that. So that's a nice plate to have close by. We'll lift this up a little bit and we'll pull out the plug. Now, the reason why the Skull Canyon is so small is because the power is not in the Nook itself. It is in its own separate power wart. Now, this is big. This is a big wart. Let's show you. That's pretty big. A standard wart. Let's see if I got something close by. Yeah, okay. This is from my Raspberry Pi. This is my Raspberry Pi plug, and this is the power plug for the Nook Skull Canyon. Now, if you get a small or a less powerful version of a Nook, like that Nook over there, the wall wart is way smaller than this one. But this is expecting to pull some power because it might be doing some video stuff. It might be doing some audio stuff more than just, surfing, doing email and things like that. Gaming, perfect for that. So we'll set that down here. Next up, we got a little bag here, and it's got a whole bunch of screws and an Allen wrench right here. So I'm assuming this is for the mounting plate, of course. So we'll set that to the side. And let's see, it's a short 3-prong plug, which is interesting. I'll probably end up replacing this because it looks so short. It's just crazy. Well, we got some information in here, and there's nothing there. There's nothing there. So let's go ahead and put that all back in here. There you go. Get that in. There we go. And, oh yeah. Boom. Put that back in and close that case. And we'll set that to the side. Now we've got some information here. And we got 2 things. We got the Intel Nook kit, safety information caution. So it's just basically all what you should do, what you shouldn't do. Like, for instance, if you open this thing up, you should ground yourself so you don't blow out your memory or your hard drive. This is all the regulatory information right here. And then the Intel Nook, we'll flip that around for you. The Intel Nook 8 Business and 8 Enthusiast. And of course, it folds out like this. So you got all the information that you need. Plug in a mouse, a keyboard. You got your video, places where you can do your video, and you can read all that if and when you get your Nook. So let's get back over here because we still have some unpacking to do. We'll set that to the side. We'll set that to the side. We'll move that over here. And of course, we've got to do the film. Yes, let's do the film. So here we go. Bring that back. And here we go. 3, 2, 1. There. It's always satisfying, right? Let's take a look at this thing really quick. So on the bottom here, looks like the headphone. Is this a triple headphone jack? So it's a headphone and our speaker and an optical right here. Next up is, it looks like we have the power plug right here. And then we have two USB-C ports. Let's zoom in on this a little bit more. And maybe get some more light for you. So we'll just do this. There we go. So we've got two USB, the Thunderbolt ports, USB. We got two display ports right there. We've got two Ethernet jacks. So if you are running more than one network, you can do that. And sometimes you'll run a network, like for instance, I'll run a network where this one will go to my internet, but this one will go to another router, which might be an internal for my cameras, for example, or anything like that. So I'll have two networks going at one time, not uncommon. We've got 4 USB and then HDMI right here on the back. On the side, we've got just vents, and you don't want to block this. You definitely want to keep this open so the airflow happens. On the front, this is the front here, we've got a power button. We've got an SD card slot, so you can put in SD cards. It looks like we've got a little reset button or an eject button. Maybe it's a light right here. We've got a super USB-A, and then looks like I'm not sure if this is the 3.2. I'll have to check as we go. Another HDMI port right in the front. We've got this one, which is just a regular USB-C plug right there. And then it looks like this is the headphone and gaming. So that one in the back is just for speakers. This one, I believe you can actually get what's called a 3-pole headset, so you can do your gaming. They need that for the gaming because some people are going to be gaming with this machine. Now, just like I said, I'm showing you here. This is the size of it. It's about 3-4 pounds. That's the size of the wart. There's the wall wart, and there's the two right there. But here's the bottom side of it, and this is where we had that wall plate. 2 screws. Okay, there's 2 screws that'll go here and here. And this plate can also be set up in your monitor. If your monitor has what's called a VESA mount, which is basically a 4-screw system in the back of the monitor. If you're using like a regular stand on yours that doesn't use the VESA mount, then you can use the VESA mount to plug this in. And also, if you've got a TV, big screen TV, if you're using this for like a digital signage or something like that, then it will be able to connect up in the back of the screen there. So, but anyway, what it's saying is there's right here and right here, and that's, okay. So I'm thinking the reverse. These 4 screws right here will go into either the VESA mount or your wall. And then there's 2 screws. So then once you have that fastened, then you just basically slide it in like that. And that will then get your Skull Canyon, your Nook, into place to set up behind your PC. So that's pretty cool. All right, let's do this. Let's talk about Character Animator. This is a great program. If you use Adobe, let's flip here. If you use Adobe software, then this and you pay for the yearly version of the Adobe software, this becomes a part of the software that you get. So you get Photoshop, you get your Premiere Pro, you get your Illustrator, and you get Character Animator. And I've been on Character Animator ever since it was a beta. Back in 2016, it came out, and then I got Bell's palsy on this side, and I thought to myself, well, maybe I need to start doing animations and use it that way. And so I started playing with it, but then I just ran out of time, and then this side got better, and I was like, okay, I'm back to my videos. Of course, Bell's palsy affected me last month on this side of my face. It's a lot better now, but I still feel it. And so I wanted to come back into Character Animator and check it out because it's being used for so many different things. Like, for instance, did you know that Character Animator is being used on episodes of The Simpsons and a lot of the new animation shows out there? Uh, it's just amazing what you can do with it. You set up a scene, and then you run through the scene, and you have your voice actors there, and they set up their faces on the camera, and it can even do facial turns and things like that. It's going to be a little bit choppier here, the way I have it set up, as opposed to how you would probably see it on an episode of The Simpsons. But if you've also watched Stephen Colbert's Late Show, Late Show with Stephen Colbert, that's what it is, then you've seen this as well, as they've taken the fake President Trump and they've animated it in the scene. And the funny thing about this is they did that when Character Animator was still in beta, and they were like, no, this is awesome. And I agree, it is awesome, because not only can I animate a character, I can also put my own look and feel to it. As you can see, look at this, there I am. I even have, look at this, I even have my Geekazine shirt right here. There's my Geekazine shirt. And my bald head, my goatee. I don't even have gray in my goatee. And even my background back there. Look at that background. And I kept blurred it out a little bit, so, you know, it kind of looks a little depth perception there. But as you can see, I'm talking, my mouth's moving, I'm moving my eyes, and my eyes are moving. I can set it up so it can blink, but I do have the buttons to make it blink or widen my eyes. And I know my glasses are affecting the way the eyes are going, but if I take my glasses off, then I can't see, and that's not good. So I got to put those back on. So you're seeing that happen, and then of course I can wink at you. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, all right. So how did I do this? How is Character Animator going? Well, let's go over to the PTZ camera. Here's how I have it set up on my computer. Character Animator right here. I've got my character right there, and then I have the different characters, what they call puppets, on the left side. And you can actually load up different puppets. So I could flip between me and a different puppet. Let's do that really quick. And I might break things. So if it happens, it happens. But hey, let's give it a try. So we go to Window. We'll go to Welcome. And they give you a whole bunch of characters that you can play with to begin with. Let's go to the screen here. A whole bunch of characters you can play with, including balloons. There's a game, a Chicken Blaster game. But let's do this guy. This guy, I've wanted to see this guy in action. Or is that a new character? Oh, that's a new character. I'm sorry. Okay, well, let's do the ninja guy then. He's pretty cool. So what that does, that'll actually bring the second character into play. And it's preparing it right now, because I'm using a lot of process to do all of this, and so now it's preparing the scene. Now, as you can see on this side right here, where I'm pointing, is my face. And you set up the face. You got to use a camera that attaches via USB port. I've tried my Blackmagic camera, and it doesn't work. It won't let me do that. But when I took a regular camera, I got one of my other Sonys, and I got it hooked up to the AverMedia card here, the 4K card, which connects up via USB, and now it controls my face. As you can see, there's little dots on my. You might not be able to see it too well, but there's little dots all around my face, and that's what controls it. Now, as you can see, I can take this character. Look at that! I'm moving the head completely around. So this is the ninja guy. I can take the arms and I can bring them up and I can bring them down. On this side over here, there is the ability to hotkey things, like they have a chop here. That's A. So if I go A, it's supposed to chop, but I'm probably I already have something else that's. Oh, what happened to his hands? Do that again. So with that is you saw that working because I was blinking my eyes and winking, but for some reason it's not allowing me to do the punches. Let's try it. Let's try another one. Let's go. Side chop is D. There's a side chop. F is side punch. Oh, I see. So it's just preparing the hands. So look at bringing the hands, but I got to control the hands myself. So I could get it in punch mode and go whoosh, like that, whoosh, and bring it back down, and then whoosh, whoosh, there we go. And then, of course, if you bring it into Wirecast, as you can see, it completely replaced the character by me, and now I'm a ninja, and that's pretty sweet. So, and of course, if I want to go back to me, I do that, and there I am with my arms to like that. That's the starting position. So I got to just bring the arms down, and there I am, and I'm talking again. So I could actually have a conversation and say, "Hey, ninja, how you doing?" "I'm doing very fine. How are you doing?" "I'm doing great. Thanks a lot for coming to the show." "I appreciate being here. I'm so stealth at these things." You get the idea. So, and of course, I'm using NDI to bring it in. Of course, you can bring it in via the through an HDMI port, through the Blackmagic, or through another capture card type system. But NDI was super easy to do for me, so that's what I did, and I am really impressed on how this works. As you can see, there's a slight delay on the the lips because of the NDI connection, but it does really well. Now, what they do in like The Simpsons and stuff like that is they record it straight from here. So they'll have a background, and they'll have the characters here, and they'll set up the camera and the voices, and they'll talk it, and then they'll have the simple buttons here. Like for instance, if I want to change to my pointer hand and bring that up, I can do that. But they have it set up with other programs to allow it to just instantly switch, so they don't have to think about those things. But as you can see, it's pretty straightforward, and we've got some pretty good characters. You can also get some characters that look like claymation. You can have some really odd characters. You could sit here and do a question and answer thing with your Wirecast. So, and once again, you don't need to be on. So if you have a really bad pimple day or something like that and don't want to show your face like this, you can show your face like this, and people go from there. Very straightforward to put it in. Setting up the character, that was a little bit tougher, but there are animations out there. There are programs or videos out there on how to create your character. And I created, I used the default character to create this guy right here. And they show you how to do it. You can do it in Photoshop or Illustrator, which if you have the plan, the Adobe plan, you get that as well, and you can make the changes. So I just took the default character, put Geekazine onto the shirt, and gave myself a beard and, of course, the skin color change, because I think that he had a darker tone to him. And of course, you can add hair, and you can have the hair do the different things. Like, for instance, I could have my beard as a separate sprite, which then can move around as I'm talking. So if I had like my long beard like I used to have, then that could be moving around. Or I could put a head of hair on me, and then if I shake my head like this, it'll basically shake my hair as well, and it'll have its own movement to it, which is really cool. And then once I set up more of these triggers, I can do more better things, like not only just point, but also, not only just point, but also make it so it moves up and does stuff like this and then goes back down. But I haven't gotten that far in my setup yet, and still learning on there. Plus, since it's doing hotkeys, I can also use the Stream Deck to also make help with my with using these, so I can have more movement into my hands. And I definitely want that, because right now I could flip my hand, this hand right here, but I got a problem with it and my hand disappears. So I will fix that, I promise you. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see what happens, but it's just kind of fun. I think I know exactly the problem here. But it's still kind of fun to watch that go. And I do have legs and feet in this character, but nothing's assigned to them. So as I grow this character out and build it up, I can do. If you've got characters set up in Character Animator that you want to send to me to use, I'm more than willing to use them. and try them out and see how they work, and then bring them into my shows, and we can have a lot of fun with this, and maybe even make some shows or something like that. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm going to work more on this. I'm going to be doing some more live stream using the character animator and making some videos this way. So let me know what you want to see happen here and go from there. So, but that's basically character animator. What do you think about it? Would you use it? Do you have the Adobe product suite? Would you use that in your suite? Let me know by tweeting me over at Geekazine, geekazine@gmail.com. Let's go back over here because I like that and everything like that. But that's frozen. There we go. So that pretty much does it for this episode of Wirecast Pros. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope this has answered some questions. I forgot to say, hey, we do have some new members: Jason, Casey, Abdallah, Deb, Aman, Ed, Peter, Kenneth, Adam, and Martin. Thank you guys very much for being part of Wirecast Pros. Check me out at all these socials so you know how you can get a hold of me, because you definitely want to get a hold of me, right? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. So, all right. Well, thanks a lot for watching. We will see you next time. Until then, you guys geek out and Wirecast on, I guess. Take care. There we are right here. That's the T1X TWS. And what it is a set of earbuds. Wireless earbuds that is using quarter-inch dynamic driver. It is Bluetooth, of course. I'm not sure if it's 4 or 5. 24 hours of music, 36 hours of talk time, high sensitivity and easy modes, battery EQ levels and QTA. Yeah, that's pretty much all it says here. So feel. So that's FIIL. Feel. Can you feel these? So that's pretty cool. Let's check this out. Here it is right here. And I might need to get something to open. There's no... Let me open it. We'll film. Da 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 da. There we go. All right, perfect. Throw that away. And there we are. We have the feel. Let's get it in focus here. There we go. So this is the feel. Let's see how we open this. It looks like it wants to open that way, but I don't know. Is it on top? There we go. When in doubt, shake it. There we go. So here we pop that open. Oops. Set that to the side. We'll set this to the side too. What do we got here? What popped out is the Art of Audio. Earbuds activation. And they do not make it easy to read. That's what it looks like. So anyway, it's just basically open up the case and charge the batteries and connect to the device and blah, 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 blah. There's an earbud sync option. So do that. So what do we got in here? Well, it looks like we got earbuds and the case. Now, here's the case. We'll pop this out. And it's got a little film on it. And so the film, we'll just slide it out like that. There we go. Throw that away. And then we have the 2 earbuds. Let's pull out the foam. I like to keep this foam because you never know when you use it for something, because it's a nice solid foam. I can use this for different projects. So even though the box might not stay, the foam will definitely stay. That's a really nice foam. And plus, it makes it like a little French face or something like that. Hi, how you doing, folks? I'm the foam. Anyway, feel. Open it up, and we've got the 2 earbuds. On the earbuds, they have like little handles or something. I'm wondering if you could actually put on a tether hook or something like that. Let me zoom in so you can see that. Like that. So as you can see, there's like a little holder. I'm not sure why I don't see any type of tethers just yet, because we haven't pulled it all out of the box. So anyway, we put that in there, and we put this in there. It doesn't really snap like a AirPods Pro, but that's the case. And as you can see, it's charging already. Let's show you the size. We got an AirPods Pro right here. So this is the size differences. So this is a little bit longer in case, and yeah, definitely thicker. So it won't fit in your pocket as well as an AirPods Pro, but you know, hey, this isn't an AirPods Pro. This is a fil. And on here, as you can see, we got the indicator, charging indicator lights. On the back, looks like we have USB-C connection for charging. So we'll set that to the side. What else we got in here? Let's zoom back out a little bit. So there we go. Fil, true wireless earbuds. Looks like, oh wow, they have a little tab on the end so you can pull this thing out. So it gives you all the instructions. This is a better one. I'll probably read from this rather than from that little sheet that was at the top. And in here, looks like we have spare buds. We've got some sort of rubber band. Oh, okay. So that's some sort of ear hook system. So I'm guessing if you put it in the ear, it will hook around. There it is right here. Yeah, it hooks up there, and it's trying to pair up. And do that again. So yeah, that's some sort of tab that'll help keep this in the ear. So that's pretty interesting. I don't know how well it does. We'll have to play with that and go from there. It does make the case a little bit harder to close the case easily, but it does close, and of course it's charging, as you can see here. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. How you doing? Today we are going to unbox the Halo Band. This is a brand new device from Amazon. And before we start anything, got to give you the spiel here. I actually paid for this with my own money here. This is the Halo Band, by the way. I had it setting down. I'll set it like that. I paid for this with my own money. All opinions are of my own, and nobody has any say, as we're just unboxing and doing a first look. So we run into any problems. That's what happens. So anyway, let's move on. Let's get going. This is the Halo Band from Amazon. Let's show you what it is. It's a body composition. Let's get back there. Body composition. It measures your sleep, your tone of voice, and a lot more. The one cool thing about this, I'm not a big fan of watches. As you can see, I don't wear too many watches. This band is something that is more than a watch, because it's not going to tell you time. In fact, there is nothing on this band that will display anything at all. Everything that it does do will be voice activated or through the measurements to taking things like your heart rate and stuff like that. And this band will do this on a pretty regular basis, I think a lot. It's also going to measure your sleep. It's going to measure the way that you deliver stuff. So, and that'll be interesting. If I'm wearing this band and say, hey, and you know, I'm talking to you guys and say, hey, you're being too strict, or I don't know what it's going to do. You know, maybe it'll come back and say, hey, you know, you might want to think of how you say things or what. I'm not sure. I'm really excited about that tone of voice. Now, I did get the black onyx version, and and they do have different versions. They have the black onyx, they have the blush rose gold, and then they have the winter and silver. And the bands, as you can see, you have bands, and I did put a couple bands in here that you can get for this this device. We got a few right here. We'll go through the two as you see them, and then we'll go back here. But the whole idea is that if you want to change up your bands, different looks and things like that, you can. The only thing is the main unit will still stay black instead of rose gold for the backing device. But you know, that's okay. It is also a service, which means that you get in this an introductory offer. I get 6 months for free. After that, it's $3.99 a month to have them track. And they've got an app already downloaded the app to do the tracking on. So we got that going and we got that all set up. So with that said, with that done, let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed. We're gonna open this up, and there was plastic over this, so it wasn't wrapped other than this plastic, but that's okay because that's what we were showing here. So this is the Halo Band box. Become the leading expert on you is what it says, and down here it says there's a body composition, sleep, tone of voice, activity, and membership. So tone of voice, that's the one I'm most interested in. It says analyze your tone of voice to become more aware of how you sound to others. That's going to be interesting. How do I sound to you guys? Activity, it says track active and sedentary time. So it's going to notice that I'm sitting a lot, basically. Body composition, it's going to tell me where my body percentages lie and how much sleep I get on here. So that's going to be interesting. Plus, probably some other things. I see it's for iPhone. I don't see anything on, let me flip over here. I don't see anything on the Google aspect of things. So it might just be for iPhone at this point. It is waterproof. You wear it while swimming. You can, it's got the fabric band. It's a sensor, charging clip, and 6-month Halo membership. That's what's in here. So let's go ahead and open this up. And to do that, we got these two little rip tabs right there. There's one on that side and one on this side. There we go. No noise to those, so no excitement from the opening. But anyway, we will set this down. Let's open this up this way so it slips right off. There's the Halo Band right there. And let's see, how does this open? Oh, it looks like we have another piece of tape, and there's I like this because they have like a little point to rip from, although there's no type sound. That's too bad. Oh, hey, don't escape. No escaping yet. We don't want escapes. All right, here we go. So there's the band. Let's just set that right there. Let's open it up. There is our wearable right here. So we're going to pop that out, and we're just going to set that to the side right there because there's more to unbox first. So let's get to the other stuff before we get to the band. We got a little band on the instruction manual. So let's pull that off. And then it says, Halo, Halo. Open it up. It says, meet your new Halo Band. Get it charged, get the app. Talk about the tone and more about the microphone. If you'd like to analyze a full conversation, press the button once at the beginning of the exchange. This will also bookmark it to review later. So that's interesting. I can't wait to try that. That's pretty exciting right there. We'll set that right here. Next up is the clip, and you can actually buy other clips to charge your band. So if you need like 2 or 3 like office location or home location or anything like that, you can do that. That just slides right off, and then whoop, like a little clip monster. How you doing? I'm fine. Thank you very much. I'm near. That's definitely, I'm not a ventriloquist. Jeff Dunham, I am not. So, and of course we got to pull that off right there. And there's the USB. I am going to pop the plastic off here, and I'm actually going to plug this into my Intel NUC, which is right here in the box. Nothing else. I think this is just extra packaging. And now we're going to do this nice little Amazon smile as we pull off the Onyx band. Put that back in the box. We'll close the box and we'll slide that, and there we go. Here it is, the band in question. Now, as you can see, like I said, absolutely no face. There's going to be no lights, no LEDs, no LCDs or anything like that. Let's get this connected to the charger. I don't know if there's a specific way that it goes. Let's see. There are some tines right on this side, so the non-curved side. Before we do, got one more thing to take off, and that's this right here. Little plastic right here. Let's go ahead and pull that off. There we go. And now I see those tines. They're right there. So this thing actually goes on the side. Okay, so that makes sense. Look at that. Now it's curved, and we've got a little charge light on here. So we're going to let that charge for a couple minutes as we go, because we want to make sure that we have some sort of charge. It's not going to uncharge or lose connection when it's when we're setting this up. So we'll just set that to the side for a second. Let's go ahead and pull out the app, and I loaded the app right here, Halo. Let's go over here, and it says when I first opened it up, it said you'd like to use the Bluetooth, so I have to say yes to that, which you should too as well. And it says connect to how you feel. You want to set up your band, so we're going to hit that button. Now, of course, it's going to ask me for the sign-in, so I'm going to put in my email address. It's saying, hey, let's get started. So you say, yeah, let's get started. Who do we have to add to the band? We're going to say me. And it said, what's your birthday? And I'm going to put in my birthday. You're not going to see that. Hopefully it won't show it again. All right, so let's do that. And it says, how tall are you? So I'm going to put in my height. And we'll go like that. And it says, well, what's your weight? 154 pounds. I like that number. That's a great number, right? No, it's not my number. So what is my weight? We'll go next. And am I a male or a female? I am a male. And we'll go next. And then it's going to say, hey, let's protect your data with a mobile number. We'll get that verification code. So I'm going to submit that. Oh, I got to put in my phone. Oh, doesn't remember that. Okay. And I think I'm going to get an access code in a second here. I know, and that's an expirable code, so it really doesn't matter if you hear that or not. So it's verifying it right now. Verified. And then it says preparing your band, plug in the charger, which is what I did. Plug in the clip, and it actually shows you. So I got a little bit ahead of myself. So it is charging. In a few seconds, a white blinking light shows, and it's ready to pair. Which that is the case right now. That actually has been blinking the whole time. Let's go ahead and hit next. When your band pairs with your smartphone automatically within the Halo app, and it's looking. It hasn't found it yet. There we go. We're going to select that. So Halo membership. It says it comes with a 6-month membership, and afterwards I'll be paying $3.99 a month to do the tracking. We'll hit continue, and it says there's an update available. So let's go ahead and update this, and it's installing updates. It says it could take up to 10 minutes. So hopefully it won't do that. The one thing I didn't talk about was the labs, science-backed experiments and challenges from experts. So if you're, let's say you say, okay, I'm going to be in workout mode, you might get a challenge. Hey, do 50 sit-ups, or I don't know. I'm just off the top of my head here while we're waiting for this update to happen. And oh, hey, it just did that. Yay. So let's see. I want to check this battery really quick. Battery life up to 7 days with the tone disabled. So if you're not using the tone, you can have this on for a whole week before you have to charge it. And up to 2 days if you do have the tone enabled. So, and I'm guessing that you'll probably turn it on and off at times. So when you're not needing to use it, you'll have it off, and then you'll see about 5-6 days worth of use. But if you have the tone on all the time, then you'll have to recharge it every 2 days. But it's more than 24 hours, and that's pretty cool for such a small unit right there. All right. So this is now saying, hey, do we want to allow notifications, reminders, and alerts? We're going to say we're going to allow that. And it says Amazon Halo would like to send you notifications, and we will do that. It says to put on your band. I'm going to put it on my left hand, so left arm, but it's asking which arm do you want to put it onto. So I am now going to unclip it from here. We've had a little bit of time, and it says to put it with the button inward. So we have this button right here, and I'm going to put it on my wrist. I don't know how tight it says. Make sure the button faces you. Slide the band just above the wrist. Tighten until snug. So don't over tighten or else you lose circulation. That's not a good thing. So nice and snug. And we'll put that in there. And there we go. We're going to hit continue on the app. It's going to finish the band setup. It's going to load my profile. And it says check here, and it says next. We'll hit next. It says you're all set.
Here are some features to get the most out of your Halo experience.
And then some features. So let's just hit done here because I'm ready for this. There's the app right there. And it says activity points 0. I got to do a little bit more before I can gain some points. We got sleep last night. I didn't sleep at all last night, apparently. And tone, learn how, this is where we're going to start here. We're going to hit tone. And it says, learn how you sound to people around you. Set up tone. And it says, all you need to do to set up tone is a few minutes and relatively quiet space. This is rather quiet, so we will do that. Set up your tone. Halo Band will analyze your voice throughout the day, which will use the band battery faster. You'll need to charge this as often as 1 to 2 days. I don't know how much charge is on the band just yet, but we're going to hit continue. And it's going to say, while wearing your band, press and hold the button until you see the green light. So I got to press and hold this button until I see a green light. I don't know where the green light's going to come from. I'm hoping it's going to be it's not being covered by my... Okay, there it is, right there. So it was right there. And then it came back on and it says microphone on. And it says, like to use the microphone. Let's learn my voice. So let's go ahead and hit continue. Read out loud in your natural voice. Okay. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. There it goes. Little checkbox right there. There is no living thing that is not afraid when there are those who have knowledge and those who have understanding. Now it's analyzing my voice. Voice ID created. There we go. So now we have a tone. So within the next 48 hours, this tone will now start to populate. So I'd be very excited to see how that's going to work. So now we can do the measure and track your body fat. We'll get started. Taking a body scan is easy. Okay, I'm going to need to stand to do this. So I will set this up. I'll have to set up a device. And then I don't know if I've got to get naked. And if that's the case, then we're not doing this on the stream. So, and it's asking to turn on backups. We're going to turn on cloud backups. Allow the camera to access your phone. And we'll say access. And we'll say okay. And then it says your ethnicity is, and I'm saying my ethnicity. Is your volume turned up? Yes, it is. I'm ready.
Let's get started. Find a well-lit area and try to avoid light from behind. Change into minimal clothing so the camera can see your body.
Yeah, so I'm going to need to take off some clothes to do that. So we're going to do that a little bit later. You don't need to see that. Battery is telling me 77%, so I should be able to wear it for the day without any problems. I have the notifications set up. The tone is optimized. And health data I will be putting together shortly. The Halo Band. And this is the next thing I want to show is how do we do the Halo Band change. I'm assuming there's just a couple little tabs on this band that you can pop off. Yep, 1 and 2. So this is the device right here. Pretty straightforward. Nothing fancy to it. And of course you can change out bands, and there's some information on the top, and that information basically says the model number and the FCC ID and Amazon. Its input is 5 volts, and it's the battery looks to be about 210 milliamps. I think that's what it said. So it's a smaller battery. So I'm hoping it won't overheat. That's one of the problems I always have with some of these watches is they feel really warm after a while. So hopefully that won't happen. But I can definitely change these bands out fairly easy. And the other thing is if I don't like attaching the band this way, I can flip it around to attach it the other way. So, but we'll keep it this way for now. Don't want to get over snug, just enough. You know, as a drummer, when I wear watches, I got to make sure that it's not loose enough where it can roll up and down my wrist, but also not too tight, as it can cut off circulation if you get it too tight. So the best thing to do is take a finger and just put it like that, and that makes it nice and snug. Move it around, see if it's moving around. It looks pretty solid there. So I think that's where we're going to leave this right here. So that's it. That's the band. That's the setup. That is the unboxing. We've got the charger. You can get extra chargers when you get your Halo band. And of course you can get different types of bands. So, you don't need the black onyx. You can switch it up. And I'm assuming that's also will change the size, because there were 3 sizes of the Halo band. There was a small, medium, and large, I think. Yeah, small, medium, and large. And I'm not sure if that means that band, the device inside the band, or the band itself. And yeah, this is the one I purchased in the black onyx. But you can get the blush and rose gold, or the silver, depending on how you are. And of course, you can get different bands, sport bands and fabric bands. So that's pretty much it. The next thing to do is just follow me, and then we'll do a follow-up in a couple days and see how these numbers are going. Go ahead and give me a follow. Give me a like. There's that little star right there. Jeffrey Powers, Think Magazine, put in a geek. That's me, Geekazine. The follow button right there. And go ahead and contact me in many ways and tell me if you got yourself a band and what you think about it. And we'll go from there. All right, that's pretty much it for this Geek Tech Talk Live. I hope you enjoyed it. And until next time, thanks a lot to Kevin for putting something in the chat there. Until next time, you guys geek out. We'll see you then. And oh yeah, there's also gear. Almost forgot. Get the gear and take a picture. Send it to me, and we'll get you. I'll post your picture here. So, anyway, thanks a lot for watching. You've been watching Geek Tech Talk Live. I'm Jeffrey Powers. Take care. We have so many others. We'll just leave it at that. But I want to get to this Telestrator software now, because this is awesome, and I've been playing with this for a little while, and it's great because I have the ability now to draw on the screen and see what's on the screen. And it's a company that is called Panimation. And the software itself is not that expensive, where you can create your drawings. You can actually do more than that. You can actually build together different features. Like, for instance, okay, let's say you've pre-recorded some content and you wanted to have a little Telestrator to it. So I could be talking like this, and then all of a sudden a little box draws. Let's say I'm talking about somebody's enterprise IT infrastructure, and then I say, well, it all starts with a server, and then all of a sudden a box draws up here that has a little server, or a picture of a server for that matter. And then lines drawing to that go to the different boxes that go to the computers, and then it draws all up on the screen. And I don't even have a pen in my hand. I'm just doing this. So you can actually record stuff on here and then telestrate it later, and then break it down, and then bring it into your video as a pre-recorded video. So that's an option there. But you can use it as a Telestrator. The whole John Mann, well, you get this person right here, and he's going this way, and that guy's going that way, and we're all going all these ways, and there's a plane behind me. Ho! So that's the type of Telestrator that I want to talk about, because this is if you're doing a lot of live stuff, even pre-recorded stuff, this can help you in many different ways. So let's talk about how we can integrate it into Wirecast. It's actually not that difficult. There's 2 ways you can do it, and I'll show you one of the 2 ways. So first of all, this is the Panimation software. The website's called MNDI. So just do Panimation Telestrator and it'll call up there. So you can do a lot with this software. There's 2 versions of the software, Global Caster Panimation. And as you can see, you can do graphics on this. So I could actually do my lower thirds from this thing too. You have the Panimation software, and then you have Panimation Pro. And for $295, that's not a bad price. Whereas I know the NDI Telestrator from NewTek is $495. So, and that's just the software. It's not the computer. The computer, by the way, the computer I have here is an HP Elite X2. I got this 4 or 5 years ago. This is not a new computer by any means. I got this this machine basically because of the fact, and I had a review up on Geekazine somewhere. I got this and I use this whenever I have presentations. So you have a presenter and you have a bunch of bloggers or something like that around a table. So they would use this as the PowerPoint presentation because I could take off the keyboard and throw it away or whatever. And it has a Wacom pen. The Wacom pen doesn't have, I don't have the battery. It's like a AAA battery. So the pen's not working right now. But I have my Mix 2 pen, which is also a touch screen pen, and it works perfect. So I can use that, and that's what I've been using today for that. But anyway, this laptop is using a Core M5 processor in it, which is not the latest, and it wasn't the top of the line even back then. This is a mobile processor, the M5 processor. So, and it's on the Sandy Bridge chipset, so it can do a lot that the Core i5 could do at the time. So it has a lot of the functionality. And as you can see, I've got NDI hooked up to it. You're seeing my PTZ camera, which is this camera right here, go to this screen and use it as a screen. I have this set up as the telestrator right now. But if we do close it, let's close it out. And then we go into the Panimation software. You have there's 3 pieces of software that you get: the 1080 window, the 768 window, and then Panimation Monitor 2. That's what you use, is the Panimation Monitor 2. And then I haven't put my license information in here yet. Just got it. And it comes up like this. This is a recording window area. So you can actually use this to record your video. So like right now, if I wanted to record, let's just say I'm doing a how-to video on this, I can use this as that, and I got a recording timeline, which then I can change and I can alter and I can adjust and all that other good stuff. So I'm going to use a telestrator. So I'm going to choose the telestrator option right there, and now I'm in telestrator mode. The cool thing about telestrator mode, where was that? I now close that out. Let's see, need settings. There we go. And we have this thing called Workspace Properties. And inside Workspace Properties, I wish I could zoom it in, but it's such a small window, but I can't resize it, unfortunately, on here. I have the ability to go NDI out, so I can send this to Wirecast or whatever live streaming software I use, or I can do NDI in. So where the yellow is what's active. It says NDI with alpha channel, because you need the alpha channel. That's what does the telestration. And then the format, and it's got multiple formats all the way up to 4K. I don't know if I can use 4K on this machine, but it's a Intel Graphics 530 graphics in here. But it does great in bring this out. So I've got this telestrator, which works really, really well. So now I want to bring it into Wirecast. So then let me just show you really quick. So I've set up a couple things. It basically just basically a punch. So it creates a circle around the screen. Now, in all reality, you should technically be seeing a circle right about here. But now we have to set it up so you can see that. And this is how you do that. Let me bring this over. It says 8 NDI outputs and resolutions up to 4K. If you're interested in that. So anyway, here is my setup for Wirecast. Oh, first of all, Mike is going, hi, just joining. Thank you for the review. You bet, Mike. Thanks a lot for being on the show. All right, so there's 2 ways to do this. The one way, I would have to reset up my Wirecast. And as you know, my layer system goes like this. My top layer is always the penultimate overlay graphic. Like for instance, the Geekazine bug that I'm now turning off and turning on. That is on the penultimate master layer 1, because it needs to be on top of everything. Master layer 2 is usually my graphics. This is the things like my lower thirds and stuff like this that you will see on here. And I also have, I do have here, I could actually put this here, but then I lose my I lose all of this stuff, which that shouldn't have popped up. But anyway, the whole point is that that's what that layer has always been. The third layer has always been my camera shots. So there's me up close, my screen, the PTZ, all the shots that I have up here. Fourth layer is always audio because I've always separated audio from video. I hate cameras that camera audio. I don't want it. If I have to have it, I use it. But if I don't, I run everything through one source. And these are all my audio sources. Then the fifth layer, this is always the throwaway layer. So I could utilize this by bringing the fifth master layer and bringing it up, turning it into the third master layer, which would then bring the third to the fourth and the fourth to the fifth, which means I'd have to do a whole bunch of work in my what am I thinking? My Stream Deck. So I might just do that if I use this Telestrator software more. But the other way to do it is to create a scene. And I'm not talking about going to a Walmart and starting to yell at the staff or something like that. I'm talking about, let me turn off my auto live so this doesn't switch over. I'm talking about creating a scene with the master layer on there. So we have my PTZ camera, which is right there. Now I basically just copied that and brought that over. And then in here, I said, okay, add a layer. And now basically it's an NDI layer. And in that NDI layer, I said I want that PC. And on the machine, I have NDI Tools 4.5 installed. And I'm using the scan converter. I think is it the scan converter? I always forget. It's the yellow one. And then I set it to the screen. So now it sends out an NDI signal of the screen. But this also, and I don't even need to do that now I'm thinking about it, because this has NDI inside the software. And so scratch that last part. Inside if you turn on the NDI in here, it will send it out. They'll send the video out to this machine. So now with this setup and everything's active, I just have to go to this scene. And now if I hit that circle stamp and hit here, it's now going to show up with a circle right here that's overlaid. So it's over my hand, as you can see, whereas this one is not. And then I clear it. And now I can do this writing, and I can go, I'm talking about this and bringing this over here and la 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 la. And you've now got a telestration right on the screen. Let me switch back so you can see this in its full glory. And we'll just do it like this. There we go. I think I've got this set up right. Let's bring this back to where I need it to. Okay, so now this is on the PTZ screen. Don't watch this screen because this is not going to be perfect. And as you can see, it's doing the inception thing as we're talking. But it's a great way to start. So if you want to draw on it, you can see yourself as you're drawing. I set up another scene. There's no plane behind me now. This is my Telestrator scene. And I can't see it on here because I haven't... Have I? No, I did. I haven't set it up yet. Actually, I have set it up, but I've turned on the NDI. And that's basically going into your output and output, NDI output, and start. Now, in here, let's go back here. We need to go out of the PTZ camera, and we need to, it should show up my Wirecast Live output. It's small, so I'm not sure, I'm not hitting the button. There we go. And now, if I switch to this, boom, hello, no plane, remember? Now I have it down here, and you can't. Unfortunately, you can't see it unless I do this. Unless I do the split screen again. But I'm seeing myself not in real time. It's actually a small delay, and I suppose if I had a better graphics processor in here, it would be more real time. So now I can talk about my enterprise computer system, and I can say, okay, so I have. Let me do this. Bring that up. So I have my computer. And it's got my camera that's pointed at me, blah, blah, and that's wired. And then I have a camera in the cloud on my network, basically, that's pointed at me, blah, blah. But then this is going to another computer that's handling another camera, and then it's sending NDI back to this computer. Now, both of these computers are going to my router. There we go. And then that's going to another machine, which is handling all of my graphics. And then that's coming back to this machine, like so. It's a little bit delayed. I apologize on that. Once again, I didn't refresh the, let's refresh the NDI on this case. So if this was plugged in as opposed to being wireless, it would do a lot better on the connection for sure. But I also needed to have the mouse plugged in. We did have some small problems at the beginning because I ran the resolution at 1080p on this laptop, but I had it at 125%, and that causes problems. Any type of software like that will cause problems. It's not just a their panimation software. It's not that. So, but now it's sending NDI source from my Wirecast to this machine, so I can see it on the screen. And let's see, you can see it right now. There it is before it switches over. So I can see myself on that machine, and then I can come back. The best part about the scene, though, as you just saw, I can keep all this scribble up and then switch to another scene, and then you don't see that scribble anymore. I could go to this one, you'll see the scribble, or this one and see the scribble. So I can talk about that and then clean the screen, but bring it back. You can also do it by having this on its own separate layer, master layer. But this would be easier to do if you need to switch between screens. So you could literally have somebody like I don't know, a weatherman or something like that, and maybe on a green screen with the weather behind him, and then he could be drawing. Okay, we've got. Let's clear this out. There we go, and there we go. And he's going, yeah, watch out for those cold fronts. So they're coming this way and this way and this way and this way, and go from there. Oh yeah, that's definitely slowing things down. I got way too much NDI coming through right now. So yeah, I definitely would want to connect this up to the network via Ethernet cable to run a little bit smoother. But anyway, you get the idea. Is now you have the ability to do telestration. Plus, you could do things like replays and stuff like that. So this could capture some replay, and then you could telestrate that replay, send it out back through NDI, and go from there. So there's an option right there. And it's fairly straightforward to set up. Let's just clear that. Fairly straightforward to set up. Just a slight learning curve. Like I said, the screen resolution was the big problem with this right here. But if you got a good laptop, like a Surface Pro or something like that, it'll work perfect. I do have a ZBook over there, which I can definitely hook up to this thing. But I wanted to see if this worked because of the fact that it's just a screen. It can run in tablet mode. I can run it flat. I can plug in the mouse if I want to, but I don't need to anymore. And then just run it this way and see how that works. So now if I run this flat, then unless you're looking at this view right here, you can't see that I have a telestrator. And I could have the telestrator overlaid on here. So at any time, if I need to draw a circle or a square or something like that, I can just do that. Now, I know there's some of you out there that have been looking at this. That's basically a solution where they take a piece of glass and they put it out front, and you take the light markers. The glass has lights all around the edges, which light up that main scene. And then you have to have the proper lighting to do this. And you can't have any text on your shirt to do this, because what happens is it flips the image around, so it looks like you're drawing. So if you in the right direction. So if you write down hello, you actually see hello in that right way. This way, Yeah, you do have to look at a screen for a couple seconds, but it's up there and you have it completely telestrated. And you don't have to buy a big piece of glass on wheels or something like that, because I did have a friend that his broke. It shattered in all its glory and beauty. It was a spectacular scene in San Francisco because they were crossing the street with the telestrator, the glass pane, and it just went boom. It can crack super easy and it can break super easy. And yeah, it wasn't an official one. He actually made it himself. So it is what it is. But and I love this technology. I love this idea, but it's not for everybody. And this is a good alternative because I can take this on the road with me. Welcome to Geekazine's Virtual Conference Coverage 2020. Today we have Stephen Tellamy. He's from EditShare, and we're going to be talking about, these times, these unprecedented times, as the commercials say. And he's got some great information with his company, EditShare. So let's bring you in. How you doing, Stephen?
I'm doing very well. Well, as you say, within these weird times that we're in, doing good.
All right, and of course, you're with EditShare. Why don't you tell people about what EditShare is all about?
Yeah, so EditShare, we kind of do, I guess, 2.5 things. Our predominant business is around video production storage, so high-speed scale-out storage that you can do all of your video editing, your post-production needs on it. We also have media asset management in our Flow product, and the half a thing is also what we would say is APIs. So we're very much about being an open ecosystem that allow people to plug in to our systems, to extend our storage platform, to extend our media asset management platform, and sort of glue those things together. So those are all of our kind of main points, and I think we can talk a bit about how those we're using each of those things within this kind of time where people are working from home and trying to produce their content from weird remote production environments that they've not had to work in before.
Absolutely. Like the production that's going on behind you. Are those shoes and a microphone? What's that?
Yes, this is my home studio. So I actually also, as well as being CTO here at EditShare, I'm also a media composer. So I write music for film and stuff. The shoes are actually our swag. So we should get you some actually. The little ones. Normally we'd walk around the trade shows with them. So NAB we would have had them out then. But of course we're all a bit virtual on that kind of sense. So
yeah, absolutely. So all right, well, let's get into a little bit about EditShare and what you want to talk about today.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think something that's very exciting that we've just launched is our EFSV product. And this is an entire cloud-based product that allows you to get working remotely, or actually as your mainline work very, very quickly. So we've been working on cloud environments for quite some time to extend beyond what we've been providing on-prem. So on-prem you can buy our physical storage, our media asset management, and the EFSV product allows you to extend that into a cloud environment. And we've done that to allow people to very quickly spin up an instance in the cloud. We've been partnering with a number of people in the ecosystem, so people like Adobe, AWS, and we've built up our whole ecosystem so you can do all of your editing in a cloud environment.
Okay, and what type of requirements do you need for one of these systems?
So the requirements are you basically would access the system using a technology called Teradigi. So they're a remote desktop technology. It gives you very high bandwidth, low latency editing experience. And so when you're using that experience, it just feels like it's a local environment. You're connecting to a remote desktop, a Windows workstation that's running in that cloud environment. It's got all the GPU power. So all of those requirements are taken care for. You can actually be running on a very low specification machine locally, because you're connecting to something very powerful in the cloud with, GPU, CPU, memory, and that's where you'd run your editing software like Adobe Premiere, or you could be running DaVinci Resolve, or you could be running Avid Media Composer. You can be running those on that remote desktop. And so locally, your resources are not too bad, actually. You do need some bandwidth, of course, to run that. Connection into the cloud, so you need the back and forth to have that really nice responsive thing. But other than that, it's pretty lightweight, and that's, I think, is a really good value, because it means that wherever you are, if you've just had to sort of you've had to leave your current production facilities, you're working from home, you don't have the specs of laptops or environments locally, you can very easily unlock that power in the cloud.
Yeah, and you mentioned the bandwidth, and that's probably the key, because something like that I would use while I'm on the road, and in something like a Las Vegas setting, I'm getting video done. I want to get it up there so I can get it edited by a crew, or by myself for that matter. And would something like a Las Vegas hotel setting be a good situation for that?
Potentially, yeah. I think it really depends on the kind of workflow that you want to do, and that's why we've got some really good flexibility in the end-to-end system. Getting your material first into the cloud is one part of it. So you can use some technologies such as Expedat or Aspira, these types of technologies, and so we've pre-integrated some of those solutions. It means that you've just been walking around the Strip in Vegas, you've got some footage, you need to get it into the cloud very quickly, then you can just use those technologies to maximize whatever bandwidth you actually have in your hotel room, right? So if you've got a large amount of bandwidth, great, it's going to get up there very, very quickly. So using those types of tools gets your media into the cloud very quick. Once it's up in the cloud, we can scan it with our asset manager, and that will then generate it will generate the proxy resolution versions of those. So then there'll be a lower resolution proxy that's actually very accessible and very easy. So actually, if you didn't have the connection to run a Teradici's, I think Teradici's sweet spot is around 20 megabits per second. Okay. That gives you a very good, very responsive feeling like you're editing locally. If you don't have that kind of bandwidth, instead you could switch to using our Flow Story product, and that seamlessly switches to using the proxy version of the media, which is much lower resolution, but still very usable. You can still edit with it, and then once you've got some availability to get back to a higher bandwidth, you can then switch back to the high resolution material to do your finishing up and your conforming, those kind of things. So those are, in terms of those requirements, we've got some good flexibility between whether you're going to run something at a low resolution and then finish it in high resolution, or you do the whole thing in the high resolution. Yeah,
absolutely. And I've heard that if your hotel room doesn't work in Las Vegas, you can jump on a bus and be able to work from there in high speed. So,
yeah, that's a good idea.
Absolutely. Now you have a few companies working on that. You have a map here that you're going to be showing me, right? What's this?
Yeah. Let me talk about this. So this is a scenario that we put together with Amazon Prime Video. So they're one of our customers who helped us put together this end-to-end solution along with AWS. So in this scenario, we had the Monte Carlo ATP tournament, and that was being sent back to London to a production facility where Amazon Prime Video were streaming it out live to their customers. But at the same time, we were capturing that live feed and uplinking it to the data centers in Virginia. So that's the AWS data centers. That's where we hosted our EFS, so our edit share file system, all virtualized in that cloud. And you had remote editors who were in LA in this case, using that Teradici technology we talked about to access that content in the cloud. So they were using virtual workstations. They were editing using Adobe Premiere on a Windows desktop that actually was in the cloud. It was connected to our high-speed storage. And then when they were done with their editing in LA, they could use our Airflow tool. So Airflow is a web-based review and approve tool. It uses some of those proxy files we were talking about earlier. Okay. So when they finish their edit, they can upload it to that Airflow environment, and then somebody back in the London production center can say, yep, that looks good, or please change this shot or tighten that sequence or use something else. So they can put commentary into that Airflow workflow tool and review it. And so all of these pieces actually are bits that people can use. So you might need the accelerated transfer that we talked about, uploading your content with Expedite. You have the remote desktops and those types of technologies. And I think the other really important part to emphasize here is you need a very high performance storage layer. So we sit on top of Amazon's own storage layer, which is called EBS. We put our virtualized file system on top of that. And what it does is it allows that to span many virtual machines and scale out to, many terabytes, even up to petabytes of storage, but all of that being at very, very high throughput, because when you're doing a video edit, it's not just the quality of the remote desktop experience that's going to be valuable. It's also going to be the speed to which you can stream that video from the storage layer. And so we've optimized that to work really, really very well in a cloud environment.
Yeah, because there's many different factors that you have to worry about from one end to the other. So it's called the EFSV. Was that correct?
That's right, EFSV. Yep, it's up there on our website now. We've just relaunched our website. We're very excited about it. And so in the product section there's an EFSV page that talks all about the solution. I've also got a little bit of it running locally on my machine. If you'd like to take a little look at the experience.
Absolutely. Let's do that really quick. We'll flip over to this page while you switch around screens.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is the page that he's talking about where the EFSV lives. And you can experience that, check that out from there. So, all right, let's see. So we go over here.
So what I'm going to show you, this is going to be proof that, because it's quite difficult to show you that we're in remote desktop environments because it looks like local. I'm using a Mac here. I'm connecting to this NLE instance here, a virtual instance that's running here in the AWS cloud. So that's what I'm going to be connecting to. So when I switch screens here, now I'm looking at a desktop. It's a Windows desktop, right? Okay. So this is the remote desktop experience that's running in a cloud environment. So this is actually running in an AWS data center. I'm connecting to it with Teradicci, and I've got Adobe Premiere here up and running. You can see I've got something and I'm midway through editing, and I've got the full editing experience here. So I've got the ability to stream this, and the quality is really good in terms of, I'm not sure how well it comes across on Skype.
You're seeing this, so go ahead and run that video again. Think about this. It's not only going to the AWS server and coming back to him and wherever the server is for that, whether it be United States or London or whatnot, then it's coming through to me, which I'm then recording it, and it looks, maybe a little bit of frame rate issues, but it looks really nice from here.
Yeah, it's really, really very powerful. And for me, it looks, perfect, in terms of this. And so this is actually running in the Ireland data center. And this is the value of the, cloud environment, is I can put the same solution in Virginia, in Ireland. I can put it, around the globe in different data centers. We've stood this up in Sydney. We've stood this up in Japan. So wherever in the world people are working, we can deploy this same solution so they get that really low latency response. But also, as you say, I'm able to share a screen with you. You're able to see these things, and we can also stream things to each other using NDI and some of those other plugins. So the responsiveness of this product is quite astonishing, and that was really the experience that we've got when we've been putting this into people's hands. We've made it very easy for people to get on board and spin up both a proof of concept system, so they can just go and try their workflow. And we one of our US customers, he just basically said it's like he couldn't believe how good it was. He could do exactly the same workflow that he would normally be able to do in his production suite. In fact, he had multiple monitors set up in his rig at home, and he was able to split the Teradicci remote desktop across all of those screens. So really amazing, that you can do all of that from a cloud-powered system.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about, I'm assuming this is all going to be scalable, so there's probably no one set price, one introductory type situation here.
Sure, yeah. So we can the price can go from one point to another. So in terms of our kind of cloud offering, it starts at around $480 per month, plus then the AWS cost. If you combine the two, it comes to about $750 per month, and that gives you a starting system. But you can then obviously scale that up. So, depending on how much footage you want to be putting, how much editing, how many workstations you want to be running as well. So the great thing about a cloud environment is you can just spin them up and use them as you need them. So if you've just got an editor who needs to start working on a system, and they just need to do 2 hours of editing and then they're done, you can just spin up the workstation for that period of time and then shut it down, and you stop paying for it, which is a really good, powerful way of cost saving. So there's a lot of cost savings things you can do in terms of the overall system to give you a real flexibility of tailoring the system to the way you would like it to work. Wouldn't mind talking to you a little bit about our Flow product as well, because our Flow product is our media asset manager, and that Media Asset Manager is really helpful in terms of these remote production types of scenarios. And so I'm just going to switch screens as well, just to show you a little bit of what I was talking about, our Airflow, but I'll also talk a little bit about some integration we did with Zoom, which is really cool. So this is our web browser. So this was what I was talking about earlier when we were talking about Amazon Prime. They were using this online review and approve. And what I've got here is various clips that I've got imported into our asset manager, and I can see a whole bunch of information, metadata about it. I can preview this media in that proxy format, so it's not in the high resolution format, but in a lower resolution. So this is me now accessing this locally on my workstation, using this tool. So it's very easy for remote production types of scenarios. I can be doing an edit in high resolution somewhere somebody else where can be accessing the proxy versions of those and viewing all the clips and editing them and putting in markers. So you can see I can put in range markers, I can select stuff. So helping that editor out, choosing the sequences from all of the rushes that have come in, they can use this tool very, very quickly, and then they can then switch to either continue to use our edit share products, or they could switch to bringing that into Adobe Premiere or into DaVinci Resolve or into Media Composer. They can switch between those kind of environments. And something that I was playing around with, because a lot of us are using these virtual desktop and virtual sharing things, was, what ways could we actually ingest media from those? So we use Zoom a lot. Here at Edit Share, we're doing lots of conferences, calls, lots of meetings, lots of knowledge sharing, been loads of great stuff that we've been doing. And we've been doing these external webinars also using Zoom features. And so I was kind of curious, well, could we make it seamless and easy for people just to go and select the content from Zoom and import it? So actually what I was showing on the screen there actually was all content that I've imported from Zoom using this ingest tool. So you can come in, you can pick all of the recordings that you've got in your account, pick which ones you want to ingest into our Flow tool, and then in the background it ingests all the media, it tags it up, and then it's all available for you to tag up, to use, and you can see all of that data here from Zoom. And then I can switch to an editing tool. So I've got this Flow Story, which is using the proxy-based workflows, and I can take all these things. So these are, all sorts of Zoom recordings that I'm skimming through. I've maybe brought in some clips, like some, nice intro clips, and then switching into, showing the Amazon console, and then other footage. So I can edit together all of these webinars into something that's a shorter version. And we're finding a lot of our partners are wanting to do this. They want a version of it, but they only want 10 minutes from the middle of the webinar where we were talking about some particular topic, or they want to translate it into their local language and just show bits of it. So providing people these tools, and what I'm doing, this was this proxy workflow I talked about earlier, where I'm pulling all of this directly from the cloud. So all this material is still in the cloud, but I'm working with it locally through those proxy resolutions. So this is a really cool thing about Flow, is it gives you a lot of flexibility, and because of giving that flexibility to people, we've made the Flow product free of charge until July 1st. So for people who want to be, working from home or having that flexibility of remote productions, Flow is a very, very powerful tool. And with those API integrations, the Zoom one was an example. We took the Zoom API and our APIs, combined them together, and you've got a lot of flexibility. We've got API integrations with AI services, so they can do translation and transcription and object detection. So if you're looking for a cut or a scene that has got a bicycle in it, we can have already pre-index that, and you can go and find those in the Media Asset Manager. So there's a lot of power in that tool, and we're really pleased to be able to offer it for free during the this time when people are trying to adapt to a different way of working.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that's all amazing, and we could probably go on a lot longer on this, and I'd love to have you take my video and edit it down, but that's going to have to be on me, but that's okay. Stephen, thank you very much for your time. Editshare.com is where people can go to find out a little bit more about that. So thank you very much, Stephen.
Thank you.
That's another company from the Virtual Conference Coverage 2020 at Geekazine. Since I can't go to the conferences, I'm going to have the vendors come to me. If you're a vendor, if you've got a product that you want to show off, if you've got a service that you want to talk about, let me know. Tweet me over at Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in the Geek, and let's get on air and talk about it for Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and hit that bell notification to let you know when the next video comes out. For the Virtual Conference Coverage 2020, Jeffrey Powers here. Thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys geek out. Welcome to Geekazine's Virtual Conference Coverage 2020. We got Sam here at Lenovo, and you guys got some new products coming out. So tell us a little bit about what you got there, Sam.
Yeah, we've announced quite a few products over the past month or two. So I only have a few of them here with me, obviously, because I am at my house and everyone else is at their house.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But I'll walk you through some of the products that I do have on me. And I'll start off with probably one of the most interesting products. Is our ThinkPad X1 Fold. This is something that we've teased and have kind of shown off already, but now it's within its final stages of being ready. It should be available very soon. It's actually, you can go online now and pre-order it. And what it is exactly what the name implies. It's a folding PC. Okay. So the idea behind this is with the new folding displays available out now, you can have this folding PC available to you. So it's a big 13.3 inch folding OLED panel there. Okay. And if you can see what I'm doing here, simply fold the display together, and you have a much smaller footprint to carry around with you. So very intriguing device. Obviously, folding technology right now is very fresh and very exciting for a lot of people. Yeah.
What kind of screen is that then? What kind of plastic are you using for the fold?
It's a special plastic. We don't necessarily disclose the exact technology, but the covering here is our development, and then the display itself is made by LG, the OLED part of the display. Okay. It's made by LG. And then we have developed quite a few different,
Yeah, that hinge looks really nice. I like how you have it designed. It looks like it's going to be pretty sturdy. And if somebody tries to pull it the other way, it's not going to. It doesn't look like it's going to pop or anything like that.
Yeah, we've put a lot of development into making it so that it's very sturdy, and when you're writing or touching the screen, it's not going to scratch or bend.
Okay. Yeah, so. and I noticed on the screen, I don't see any ribbing or anything like that right in the middle, because usually with the foldable, you'll see a little crease. By design in some cases, so the screen closes properly.
Right. So let me see if I can get this logged on. Okay. But some other things we've added on here, obviously, is this kickstand, so you can use it at your desk, whether you're just sitting at your desk and doing connecting to a dock.
Does that fold on both sides or just one side?
Just one. Okay. Just this one side.
Okay.
Right. But this folio does have a unique function where, as I fold the tablet, you'll see that the folio cover here slides to adjust to the curvature of the device.
That's nice.
It's just some unique mechanical functionality that we've added to it. As far as the performance of it, we expect it to be pretty well performing. It's Intel's newest hybrid technology.
Okay.
So it'll have some of the hybrid technology, meaning a mix of some of the Core i series power, as well as some of the more efficient power from the lower end processors.
So that's what the 11th generation Intel processors, right?
Yeah, it's technically 11th gen, but then it's what Intel calls their hybrid technology.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have for ports on that thing?
So there's two USB-C ports here, one on that side and another one there. So if you do, in case you do want to dock it, and it's sitting like this, you'll still have a USB-C port available.
Are they both charger, or is one charger?
Yes, both provide power data display out as needed.
Okay.
So
what's the weight on that thing?
It's just over 2 pounds. Sorry.
Just over 2 pounds?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not too bad.
2.2 pounds. Yeah, 2.2 pounds.
How come it wasn't set up to actually fold the other way so you could actually have it in half its size to actually use the screen that way?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different philosophies on that. You've seen other, I guess when smartphones first started implementing the folding technology, you've seen some of the devices that folded the display outwards.
Yeah.
And we've just decided that, this rendition of it would be most appropriate.
Okay. And do we have price points on this yet, or?
So this one will start out at $24.99.
Okay.
Obviously, at that price point, it's really an early adopter type product, right? Similar to what you've seen on some of the folding phones. So, but we still feel like the $249.99 price is still,
Yeah, it's a bit high for the average person that just wants a laptop, but everything that you get off of it, including that 2 touch screen, because I'm assuming you can fold it kind of like a laptop, and then use half of the screen as a keyboard. Is that how that works?
You can do it like this. Sorry, it's want to do some updates.
Oh, so there's an actual keyboard attached. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so there's a keyboard that comes with it. It's an accessory that you can purchase separately as well. Okay. And then the pen comes with it as well. Okay. So there's a pen available for it.
If you don't have the keyboard with you, can you fold it like this and then have like a virtual keyboard or on-screen keyboard for that? Okay.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there any haptics on there or no?
On the touchscreen keyboard? I don't believe there's haptics on it.
Okay. So you won't feel the keys, basically.
Yeah, you won't feel the keys.
Okay, that's not a problem. So
that's the main features. I mean, the real selling point of this is the folding display, right? Okay. That's the highlight of this product.
Okay. Yeah, and you've got some other stuff. Really quick, just run through the other ones so we have an idea of what's out there.
Yeah, so we have a lot of new laptops, a lot of new products within our yoga line. We have an update to our seat, our 900 series yoga. Okay. It's going to have a leather top cover, and some of the configurations will be optional. They'll have this really unique touchpad and palm rest. It's all one glass piece.
Oh wow! Yeah,
it's really for aesthetics. So we've added a lot. We really designed this with that kind of purposeful design, give it a really nice look, but then also, this very functional touchpad here. It's all haptic feedback on the touchpad.
Okay. Do you find something with a longer move to the keyboard a little bit harder to work with or easier to work with? Trackpad seems to be a little bit bigger than a lot of other laptop keyboard trackpad combos. Unless I'm just seeing it because we're on a Zoom call or something like that.
It's a large trackpad, but we found that the larger the trackpad, the more the better the improvement in usability actually. Okay. So most of our users are actually calling for, hey, can I have a bigger trackpad? Okay. So absolutely trying to improve the trackpad experience.
Okay, perfect.
And then we have some other ones, some updates to our 700 series, but the one I have on me here is our Legion 7 Slim 7i. Okay. And it's our thinnest gaming laptop to date. And the idea behind this product is most folks who want a portable gaming laptop, they either have to sacrifice between compromise between having a big heavy laptop or a thin laptop, and then you lose some performance. But we really worked really hard to make this device still have some of the performance of a gaming laptop, but then also some of the function and features. So it's got a SD card reader, USB ports, power, and two Thunderbolt 3 ports. So it's going to give you plenty of power. So if you're using your gaming laptop for general like creativity work, then this is going to be something that's great for that.
Okay, perfect. And what's the price points on those?
So this one depends on the configuration you'll get. So I would have to look that up. As far as the starting configuration, I would say over $1,000. Okay, and then it can go from there depending on the configuration. Okay. Only other one is something that's maybe more affordable. It's our P11 Pro tablet, and it's an Android tablet. It's this really unique tablet, very thin, and what it has is a detachable keyboard. It all comes with the device. And it all goes for I believe it's for $499. Okay. A detachable kickstand. It's Android based, and the idea behind this is just a really premium Android tablet. It's
nice Android tablet that actually opens up as a laptop. I know a lot of my friends will want that for the basic stuff that they need to. So, all right. Well, Sam, thank you very much for your time, and check it out over at Lenovo.com. Correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's another company from the Virtual Conference Coverage 2020 at Geekazine. Since I can't go to the conferences, I'm going to have the vendors come to me. If you're a vendor, if you've got a product that you want to show off, if you've got a service that you want to talk about, let me know. Tweet me over at Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in the Geek, and let's get on air and talk about it for Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and hit that bell notification to let you know when the next video comes out. For the Virtual Conference Coverage 2020, Jeffrey Powers here. Thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys geek out. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today we're going to be taking a look at a couple of these. We're going to unbox them. These are the EasyViz cameras. Next on Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. How you doing? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in the Geek. You got me, and we got my socials, which are showing up right about here. That's how you can get a hold of me many different ways. Geekazine@gmail.com, of course, and we will go from there. We've got a couple products. First of all, I'm just going to kind of close this out so we don't have too much replication here. We're live, and we're ready to go, so we're going to be talking about these two products right here. The first one is the EasyViz, and we're going to switch over to this PTZ camera so you can see it. We've got the EasyViz C1C home camera. As you can see, it's totally open, or not opened at all. So we got that, and then of course we've got the EasyViz C6CN. This is a PT camera, not PTZ. PTZ is point tilt zoom. This is just point tilt, so a PT camera. And they're both at 1080p, and they both work. I've used EasyViz. In fact, I remember catching EasyViz at CES a couple years ago, and that's when I first got my first two products. I just realized I had the camera. I thought I had the camera sitting right here, and I have a home security camera that's running. That's now a couple years old, and it does great. In fact, it watches my front door. So what we're going to do is we're going to unbox these two. We're going to set it up, and then I'm going to show you how it sets up onto the phone as much as possible and go from there. First of all, let's take a look at these right now. We'll start with this one. This is the C6CN 1080p indoor pan tilt Wi-Fi security, 360 degrees. So these are both enabled for your Alexa device. It's got auto motion tracking notifications. It's got panoramic photo navigation, full duplex two-way audio, and a subscription-free storage, which means you can basically put a card into there, and it'll store the audio easily off of that. So that's pretty cool. The other product we've got right here is the C1C. This is a more stationary camera, and you use this maybe pointing towards a door, maybe pointing towards yourself. I don't know. It does full 1080p, and it is also, let's see what else we got here. You can get a 720p and a 1080p version. We're talking like both of these products are around $60. So they do a great job. This one does do smart motion detection, full duplex two-way audio, so you can converse with somebody. I've done this on these cameras when I'm away and need to have conversation with the wife or something like that. I'll make sure that she's aware that that's going to happen, and then we'll have that conversation. And of course, it is also subscription-free video storage. Now, the one thing about these cameras, just so you know, first of all, these cameras, they were supplied to me by EasyViz. I have gotten no sponsorship dollars other than that for this. This is just basically a product to review, and all my review products, basically my review policies are there, and it basically says I review the product. All opinions are of my own, no editing ability from on your side, and no keyword tagging or anything like that. And yeah, we do an honest review, the best honest review as possible. This is going to be partially unboxing, and of course, since I really haven't used these too much, it's going to be what we first experienced type review, and some people will have some more in-depth reviews as they go. So those are the two cameras. So let's get started. We're going to move this one out of the way, first of all, and then we're going to switch over here. We are going to take one of my favorite tools in the whole wide world. It is the world's smallest screwdriver. And what we're going to do is we're going to use that to open up the box. I usually like to find a seam. I'd be very careful to not jam it in my fingers, and then just kind of break open the seam here. It's just easy to do it that way. And then let's peel it. Let's see, how does this open? Bottom, we got a top. So it looks like a flap. There it is right there. Go in here, and the first thing it says is, "Oh, thank you. Thank you. Enjoy your EasyViz product. We enjoy the fact that you're using our product. Thank you, thank you, thank you." I'm just elaborating on the thank yous right there, but you get the idea. So it's a nice little card saying, here's how you can find us on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter. EasyViz Life. I also use EasyViz_global because they do more than just home security cameras. The first thing I had was a 4K action camera from them. So, all right, first box right here. I don't know what's in this one. Looks like maybe, nope, it's the accessories. The accoutrement, as they say in France. And my French friends are just cringing right now. So we're going to open this up somehow. Little rip action. Got a rip. All right, what do we got here? This looks like a sticker, basically, so it sticks to the surface, so you can stick your camera to that. But I'm not 100%. This is the first time I'm looking at it. We've got a US plug, and of course, if you're in the UK, you get a UK plug. If you're in Asia, you get an Asian style plug. However, we got the USB cable. Looks like we've got a micro USB cable in here. No USB-C yet. We've got a plate, and then looks like we got another sticker surface here. So that's pretty much it. Let's throw that out of the way, and that's the first box. Put that out of the way. The second box is right here, and looks like we got a camera. So we'll pull that open, and there's the bottom. So we'll flip it around. And then we'll pull it open. There's the top. And there we are. We got the camera right there. Very straightforward. Get this out of the way. Let's get this out of the way. There we go. So now we've got the film that we got to take off. Ready? Here we go. There we go. Film is off. So let's zoom in a little bit more and let's take a look at what we got right here. So with the camera, and let me just hit this button so it doesn't unfocus. This is the camera right here. It looks like we have I'm guessing that's the microphone right there. So for the two-way communication. On the side here, this is where the SD card goes. And I'm guessing it's going to be an SD card up to 128, micro SD card, excuse me. Down here, we have the micro USB cable where you can put it in, and of course the power button, power probably reset as well down here, and that's it. As you can see, you can definitely point this in a different way. This kind of reminds me of those chairs that, you know, from the 70s, that you could half eggshell chairs that you could kind of lounge into. And some now podcasters have these chairs that that you can use for more solitude, which I've sat in before. So what this looks like to be is a plate, and it's got some indentions, but they didn't give you screws for it. So you would basically screw it to the surface like this, and then probably just sticker the bottom here, and then place it right there. Oh, magnetic. Oh, it's a strong magnet. So, yep, there we go. So, never mind. But you could probably stick this to a surface using these stick pads, is my guess. And we're not going to use them. So, but what we are going to do is we're going to plug it in, and we're going to see how it works. Plugged it in, turned it on, looks pretty good from there. Next up, what we do is we find the app, and I want to make sure there are instructions here, which I should pull out, with a quick start guide right here. And with this, I'm guessing that this has got the, yeah, it's got the serial number, it's got the all the stuff on here in the instructions, and it's going to tell us what app it's using. I'm guessing it's going to be the same app as before, my EasyViz app. So what we'll do is, oh, all right. So now we'll call up there's the EasyViz app, which is right here, which I'm assuming is going to be that. We are going to add one, and by the way, here's my front door cam. And let's see how we can add one. We'll hit the add button. And it says scan QR code, and that's there's a QR code on the bottom here. There we go. And there it found the device. Okay, and so the device is powered. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see this a little bit better. There we go. So it says that the device is powered on, and there it is. So we'll hit okay. So I checked that. Yeah, I have it powered on. So I'll hit next. Power on the device and wait till it starts up completing, and that's basically this flashing blue light. I don't know if you can see that or not, but then I say yes, it is flashing. We'll hit next, and then it's creating the connection. It might ask me for my Wi-Fi information, and now it says it's configuring, and it says Wi-Fi connected, and
Platform registration successful.
there we go. Yay! We've got.
Configuration complete.
So there we are.
EasyViz.
Wow, this thing really wants to talk to me. Should we have a conversation? Now, we can hook this up to our Alexas, and that's through the EasyViz app, and I believe you have to turn on the device here. So we're viewing the device, and the Cloud Play will view the device here. So now, as you can see, it says I got a free trial. I'm not going to do that, though. So we have my front door, and now we have this one right here that shows me, and it's got the sound on. So we got the settings. We can turn the audio on, and we can turn the audio off. Let's see what else we got. We got status lights. I usually turn status lights off. IR lights. It depends on where I set this up. If I want the infrared on or off. Alarm notifications we're disabling for now. Time zone is correct. Daylight savings time. Date format. Wi-Fi is my Wi-Fi. Cloud storage is normal. We can change that to subscribe for recording. And then once I put in the card in, it's going to record for the length of the card and then just overlap the card. That's that one. Good, we got that all connected. Now let's move on and let's switch over to this one. Let's go ahead and we're going to set this to the side. And we are now going to unbox this one right here, the C6CN. And let's take our world's smallest screwdriver and let's open this puppy up. You ready? It's the same box. Now I got two of them. No, I don't. But anyway, okay, so this has got a box within a box. We'll set this over here, put that down there. We'll open this up this way. There we go. I'll show you this view. Inside here, there's the camera. Inside here is the camera. Now this is a little bit more delicate, so because this does move, this will turn this way, and then up and down. Let's pull that out. Got more stuff. We got that same thank you card in the box. We've got the same quick start guide, and it's probably got a different QR code on there, of course. And then we'll bring this down, and we'll set that to the side. We'll even set that out of the way. And in here is, of course, pretty much almost the same things that I'm guessing. Yeah. So this is a mounting guide. So if you're putting it on a ceiling or something like that, you can stick this on and then drill the holes and then put the camera on later. It does have some mounting screws and anchors to that. That's awesome. And this looks like a wall mount, so it looks like it goes in. Yeah, it goes in and clicks, kind of like your smoke alarm, to get it on and off. And then we've got a plug, which I might have to use because I used up all the USB ports with that last one. And then there's one more thing in here. It's kind of stuck back there. Out with you. Oh, okay. There you go. That's the cord. So on the back, it's a little bit different construction, but as you know, that's what you need so you can get in there. So basically, this is what it looks like. It looks like a little dome, looks like a little robot's head, and it'll turn this way and up and down. Got the small little microphone up front. We've got an Ethernet in the back and a micro USB. Yeah, it does do 2.4 gigahertz, and of course, it looks like you can connect this up via Ethernet cable. And this is the cool thing about these is you can use these in many different places, from the roof to the well, not really the roof because these are all indoor, but the hallways, the basement. It's got a little red light down here, and then we'll go back to our app. I'm hearing something. A lot of these, yeah, it's starting. As you can see, it's starting to move here. So it takes a couple minutes to boot up, and now it's checking its turnability. So there it goes. It does a half turn and then comes back here. And now
use EasyBiz app for device Wi-Fi configuration.
So now we're going to go in here and we're going to hit the plus button again. And then the QR code. And once again, we're using the QR code from the device, not from what you see on the thing. And it called that up pretty quick. So it's blue flashing light. We'll say yes. And then the indicator flashes blue. We'll say next. And then off screen so I can put in my Wi-Fi password. And it says, hey, we want to join the network. Yes, join that puppy up. And we'll set that like that. And now we're on the 2.4 gigahertz network. So it should connect up fine at this point.
Wi-Fi connected.
There we go. See that's how easy it should be.
Platform registration successful.
There we go. Yeah.
Configuration complete.
There we go.
Welcome to EasyBiz.
There we go. We have the camera. And we can say, let's view the device. And that's this device right here. And we can do the adjustment on the PTZ. And I'm not sure, let's just do pan. There we go. So now we have the pan tilt option. So now we can move this over the other way. and move it up. And there I am. Yay! Oh, that's privacy mode. So with that, now I have completely, I can't see anything. So it's going to turn off the sleep mode. There we go. And then put me right back into frame. That's pretty sweet. You can take a snapshot or record, but unless it's capturing from on the phone. When I hit these, that captures from the phone onto the phone. So we can take a 360 picture. Now it's going through the motions. So basically it takes a picture till it's covered the 360. There we go. This one right here, that is the C6CN camera. I'm going to set that there. So somebody's asking in the chat if the USB, the micro USB is what it is. And yeah, you get it with a plug. Must have missed that. You get it with the plug, or you can plug it right into a USB thing, and it controls via the app fairly easily. As you can see, I've got my outdoor camera, and then these two cameras are set up just on there, ready to go. So these are the cameras right here. So now you can choose which camera you want. Do you want the still camera? There I am right there. That's this camera right here. Do I want to do a little PTZ action, which is this camera right here? And as you can see, that I have a pretty good network in here, so it's passing by really quick. So I like the response time on here. Of course, once I put in a card, I'll be able to test the functionality of things like capturing events and things like that. So where was the device version is here? Let's see, maybe there might be an update. Yeah, there is an upgrade here. So we'll do a quick upgrade, and while that's upgrading, we'll switch over to the other one. So it's pretty much the same type of information here in the settings. The only difference is this one has a little bit extra functionality with the PT and the ability to take a 360 photo. All right, somebody is asking me in the chat, 1080p, yes, 1080p. Can you switch back and forth? Yeah, I do not see anything that says that I can go from 1080p to 720p and back. So you'll want to make sure that your network can handle that. And keep in mind, when you start putting more cameras onto your network, that can take up some of the bandwidth. Now, this is just recording via the card. So every time I access the app, that's when it's starting to talk over the network. If I plug this in and set this up for a security box, the security box will be recording the events. But the cameras do, a lot of these security cameras do have emergency functionality. When you turn that on, if it starts seeing alerts, it can tell you where to go. It might even text you and say, "Hey, there's a security alert going on right now." And if that's the case, then it does need to talk over the networks. The more cameras you have on the network, the more chance that the security cameras could bog down your network. What I always recommend when it comes to security cameras is to actually get another router. If you don't have a router that can handle multiple Wi-Fi zones, then you can basically get yourself another Wi-Fi router, and you plug it into your router, and then you can configure that for all your security cameras, so that Wi-Fi router is doing nothing but talking back and forth between your security cameras. Somebody did ask earlier if there was a way to connect this up so I can see it onto a TV. I know that there's a way through, there used to be a way through RTSP. So inside the app, we're in the app a little bit more. We have an album area, which shows some of the stuff that I've already recorded, and that's on the other one. We can share some stuff out. So if you got friends or family that you want them to look on the device from time to time, you can do that. We've got security set up, function settings, so go with security, so we can do Face ID login if we wanted to. Function, that's for the app, by the way, so you don't have to put in a password every time. Device auto upgrade, and then we have that disabled. Wi-Fi configuration. We can change the Wi-Fi on this if we want to. AP mode configuration, so I'm guessing that you scan in a QR code and that'll take you through another one. The LAN live view, which you can scan your network and see what's going on there. I'm not going to do that. IFTTT, if this then that. It's a great service. So, okay, when you get an email, your EasyViz camera, so it senses motion, it'll email you. It will turn on sleep mode when I arrive home. So if you have, let's say you have a camera in the bedroom, which a lot of people don't, but let's say you did. You had to have it for security, or maybe to watch to make sure that when the dogs get up on the bed, which one's ripping up the pillow. I don't know. Then you can use that ability to sleep mode. So when you come home, it just instantly goes into sleep mode, and then turns back into active mode when you leave. So we can hit continue, and I think it's gonna connect up to your Amazon. You'll need to put in your email. Oh, that's signing into that's signing into if this then that. That's why that didn't work. So that's it right there. This is the regular C1C, and then of course you have the pan tilt option, which is the C6CN. Both have the ability to record up to 1080p, and you can put it in multiple places. Infrared lighting in there. So far looking pretty good. We'll put some SD cards in there and put them into probably one in the studio and one in a spot in the house, so I can check to see what's going on as I go. But that's pretty much it. What are your questions? Do you have any questions? Remember, you can always go over and check with me at Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in a geek. All my socials right there, so you can contact me there, or geekazine@gmail.com. If you have technical issues, I highly suggest that you talk to EasyViz on those technical issues first. I am not a technical support agent there. I do not work for EasyViz. Therefore, I don't know all the nuances for this, but I know what EasyViz cameras can do, so I'm expecting the same functionality to that, but you just watch my Twitter feed, and if I see any problems, I'll let you know there, and just ask me, hey, how's that EasyViz camera treating you? All right, well, once again, I'd like to thank the folks over at EasyViz for these device reviews, so I can show you how this works, how to set these up. We've got a lot more products that we're going to do, and I'm going to talk about on the live channel. Of course, Geekazine.com is where I do all my blogging from, and we can go from there. So until next time, you guys geek out. You've been watching Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. Let's go to the Solium. This is the Solium SP. This is the wireless home security Wi-Fi system. The cool thing about this is it comes with a smart battery. I thought this came with solar panel. I might be wrong, but it is meant for connecting up on your wireless, and of course, setting it outside. So it's got AI ability, so it can detect faces and packages. So you can get notified when a package shows up or a person shows up, or any activity. So if you can set this up, so if they show a guy jumping the fence on the picture here. So if you see guys jumping the fence, then you can definitely get notified that something is weird happening. So all right, here we go. This is the Solium smart battery camera. And it says, don't forget to claim your free gift. You visit the website to claim your free gift by typing gift, or you can email their support. Awesome. So, okay, perfect. Now this starts with the instruction manual at the top, which is where you need it to be. So it's got all the instructions on how to plug it in and hook it up and go from there. Little thank you card. Oh, that's pretty cool. I'll set this down. In the thank you card, these are the gifts that you'll get: a 32 gigabyte memory card and an extension cable. So that's not too bad. If you need a card for this camera, then that might be the perfect answer. And of course, they want you to write a product review. So, well, we do that, but not that way. So, all right, little card that says thank you and your warranty right there. A little sticker. Okay, this is the sticker. This is the guide sticker if you're drilling holes, so you can stick it on the surface, drill your holes, take that off, and then of course mount your camera. 2-year maintenance and 24/7 online support, one-on-one. Yeah, so that's that. Let's go ahead and get to the camera here. All right, here we go. This is the Solium camera. Nice little plastic bag. Let's pull that out. There we are. So what do we got in here? If you've ever used an Arlo, this is a little bit bigger than that type of camera, but it definitely has some heft to it. This must be the sensor, and it's got some film on it. So let's pull the film out. Ooh, a nice blue film. Look at that. It's like a LUT. If you don't know what a LUT is, that's okay. So what we got here is the camera right here, and it looks like maybe a light or something like that on top. Not sure yet. And this has got to be some sort of sensor here. And that must be the micro. There's a little dot right there, so that must be the microphone for audio. On the bottom here, we got something. I'm not sure what this is. Assuming it's rubber, so it might be pullable. Yep. Okay, here we go. On the bottom here is where you plug in your USB and your SD card. And then when it's outside, you want to have that sealed up, so that's why that little rubber grommet is there. Up on top, looks like we have a button to connect to the device. And on the back here, there's another rubber grommet. You take that off, and it exposes the camera mount. So if you don't use the camera mount, you can put this rubber grommet back on. That's pretty interesting. Next up, we've got, looks like the mount itself. Yes, so there's the mount right there. So let's see how that mounts onto the Solium. Oh, it's magnetic. You see that? So it'll just snap right in there. That's pretty cool. And then of course the mount with the screws, and there's got to be a way to, yeah, you unscrew that, and then this is what you would mount here. And then you screw that in, and it's a little ball joint that will put it into place and lock it in. So let's see. So if your wall was like this, let's see. If your wall is like this, then you want to turn so you can bring this down a little bit, or if you don't want it to fall down, then you can have it locked there. But then you tighten this up through the screw in the back, and then it stays in place. Pretty straightforward. So anyway, that's that. We've got another box here. All right, in here, it looks like we've got a standard micro USB cable. We've got mounting screws, and we have basically a 3M sticky. So if you have just a regular wall rather than anything else, you can stick it, or you can do both. You can put screws in and you can stick it in. I will definitely put it in. I'm not sure where I'm going to put it in. I have a brick exterior, so that makes mounting anything outside tougher. But I do have, there are some areas that are wood-based that I could probably screw that into. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and you are watching another Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. The HP Neverstop 1202W is a loaner model. I do have to send it back, but nobody's editing this video or this my posts on Geekazine. Of course, if you want to find out more about this, you can go over to Geekazine and our review area to find out all my policies and procedures. All opinions are of my own. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the printer in question here. This is the Neverstop HP Neverstop all-in-one laser printer 1202W wireless laser with cartridge-free monochrome toner tank. It is a black and white printer, laser style printer. Houses the toner in here, and we're going to talk about that as we go. In fact, the best part about this Never Stop 1202W is it's got 60% savings on toner for price. Prints 5,000 sheets right out of the box. It can do, when you reload it with toner, can do another 2,500 prints. It reloads the toner within 15 seconds. It's crazy. 7 times more pages than the inline printers. Does 21 pages per minute, 150 sheet input tray right there. And it scans at 600 dots per inch. We did an unbox of this, and I'm going to show you that right now. This is a new type of laser printer that's been out for about a year, and the first time it's hitting the United States here. This is a special loading ink printer. This is a black and white printer. It was not color, it's meant just for black and white prints. It can do 5,000 pages from the box, and it can do up to 7 times what your regular laser printer does. The reloadable toner ink is the key here because it's a cartridge that you put in and you let it load, and it loads in a few seconds and it goes from there. So let's open this up and see what we got. We're gonna pop it open. What do we got here? So inside we get a couple plastic trays that will go into the printer. Looks like we got a USB cable right there. We've got the power cord, which is a standard 3-prong plug cord. And we got cardboard, and then of course the printer. This is a lighter printer, but you definitely want to watch out how you unload the printer from the box so you don't hurt your back. We got some instructions here that show you all the places. They're usually marked with orange tape, so it's easy to determine what you need to pull out. So let's go ahead and do that. There's some styrofoam on the top. I think this is one unit here, so it can pull up right so. So you can try and pull it up. What I like to do is I like to set printers on their sides and then slide them out that way. It's usually the easiest thing to do when you're doing it all by yourself. There we go. And we'll just slide it to let the box kind of fall off the side of the table here. There we go. And we'll set the box right here. Now, we'll gently turn it back 90 degrees. There's our printer right here. We got some styrofoam on both sides, which we have to carefully remove. Throw it in the box. Throw it in the box. And here we got the printer right here. So let's go ahead, pull the plastic. It looks like it comes from the top down. But this is a review model, so it might be a little bit packaged differently than what you would get if you were to actually buy it outright. All right, there we go. Put the plastic in the box. All right, so the instruction manual, let's get that again. Like I said, tells us where all the tape is, but we have the orange tape that'll tell us as well. So we'll hit the orange tape right here and right here to begin with. And we'll cautiously set this on the box because we are going to be returning this model. We got a little plastic film, we'll leave that be. Okay, that flips open. So there's a little scanner right there, pretty cool. We will turn it to its side, and there's a lot of tape right here, which we will pull off. I think this comes up, so we can pull out the tape here and here. Put that on the box. We open up the printer. Oh, we got another piece of tape right there that holds this door open. We got the door open right there. Guess where this tape's going? On the box. All right, there we go. And let's see, we got another piece of tape that holds this orange piece right here. And there's a piece of white right there. And pull this up. And this looks like to be a lot of stuff here. There we go. Some plastic and some I'm guessing this is so the toner doesn't go everywhere. We got the tray over there. So we're just gonna open up the instructions and make sure we've got all the tape, because you don't want tape hiding anywhere. So it said to take the tape off, lift this up, take the tape off there and pull that piece out. Next up, what we're gonna do is we got these two pieces over here. We'll set this down for a second. So we have these two pieces right here. We got the tray insert and the USB cable coming back over there. We got another part of the tray insert, slightly different than other HP printers. So we got this insert right here in the box. We got this insert right here. Right there. So this is the page insert. I'm not exactly sure how that goes, so we got to go to the instructions here. So it basically says take this piece, this is the tray piece, and we insert it like so. The tray insert will actually clip right there. So now we put the paper into here, which I have to go get. I'll be right back. All right, so basically we're gonna set the paper setting, and then I guess we're gonna put it right in there. There we go. And then next is this cover tray, which goes right in like that. And there, we're good to go. So the first print takes around 20 to 25 seconds to warm up, and that's after the printer's turned on. But after that, I was making prints easily, pretty quick. Like I said, it does about 21 pages per minute. Let's take a look at the printer a little bit closer here. What we've got here, we've got the little LCD panel right here, and of course all the buttons from the power button to the I can't see it from this angle, but they'll turn on when we activate it. We got a little scanner area, so if you need to scan some documents, you can do that. We got the scanner part. We can pull up the second area here, and that gives us where we're going to capture the prints at. We've got our feeder area right here, and then this is our level. This tells us how much toner we have here. So if we open this up, this is where we put the toner in. Now they didn't give me a toner to use, it's basically we got a screenshot of it right here. This is the toner cartridge, which inserts into the printer right here. It's a plunger system that allows you to put the toner into it. It's supposed to be mess-free, and it takes about 15 seconds. Now, like I said, I don't have the plunger, so I can't tell you how that works. But once this comes down to almost nothing, you can then put it in and go from there. Out of the box, it does 5,000 pages. So straight up 5,000, you're done. It's all good. In the back, like I said in the unboxing, you have two cables. You have the plug, the power cable, and then you have the USB cable for the connection to your device. This prints, we got a tray here that does, I think 150 pages per tray, and of course you can go from letter to legal. I don't think you can go anything beyond 8.5 inches. So you can do 8.5 by 11, 8.5 by 14, and those types of sizes, and maybe even letters, but I'm not sure. There's no insert tray that I know of. You can't put paper on top to have it automatically feed. There's also no duplexer on this, so don't expect it to do any type of duplexing. And the only scanner, of course, is the single sheet scanner, so you'll have to take it out and put it back in, and of course it won't flip and duplex or anything like that. It is about 24.4 pounds. It's eco-label certified, and it runs off of the Smart app, which does a whole bunch. So this is the app. right here. And as you can see, you have the HP Smart app allows you to hook up to all your printers. I have it set up for this one, but if I hit the plus button, I could probably find my PageWide Pro easily. These are all tiled, so you can change out the tiles. So if you don't need to the camera scan, you can take that out. If you don't need the help and support, you can take that out. And then of course the instant ink get supplies, they have the monthly plans, which you can get your supplies. It takes you right to the web page, and you can find your ink toner cartridges, including this for the replacement plunger system here. What we're going to do is we're going to do a quick print. So we're going to do just basically a camera scan. We're going to bring up a picture. We'll full screen size it, and we'll hit next. It's going to crop. It's going to say, is this the picture you want to print? And it's going to say, yes, it is. I'll hit the print button there, and it says you need to install the print services, which I will do right now. And so now it's going to show me the print in black and white. It's going to say the default. It's going to ask me how I want all the options. It looks good. I think we hit over here, and it's going to send the printer to the printer. Let's go back over here. And this first one, this time it took about 15-16 seconds. And then, of course, here we have the print. It's not my best print, of course, because this came from, I took pictures from another device to show off that device. So, but as you can see, it printed well. It's got a small little border on the sides. I don't know if we can get rid of that at all, but we can, we definitely have that right there. So that prints the page. Once again, 150 pages through the Smart app. There's also a fax option, which is really cool. I don't have it set up yet because you have to kind of leave the app to do that. And I think this is going to be with all the printers out there, so that use the HP Smart app option. It's going to be able to do a mobile fax. You'll hit that, and then it'll take you to another page where you have to sign up. It doesn't do incoming faxes, just outgoing faxes. And it's taking a small while to do that. So we'll just come back here. So the Smart app has a lot of awesome features to it, including the printer scan and that. And once again, we can personalize those tiles to whatever we need, whatever we don't need, which is pretty amazing. Some other things about this printer, like I said, it's under 25 pounds, so it's easy to lift on my own, as you saw in the unbox. We've got the page here. This is all the details of the Never Stop Laser MFP 1202W printer. Duty cycle of monthly letter up to 20,000 pages. Memory inside 64 megabytes, so you can you basically have a lot of prints ready to go. And it'll queue that up that way. It does do Wi-Fi direct. It does do high-speed USB. There is no Ethernet jack to this. It's not meant for hooking up via a cable like that. You can hook it up to a PC though, and then print from there if you wanted to set up a print server, I guess you could. Maximum number of copies can do up to 99. The scanner does 600 DPI. And the bit depth is at, I think it was 24-bit, 256 grayscale. That's pretty much all the other stats you can see right here on the page. That is pretty much it. I've had this for about a week now, and I've done some scanning into this. I've done some printing into this, and it's done a great job. Once again, I haven't printed 5,000 pages to warrant having to reload this at any time soon. And it's perfect for an SMB, like a small medium business, to print out something that doesn't do anything high volume, or maybe if you need to have that personal printer on your desktop, because there are some roles where you need to have a printer in a closed area so nobody can see what you print. This replaces any type of inkjet printer and prints a little bit better. I have not smelled any laser printer smell, nor have I seen any laser printer dust come from in here. Inside there is a drum that you pop here and you open here. Let's go back to this one. Inside there's a drum right here. and which pops out like that, and the toner is encased in the drum. And we asked if the drum, if that needs to be replaced, and one of the things they basically said is a lot of these drums will last pretty much the lifespan of the printer. So you can get replacement drums if that is needed, but chances are you probably won't hit that drum life cycle. So that is the HP Neverstop 1202W. What do you think? Do you need a printer for your needs? Once I get the plunger in, I will test that plunger. I will let you guys know how that works. It is supposed to be a clean process. Of course, with the app, you've got a lot of extra functions, including that new fax out function. That is pretty sweet, because nowadays we don't even have phone landlines to run a fax machine. So I know things like when you prepare your taxes, you do have to send some of the forms in via fax. So this will help you do that. All right, well, that does it for this episode. My name is Jeffrey Powers. Thanks a lot for watching. Let me know if you get this printer, what you think about this printer by going over to the socials and talking about it. Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, and you got me. You've been watching another episode of Geek Tech Talk Live. Thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. And now, let's go ahead and unbox this right here. This is the DJI. And we'll set this over here. This is the DJI Pocket 2, the newest version of the Pocket, which is a 3-axis gimbal. So stabilization on there. You can put this, you can use this as a handheld. They have an attachment for any type of drone. So you can slide it into a drone and run it that way. You can control it through a joystick to move the head around, so you can be very stationary. I've done one-on-one conversations with my previous model, which I'd ask the question, and then I hit the button, and it would flip to the other side, and then that person would answer, and then it would flip back to me. I'd ask the next question, so on and so forth. So let's go to the overhead camera here. So there we are, and we'll grab my handy-dandy opening tool. I'll just make a little notch in there. I'm going to zoom in really quick. There we go. So you can really see what's going on here. All right, so I made the little, right there. There we are. Let's go ahead and take this wrapper off. Such a satisfying sound, right? Anyway, there we go. So I did get the Pocket 2 Creators Combo. There's 2 versions of this. The first one is just the Pocket 2, which is that right there. And then you got the Creator Combo. And the Creator Combo comes with a little tripod mount. It comes with a some sort of wireless microphone, which I'm excited to see. It comes with a fisheye, so a wide angle lens is basically what it is. So it kind of fisheyes a little bit, so you don't have to hold it out so far to get the picture. Which for this one, yeah, I did buy a wide angle lens for that, and I use that a lot in my whenever I needed to. And then I think. So yeah, this is actually the battery extension, and then this is the wireless right here, I believe. So let's open this up and take a look at it closer. So slide this open, and as we open it, we have some mentions here on how to use it, and it basically says go to the App Store and download it, or go to the Google Play Store and download it there, the app there, so you can use it. So we're going to start with the little box right here, and we'll move this out of the way. Inside the little box, let's see, let's open it. It opens up some way. There we go. I think this is the way. Oh no, there it is right there. Little tab on it. So we'll open that up, and instantly, this is one of the dongles that you get. Let's pull this open. This is the joystick dongle. Now, the first generation did not have this type of joystick dongle to it, and it's so small and compact. And the best part is I can put it on here. Let's see if I can put it on my first generation. Yeah, controller wheel. It said controller wheel connected, and I'm adjusting it. I wish I could show you the video, but there's no streamability on this one. So that's pretty cool. So I can get this attachment, and there is another joystick attachment for this version, but it's a little bit bigger. And I never got it because, once again, I always use the little selfie stick, but that's pretty cool. Very small. So you definitely want to get yourself something like a little container to put these in, because these dongles can get lost really quick, and you're going to get a couple of these. So, all right, so we got that one. Let's open this one up. Oh, here we go. Nice. What this is the microphone, and it looks so furry. It looks so furry. Furry nose. What this is, technically, it's a wind filter, otherwise known as, in the audio business, as a dead cat. And the idea of this is when you're outside and it's super windy, the fur catches the wind and doesn't hit on the microphone, so you don't get the type sound. It really works on that. But that's how it's going to look when I affix it to anything. So it's going to be very visible, which is the only downfall, I think, on that. But I have other microphones, so I'm not too worried about that for this one. All right. And of course, if you're a fan of the DJI stuff, then that's kind of just a badge of honor. So these are packed in. So let's shake it out. There we go. Pull it out. A little silica gel. We got another little bag. I don't know if let's open them all up. This one is going to be the USB-C dongle. So once again, you plug this into, and I'll show you how to do that. I won't use the first generation for that. Next one we have, this is the lightning cable. So if you run iOS, this is what you use. So a little lightning cable there. And we now know that with the new iPhone, it is lightning cable. So that will stick around for a little while. And then there's a little QR code on this. I'm not sure what the QR code's for. Probably can't get it to scan off. Oh, okay. This is the lens. And just a little bit disappointing that I didn't get a case with this one. It would have been nice to cover this when I'm not using it, but it's going to snap onto the... no, I'm not going to use that to show you. I'll show you when we pull out the main unit. So that's the lens right there. We got a little lanyard cable right here. It's not too stretchy, but that's okay. You put it around your wrist, and so you don't drop things, because, yeah, that's happened to me before. And this is the interesting cable off of this. This is a dual USB-C, and this is meant to charge the wireless and the camera at the same time. So it must not be needing a major charge if this is splitting. This is usually a 5. You can get this USB up to 5 amps, and so this might be 2.4 or even just 1 amp each. So something to think about there. And let's go ahead and this will be next. Here we got the actual camera. We'll switch over here for a second. This is the actual camera, and it is in a case. And my understanding is this version of the case is a little bit better than the other version, because it will also be able to store some of those little dongles in it. And it's also got an open face bottom. And with the open face bottom, you can keep the battery on, so you can put this in the case and then go to your next job and then pull it out right away and not have to reattach everything. It looks like we got a little bit of foam in here. So we popped that out, and a little foam just popped out here. Inside we have a rounded foam, which I believe I should be able to take out. If it's yellow, it's pretty much instructing me that these are the removable parts. So there's a piece of yellow foam right here, which I'll just pop out like that. And then we've got a little lens film right there. So let's go back over to the overhead and then show you the lens film. So let's just pop that off. And then there's one here on the counterweight. So we'll pop that off the counterweight. And then the front interface, here's one, and it has some writing on here, and it basically says, when using for the first time, follow the steps in the DJI Mimo app. Then it says, this is the shutter record, and this is the function button. So the power button usually was here, but it's not here anymore. And if I use the first generation again, I'll have to remember that, because now the power button is right here. And it looks like I got another piece to take off. There's the record button. There's the function button. We got the little case window where those dongles that I was talking about, the USB-C goes right there. The lightning goes right there. And then, of course, the third one, the little mini joystick, they'll put in like right there. That's the joystick controller. If I'm using this on its own, then this is what I would connect up with. Like I said, inside this case, yeah, you can't see it. Maybe you can see it. And then right here is where these little dongles go into. What you have to do is you have to flip it upside down. So this is the lightning cable, and then you just kind of push it into the spot right there. Now here, is this where the lens will go? Yeah, this is where the adapter lens will go. And that's magnetic. Okay, so that will not pop out. Yeah, it's not popping out at all. So you'll be able to snap it in and snap it out when you don't need it. Well, that's pretty cool. There we go. So everything is held in here. And then what you do is you just slide this into the case. And another thing that the other version had, this one doesn't, is the other one had like a little locking strap. So this one doesn't. So hopefully, I suppose if you shake it hard enough, yeah, it's sliding out. So if you shake it hard enough, it will definitely slide out. So good and bad on that. It would have been nice if there was like a little strap on there, but I could take a piece of Velcro or something and then make a strap out of it. So we're going to see if there's any power in this thing. So now it's on the side. Hold it down. Look at that. Nice. It's saying, what language do you want? Yes, I want English. Touchscreen? Yep. Okay. DJI Pocket not activated. Connect to phone and activate with DJI Mimo. So we got to finish unboxing this thing. So excited. See, that's what happens when you put the product before the other parts of the unboxing. You forget about the rest of the unboxing. So in here, we've got, looks like we got a quick start guide, warranty information, all that other stuff, and the little DJI stickers here. DJI is also offering this really cool option. So where if you drop it within a year or two, I think they have one in a 2-year package, to where if this breaks, without question, they'll replace it one time. And that's not too bad. I've had cameras that, all of a sudden things happen and they're broken, and then I'm, buying another one at full price. So keep in mind, that's a great deal. All right. Also in here, this is the reason why I was thinking about this. Here's the little tripod. It's nothing really to be excited about, but it has the ability to put it on. Oh, okay. I thought there was going to be a screw mount on the bottom, but that is where this next part comes in. Let's set that down. So we had the little tripod here. And let's see if I get the right part here. This one here is the, okay, this one is the wireless microphone. And okay, with that dead cat, this is how it works. Okay, so this is just the mic, this is the microphone. But if you're outside, you would then, there's a little snap on here, snap that in, and then you'd use it like this. But if you're inside, you don't need to. And I can just kind of clip it on like right here. It does have a little spring load to it, so I can put it on thicker clothing. And it's right here. And you see it, but you don't see it as much as you do if you have like that. And this is a little bit high, but I don't know how the microphone works just yet, so we'll definitely be testing that. All right, also in here is this piece right here. This is the extension. So I thought this was an extended battery, but I might be wrong on that. And it's got a little film I have to take off here. So on this piece right here, this is where it goes on the DJI Pocket 2. We got, that must be a release to release it from there. We've got a USB-C connection right here. We've got, looks like for where the microphone jack goes right here. That does, but it doesn't look like a USB-C. Oh no, that's not a USB-C. Is that a speaker? I bet you that's a speaker right there. I know it's hard for you to see, but I thought that was USB-C, but that's actually a speaker because the USB-C port is right here. And on the bottom, there's a threaded mount for my tripod. So we'll put that on the tripod right now. There we go. I'll set that there, and we'll put the Osmo on it for a second. One more thing here, and I think that's it for the box. So we'll set the box up here. This just looks like, oh, okay. This is just a straight up cap with the tripod mount. So I can either plug it in, oh, okay. So it looks like the bottom pops out. Working it out there. There we go. We got down here, this is where the lanyard goes, is right here. But now that's open face. So now we can take this piece and snap it right in there. So now, and I turned it on. Let's turn it off again. So now I can put this right on the tripod. Or if I want to use that battery, and then this, I believe this has an extension on the battery here, but it's also the wireless unit. So we'll pop that in. So with that, that's got a big extension. Okay, I popped it in, and of course it's going to turn it on. So, and then to take this off, I need to pull down on here, show you everything here. So we're gonna put this back on first, get it nice and click. Then I'm hoping that after doing that once, it's gonna be a lot easier to do the next time, taking it off. Put this on the tripod, and it looks like the tripod does some sort of swivel thing. So if I want to tilt it this way or tilt it this way, so you got to be a little careful on that. And I know that on the bottom it is a flathead screwdriver, and you might want to tighten that every now and then. So it says tap and hold the icon to view again. Okay, there we are. So there it is right now, and of course we can use it right here. We can go back and forth. And we've got the wide angle. So let's go ahead and maybe I can zoom in on this so you can see what's going on here. So with this, we'll take the extension. So you're seeing, that's the video right there. There's my finger. And yeah, it's not finely tuned, but we'll just snap this on. And there we have a little bit wider angle. We'll pop that out. And then we'll pop that back on. And that's basically it. That's the camera. In the feed there. If you're on Facebook.com/groups/Wirecast Pros and PROS, not PROSE, because that's pros, not pros. Anyway, let's talk about this. The Wise Cams, awesome stuff. These things are the main one's under $20, 25 bucks or something like that. This one was about $40, and you got to put in your own SD card, and it does SD card recording, and it does live streaming. But it has one other functionality, and that's called RTSP, the ability to stream it. And the idea is to stream it to a box, which is your security box, your computer, that runs and basically just collects all the video data. So you have one unit to research from rather than all your units to going into the app and going, okay, what does this camera do? What does this camera do? And I've been using this for going through different security cams, because of course Geekazine does review security cameras. And the Wise, I'm actually ditching one of my older security cameras because they keep disconnecting, and it's really sad. And I've talked to them about it, and they say, "Oh, there's nothing you can do." And of course, technology gets old. You got to replace it, and replacing with one of these systems, if they're under $100 a camera, that's pretty cool. and bringing it into a security box, which that can record it, and or you can look at it on the app. One of two ways. But once again, you can set up a router for all your security cameras going straight to the box, so that has the least amount of resistance, and then you have everything recorded in one area. And I have, like I said, I have different brands of security cameras around here. Like Homemate is right over here. I've got the EasyViz over there. I got the Arlo's up there. I've got I got like 3 other brands of cameras. I can't think of them offhand. But anyway, the idea is that, you know, having them to go to one area to record out so you can go, it's just perfect. So anyway, that's what this camera is. And the cool thing about this is I can sit here and now I can use the PTZ options, maybe. How's it going? Oh, there we go. And bring this camera to me so I can see what's going on around the area. The Homemate actually has a PTZ option as well, which is really cool. And I have it pointed outside so it can see what's going on outside. But this is the camera itself. Pretty easy for, and of course we got the little app right here that allows me to control it. But it has another functionality, and that's the RTSP, the ability to hook it up into Wirecast. And I'm going to show you how to do that here in a second here. And in fact, let's switch over to this one. There we go. And I've got Wirecast set up on this machine right here, of course. And I've got all my RTSP cameras. Like for instance, this is the web stream right here, the one I just showed you. This is my PTZ Optics, which is the PTZ camera, which I normally use NDI for. And then, of course, I got a shot of my outside, another Wisecam showing you the front door. So as you can see, you can do a lot of different things with that. And as you can see, it's also not perfect because of connections. Now, in all fairness, right now I have this camera that this machine's pulling it, my main machine's pulling it, and the phone is pulling the video feed right now. So it's gonna probably not be perfect. In fact, if I go like this, look at that, it'll have a little bit of delay. It's running 15 frames a second. So the best solution for these cameras is, let's say you're at a live conference and you just want a simple overall shot. An overall shot of the crowd. Maybe you're going on break or something like that, and you have this camera sitting in the corner there with a good line of sight between your router and that device, and you just want to capture people walking around. It doesn't have to be 30 frames a second. It can be 15. And if it hiccups, it hiccups. It's not a big deal. And you can set up one over there and one over there. So if this is hiccuping, you can go over here, and that's not hiccuping as much. But you get the idea, and then you don't have to wire it here. And I can use this on stage, a backstage camera, or you get the idea. There's many different uses for this one little camera right here. So how do we do it? It's actually very, very straightforward. It doesn't come natively on the Wyze camera. What you have to do is you have to go to their website here, and let's show you the website. It's and just type in Wyze, WYZE space RTSP, and that will allow you to come to this page. They say that it's in beta, although I've read some things that it's not in beta, but I'm not 100% sure. It's not fully supported, so if you have problems, they might tell you reset your Wyze camera and start from scratch over here. So they have 2 different types of firmware. One is for the static cameras, and then one's for the PTZ camera here. The Wyze Cam Pan is what they call it. You basically put it onto your SD card, and then you insert the SD card into the camera like they're showing you here. You hold down the setup button while you turn the camera on, which basically plug it in, and then wait about 4 minutes. It installs the additional firmware, and then you're good. You're good to go. You come back, you go to the app, and we'll go here. So we go to the app, and then you'll go into your settings, and you'll go to your advanced settings, and down on the bottom, you'll see And it won't be here if you're if you don't have it set up. But once you have it set up, you'll see RTSP. So you set it up, and so you basically give it a username and password. The only problem I have with this, you can't use special characters. So capitals, lowercase, and numbers. It's okay, but when you're talking a security camera and you're enabling RTSP, you want to have a secure password. 12 characters, uppercase, lowercase, and symbols. Makes it harder for people to get in here. So that's the only issue I have with this thing is it will not accept special characters. And that is not cool. But anyway, once it does that, you get the IP address and it creates the RTSP file. And then you go in, and we'll go back over to here. There we are. So we hit the plus button. We say network. We want new web stream. And we'll say add. And I can put the RTSP here, username, password. And in this case, it gives me the whole line. RTSP : / usernames dot password at IP address / live. But you can put in RTSP IP address / live right here in where it says URI. Username is the username and the password is the password. We got a buffer here, and of course we can use the video delay and audio delay. Now keep in mind that depending on what camera you use, there's going to be a delay on this. And sometimes the first time I hooked up this camera, or the other camera actually, it was about a 6-second delay. And then I brought it closer and it became a 2-second delay. You get the difference. You get the idea. So it's not going to be perfect. That's why I say that this is perfect for doing an overall shot. If you don't need, you just want something to fill the screen and show movement, show that you're there, then this is a perfect. But there's other cameras out there that also do RTSP. And of course, their protocol is tweaked a little bit different. That they're going to make updates to this as they go, which might even improve the RTSP here. And if it can do RTSP, can it also do NDI? Let's think about that. A lot of your cameras, any camera that has some sort of wireless to it, might be able to also do other protocols like the WebRC and RTSP and NDI and whatever new protocol comes out in the years to come. It's very possible that with a firmware update that could change that whole thing for a lot of different cameras. So it's awesome. And like I said, the best part about this is I can put this in a place. I could put this on the ceiling. It's so lightweight. I could put this on the ceiling and then have product views coming from overhead. And if it skips out or anything like that, it's fine. But I don't know. I think it's a great camera to have, and especially if you're doing a whole bunch of stuff and it's all of a sudden it's like, hey, can you do this type of camera? It's like, I think I can, and you can pull these out of your bag, and go from there. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and our friends at Munch Packs have decided to send me a Munch Pack. Interesting. What is Munch Pack? They're just basically you can discover new snacks from many different countries and stuff like that. You know, when I've traveled overseas, I've tried a whole bunch of different foods and snacks, and this is going to be no different. Now, I'm not getting paid for this. They just sent me a pack to munch on, and so I thought I'd unbox it and show it to you really quick. So let's do that really quick. So this is the Munch Pack. Let's open it up. It's a simple box. And of course, you can send it as a gift, and you can send it as send it to yourself if you're really hungry. You got the Munch Pack right here. Canada, Spain, Philippines, a lot more. Let's see, we've got, this looks like from South Korea. We've got something from Canada. Oh, it says on the bottom, Costa Rica, Spain, many different areas. Did you know that South Korea's national dish is kimchi? And hopefully they don't have well, maybe they will have some kimchi in here. I don't know. So you get the whole Munch Pack, family packs and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. We got a little piece of wax paper here, and this is going to be now showing us everything that we have in our munch pack. And we'll start on the top here. Let's take a look here. Chick Chack, everything flavored snacks. We got the guide right here. Oh, that's cool. So let's see, Chick Chack, there we go. That's from Israel. I've been to Israel before, so I've never had a Chick Chack. So pretty cool. Delicious, crunchy, salty, everything bagel-inspired snacks. So if you're into bagels, the Chick Chack. All right, next up, let's set this over here. We got some Zapp's potato chips. I know I've seen Zapp's before. They are from the United States, so you can get some Zapp's potato chips. Going to South Korea, these are the Crown Shinsang. These look like a honey type potato snack. Wheat snacks, as they call them. We'll put it right here. And oh, wow, they even send drinks. Here's a nice little Fanta. This looks like it's coming from Japan. This is Fanta Yokin Orange Yogurt. And yes, this is from Japan. Orange yogurt. Crazy. So let's set that over here. What else we got? Watermelon slices from Vidal. Vidal is, let's see, this is from Spain. Spain's always, I've been to Spain a few times, great place. So these are the watermelon slices from Spain. We got some Pepro from Latte. This is Pepro Nude Chocolate. And this is from South Korea. Oh, this is from South Korea. Okay, another South Korean delight right here. Let's set that right there. We got some yummy gummy silly straws, and I think that was right next to it. This is from Turkey, and that looks pretty yummy right there. Lots of sugar here. We got a Nusita Galetta, and the booklet says this is from from Costa Rica. So awesome here. Got a couple more in here. Oh, this is one of my favorite ones. This is called My Chew. It's from South Korea. I know exactly. My Chew. Whenever I'm in South Korea, I get My Chew. They gave me the apple flavor. I don't think I've ever had the apple flavor. So, and I have never had it in this format. So I'm wondering if this is more gum than anything. Grape is my favorite when it comes to the My Chew. I love the grape, and apple. We'll see how the apple tastes here. Next up, this looks like some sort of candy tape of somewhere. This is the Extreme Fruit Sea Extreme. This comes from Thailand. So pretty cool food from Thailand. And then the last, but certainly not least, is the Double Dutch. It's a stroopwafel. And I'm guessing I know where this is coming from, but let's just double check because you never know. Double Dutch honey vanilla stroopwafel. Oh, no, I didn't know it's from Canada. It's coming from Canada. So, I thought it would be Switzerland or something like that. But this is from Canada. It's honey vanilla. So that is it. That's the munch pack. Let's take the box out and let's set up this candy really quick. So this is all the candy in the munch pack. Oh, I forgot the Fanta. Got a Fanta. Love the Fanta. That's yogurt. That's crazy. Yogurt. And I know I think I've tasted yogurt drink before, but I can't wait to try this, of course. And this is part 2 where we're going to try. We're going to eat, we're going to have fun, we're going to be yummy and everything. So anyway, Jennifer's right here, so you might see her hand, but she wants to be off camera, and that's fine. So what do you want to try first? Something savory. I'm going to give you the munch pack so you can read that up. We will start with the Zapp's. These are the Zapp's right here. They are Evil Eye New Orleans kettle style already. So let's open it up. These might be a little bit spicy.
I'm waiting for you to.
Okay. All right, here you go. There they are right there. That's the chip. Ready? Cheers. Crunchy. There's no vitamin D, or no, there's 2% of vitamin D in here. 22 milligrams of calcium and a little bit of iron. 320 milligrams of sodium and 2 grams of sugar with 32 grams of carbohydrates. And that was Zapp's potato chips. And there is a post kick coming through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty back of the throat.
Yeah, very much so.
And really not until just now for me.
Yeah. All right, next up, let's do this. This is the Chick Shack, is the name of it, by Oppenheimer. Let's open it up. Little swirly looking items right here. Cheers. That has an interesting taste to it. What do you think?
I like it.
Okay.
It's kind of reminiscent of, they're the big wavy square chips.
Oh, like sun chips? Well, you're pretty close to spot on because this is made with wheat flour and maltodextrin and palm oil and natural cooking spices flavor enhancement. And that's Chick Shack. Where is the Chick Shack from?
It's from Israel.
Israel, that's right.
And it's a bagel and everything bagel inspired snack.
Mm.
So there's probably a bit of rye to it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll have the Chick Shacks.
Mm-hmm.
I'll sit that there. Take a small sip of water.
That'll be good with some yogurt.
Oh.
I like when we were in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, if we're going to do yogurt, then we're going to do the Fanta.
Yogurt flavored Fanta.
Yes. Can you guess where this is from?
Is it Korean?
No.
No. Is that Japan?
Yeah. All right, so this is from Japan. Ooh! A little pop. I'll let you have for a sip.
Yeah.
That's not too bad. It's like a cream flavored soda, maybe?
Like with a hint of grapefruit. There's something tangy and a little citrusy that goes beyond a cream soda.
Water, high fructose starch syrup, sugar, dextrohyslactone, lactic acid, carbonated acid, potassium, sucralose, and ascorbic acid. Lyokin, orange, is like orange, not orange.
I don't know if it's Iokin or Lyokin because it's written both ways.
Oh, okay. It's probably a very loose translation, though. We could do watermelon slices from Vidal. Let's do that. There we go.
Yours makes. Oh, I see it. Okay.
Yeah, looks more like it looks like a watermelon right there. So
Kind of.
cheers. Kind of a reverse watermelon now I'm
Yeah.
thinking about it. Wow, that's very chewy. It's like I'm chewing into rubber because you can't really bite into it that much, but it's got a sour flavor coming out of it.
Watermelon sours are the one candy I used to love to get when we would go to the candy store.
Oh, really?
When I was little.
Okay, well, this one's yours too. 20 milligrams of sodium, 22 grams of sugar, and 30 grams of carbohydrates. So, no vitamin A, no vitamin C, no calcium, no iron. Yeah, very
Which some
firm.
people like.
Firm, yeah. Well, this is from, where did it say it's from?
Oh.
It says it's from New York, New York. Oh, there it is. I'll let you look it up.
No, you can.
Spain.
From Spain.
Yes. I don't know what part of Spain, though. I don't remember seeing this while I was in Spain.
These marvelous sugar-coated gummy watermelon slices look and taste surprisingly just like the real thing. These sweet gummies will be sure to satisfy your sweet tooth. Spain. I definitely think there's a sourness to them.
Yeah,
which
definitely.
It doesn't really say on here.
Yes.
And again, I like watermelon sours. I prefer that to just straight watermelon.
Okay.
It's just really firm.
Yeah, very firm. Yeah, absolutely. All right. What shall we try next?
Something salty.
Salty. So we're going to go back to South Korea. And I don't know if I had these while I was in South Korea. Can you read this? Jennifer's been working on her Korean.
I'm just looking to see if it's written in a better font anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the problem with some of the Korean food is they create this really outrageous looking font, and so sometimes it kind of looks odd. All right, well, it looks like a little guy right there, and then another dude right there, and I know that this works as in consonant, vowel, consonant.
Mos mar le noon.
Okay.
Which doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that's okay. You did a good job. You tried it. You can do better than I can. So
that's debatable.
And on the top here, I can tell you that this in small print right here is called Crown because it's the name of the company who makes these. You can definitely smell it. There it is right there. Interesting. It's very barrelish. So here we go. Ready? Pretty good.
Light, airy, crispy.
Yeah.
It's Korean. I'm guessing it's rice-based.
Yeah.
Sweet and peppery. Black pepper?
Do you taste black pepper?
I don't know what I'm getting at the end. Something that's not sweet.
I'm not getting black pepper. Interesting.
Oh, these crunchy wheat snacks with sesame seed specks are a sweet dream.
Okay.
With their rich sweet flavor and delicious crunch in every bite, they remind us of churros.
Yes, they do remind me of a churro. Now that you said that.
Okay.
I was trying to think, did it taste like a cereal? Did it taste like what did it taste like? But yeah, churro, that's spot on. I think that's spot on. All right.
So much of their stuff.
You want to go back to sweet or you want to stay on the salty side? Let's go sweet. Yummy gummy. Yummy, yummy gummy in my tummy, tummy, tummy. We got multiple colors, blue, green, red, blue, yellow. So it's multi-fruit here. So let's open it up. Do you prefer a color?
As a general rule, red.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's interesting. It's a package within a package. Just do that. There is one red in here. Here it is right here. So they look like those pool noodles. Yeah. So I'll let you pick the red.
We can split it.
I don't care. Yeah, okay, let's split it. This is interesting. This is like a part red, part purple. I wonder if it's, well, I don't know what country it's from. No, I'll do the blue. And it looks like there's like a white core in the middle of that. So, you ready? Oh, you okay, so here we go. Wow, that's tough to bite into as well.
I thought that was a lot easier than the other gummy.
Oh yeah, absolutely, but
And Nuts gummy almost I wouldn't be surprised if the white core were marshmallow texture-wise.
that's probably true. It's either strawberry or raspberry.
Okay.
Those are the two reds on here. Is my
It's
guess.
strawberry because raspberry would be traditionally blue.
Yeah, no vitamin A, no vitamin C, no calcium, no iron, but 21 grams of sugars and 27 grams of carbohydrates, 3 milligrams of sodium. It is egg-free and fish-free.
It's from Turkey.
From Turkey. It's peanut-free, totally nut allergy-free, shellfish-free, sesame-free. So, and they had just like a little label on the back here with all of the what it's free of. So that might be a label that they have to put on their bags there. So not too bad. That was yummy gummy. All right, let's go to Pepero chocolate sticks. And I'll give you a clue. I've had these before.
So was Lottie British?
Do you want me to tell you?
Sure.
South Korean.
Oh, okay.
But I think there is a Lottie in. No, Lottie is the grocery stores in South Korea.
That's where I know the name.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and we've visited the well, they're not really grocery stores. They're like a full service department, grocery and stuff like that. So.
Thank you.
These are the Pepero choco-filled chocolate. I see we're having fun. Oh. You don't like these. And there's a reason why.
Why?
Because the outer shell is the outer shell is pretzel.
Yeah. Thank God it's not salted, but
Yeah.
it's still pretzel.
All right, let's have a little bit of yogurt. You want some yogurt?
Mm.
No? 4 more items here. Let's go back. Let's go to this one. Nusita Galeta. They look like some sort of cookie. And it looks like they're going to have a fruit or a chocolate flavor. If I can open them. There we go. Ooh, okay. So do you want the fruit one or are these these are like Neapolitan. So they're the cookie with some sort of red filling in the middle.
With a face.
The little face. It looks like at first it looks like a Ninja Turtle face.
Is it a dinosaur?
I don't know. There we go. Right there. And there's on the vanilla side. There's 1 too. So. Cheers. Need some milk, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Tastes like a cookie with vanilla and chocolate. Can't taste the center, can you? Wow. There's not much in there. Just like a light smattering.
Half stuff instead of double stuff.
Yeah. Not bad.
Very dry. Crumbly.
I'm wondering if this is not flour based.
Very dunkable.
Yeah. Wheat flour, yeah.
I'm from Costa Rica.
Costa Rica. Nice.
Vanilla and chocolate cookie sandwich. A delicious strawberry cream.
All right. That leaves 3 items. 1 we've had already.
Is that our favorite?
That's yeah. So let's go with this. This is like a blue tape. It's called Fruit C Extreme Z. So this is perfect for Sesame Street because it's got 2 letters in it. No numbers though. There we go. I got it. She's smiling over here. There we go. It's a fruit tape.
Can I blue?
They'll probably make your tongue blue. What?
Do you think it will?
Probably. Well, not this small amount, but if you eat the whole thing, I bet you it'll be blue. Once again, a tougher texture.
Still softer than that.
Yeah, still softer than the watermelons, yeah. I'm guessing it's a blue raspberry.
Sour.
Yeah, with a post-sour taste to it. You're getting more sour than I am, apparently. Okay, we'll try a little bit more. Yeah, I'm seeing blue on your tongue.
Okay. Great. Cool.
Oh yeah, there's a sour. So not your favorite? No? Okay.
It's from Thailand.
Thailand. Nice.
It's kosher. Blue raspberry. Give your taste buds a delicious sweet and sour kick.
12 grams of sugar, 18 grams of carbs, 10 milligrams of sodium, 1 gram of fat. And yeah, it does say on this label, it says kosher parv, special production. So
I learned something new today. I didn't realize that there was a kosher need in Thailand.
I guess, yeah. All right, let's go to the stroopwafel. Where do you guess that's from?
I'm sorry, what?
Where are you guessing this is from?
I don't know where stroopwafel is from.
Okay.
I just know that I like them over my tea.
There we go. Double Dutch, honey vanilla. You want a whole one or a part one?
Can we just split one?
Yeah, sure.
Or just...
Okay. There is only one. I thought there were two. There you go.
I like stroopwafel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I definitely noticed the honey tones.
Yeah.
So I think if you like stroopwafel if you like your coffee or tea with honey, you're gonna prefer it to a caramel flavor.
Yeah, that's true. We're just enjoying the stroop. What was the first time you had a stroopwafel?
You brought one home for me. Probably the first time you traveled internationally.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I was going through Amsterdam, and they had stroopwafels there.
Was that your first Barcelona trip?
Yes. So many years ago. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be the first year that I don't travel outside the country.
You don't know that. Yeah.
No, that's true. That's true. That's true. So, all right. Double Dutch. Where are you guessing that this is from? I know the answer already.
Does it say on the side?
Yeah. No. I read it before.
Canada.
Yeah.
Do they do a lot of honey in Canada?
Well, yeah. I would. Oh, honey. Yeah, I suppose they do a lot of syrup. I don't know. I would guess so. That's probably not natural honey. It's probably
No, just...
real honey.
I don't know. It doesn't say real honey, but...
I'm guessing that's not real honey. What do we got? 10 grams of sugar, 23 grams of carbohydrates, 75 milligrams of sodium, and 6 grams of total fat, including 3 grams of saturated. All right, that leaves one item left, and this is my chew.
Mm-hmm.
I can recognize that. My chew. It's like Pikachu, except mine. Now, I'm not sure how this is going to be. Usually, I've gotten these we've had them in chiclet form, and then individual wrappers. So I don't know if this is going to be like a stick form, or if this is just going to be like a Pez dispenser looking thing, or whatnot. So we'll open it up like I would some gum or something like that.
Right now you look like Charlie.
Charlie. Oh, I get the golden ticket. Oh, okay. There's a little. It looked like I technically did it right. There looks like. There we go. A little foil rip open cord thing. So individually wrapper in a wrapper. This is the apple version. And like I said before, I love the grape version. I also have the cherry version, and maybe I have had apple. So I remember the yellow. So there's apple's your favorite? Oh, sweet. Well, this is yours. Very good.
Mm-hmm.
That's yours.
It's like Laffy Taffy,
Mm-hmm.
but with the texture of a Fannie Mae caramel. Like
Really?
there's just something lighter, and once it warms up to mouth feel or mouth temperature, the mouth feels amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I like any of the flavors. The apple's my favorite. But
Yeah.
I just love the chewiness of it, the firmness. But
Can't tell you the ingredients on this, but there's a lot of sugar and a lot of carbohydrates. Munch Pack is all about. Boom, and that's the Munch Pack box. And those are all the foods right there. Let's go right here, minus the two that Jennifer's got over there. So interesting. If you've gotten a Munch Pack, let me know, and let's compare our munches and go from there. So, thanks a lot for watching. Thank you, Jennifer, for being here and tasting it with me. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out. Check everything out. I know this is not a normal video that I do. We use lots of tech stuff, but you know, we're having a little geekiness here, and I do want to thank the folks over at Munch Pack for making the Munch Pack. I'll put a little smiley face on me.
it's a nicely curated collection.
Very, very much so. And there's more than one pack, so they can get another
Is that
pack.
why this brochure's so darn big?
I think so. No, I think you'll get a different brochure with your other Munch Packs.
Okay.
I'm not sure though. I'll have to check it out as we go. But anyway, thanks a lot for watching. If you have any questions on this, feel free to ask me. I don't know how to answer them, but we're going to munch some more. So you guys geek out on whatever you're doing geek-wise, and take care. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today, I'm going to take a look at something here that I've been doing a little bit of searching on, because I always search and look for Geekazine. I think it's a very important part when you're building a brand, to make sure that nobody else is building their brand around your brand. So I conduct regular searches for my name. Now, the cool thing about Geekazine is it's easy to search for, because not too many other people use Geekazine. Because why? It's a unique name, and when you build a website, a lot of people say try and stay away from the unique names. Have something that's solid, even if it's like 2 or 3 words, like the big trees or something like that, because then it's more easily searchable. But the fact that my brand pretty much created its own little corner on the internet, it's been nice and great to search for, because then I can find myself. Like, for instance, if I search for Jeffrey Powers, I get a swimmer, I get a lawyer, I get a French horn player, I get, and of course I get myself. But as you can see, the water's a little bit murky in specific search results. However, when I search for Geekazine, it's pretty much bare. I mean, you get the random stuff, and I definitely see websites out there that have used Geekazine's content, and that's the best part, is they're using the content, and I love that. But when they use the content incorrectly and they fake things, I have a problem with, and that's what I ran against. So what I did was I did a search, and I didn't use Google, or I didn't use Bing. I didn't use those. I used a search engine that's a little bit more open, and well, open's probably not the best word. A little bit different, and it's called Yandex. And it's a simple web search. They've got mail, they've got maps, they've got video, and stuff like that. They're also in Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, Uzbekistan, and Turkey. You get the idea. So I decided, okay, I'm going to do a search of Geekazine and see what shows up here, as opposed to something like Google. Because you got to remember that sometimes when you get bad sites, Google decides, okay, we're gonna knock that out. And so it doesn't show in their search results, and rightfully so. But in this case, I want to see those sites. I want to see this content. And I also create Google alerts for myself. So when new content shows up, it'll pop onto Google alerts. And I've seen these things before. And a lot of times, you know, they're fly by night. They come and they go. And it's not a big deal. But this one doesn't seem to be come and go here. So I did search, as you can see. And it's got, you know, Geekazine's the first top result, which should be geekazine.com, and then my YouTube page, which makes perfect sense. And then so they show some of the images that you can get from Yandex, which is the same images you can see on Google or Bing. Perfect, no problems. My Facebook page, my Twitter page, profile, Soundboard. I must have signed up for Soundboard at one time. It looks on the up and up, so no problems there. My Twitch channel. See, and then of course some of the videos that they've indexed on Yandex. So that's all well and good. We get to about the third page. We're going to skip the second page. We get to the third page, and this is where we're going to see some really interesting things. And we start with this thing, uaclips.com, and I don't know if I have that first. I don't think I have that. Yeah, it's not up there first. This is there was one before this over on trvid.com. That was it. But you see AZ clip, you see LV clip. In fact, you're going to see a lot of them that are even going to be something clip, like DE clip. I think that's for Denmark clip, or vid, something xvid, or something like that. So, but it's very, it's either vid or clip is in the names here. So, all right. So we go to some of these sites, and as you can see, we'll see some of the videos that I do. But you're going to see something a little bit more than that. And we'll go to this first one here. Let's bring it up here. And as you can see, this is the trvid.com. And as you can see on the top here, it kind of looks like my YouTube channel, but it's not my YouTube channel. In fact, here, let me just show, did I pull up I didn't pull up my YouTube channel. Let me do that really quick. So let's just give you the reference here. So we'll go to youtube.com/user/Geekazine, which is the official name for it. But anyway, so as you can see, there it is. And I've got TubeBuddy on here, so you're going to see a little bit different. And then, of course, there's me signed in. So let's do it from an incognito window over here. So we'll bring that in, and I'll bring that up, and I'll bring this over here. And then we'll bring this over here. So now this is what you guys see. The subscribe button, and you hit subscribe, you have to sign in. The videos, the home button will let you see that I have a live video going on now. But as you can see, my videos are going up here. Now, let's go back over to here. You can see my videos. In fact, you're seeing the latest video. Now, that was 3 days ago that I posted this video, configuring a Stream Deck for Wirecast. But as you can see up here, it has my description. In fact, if you go over here, and I think it's in the About area, there's that description right here. And of course, it's all set up so people can index me, find me, and go from there. So it's all set up like this is Geekazine. Now here's some of the big differences. And this one right here, there's no sidebar on this one, but we'll show you some sidebars in a second. And of course, they have a unique logo here, which is great, but everything else, if you want to subscribe, this abone of, which is technically subscribe. Let's try on Slate. Yep, see, subscribe. You hit that button and it just says subscribed. You remember what happened when we did it on the other one? It basically said, hey, you got to sign in first to subscribe. So, but everything here, it'll say that I have 1,812 videos, which is probably right. I got 1,812 public videos, 6,100,000 views, which is probably right. And then looks like 100 comments, but I don't know if that's right or not, because I have a lot more than 100. So as you can see, it's pretty much trying to duplicate, and even down here, it's even pulling the comments from my site. It's weird. And sometimes they'll link, sometimes it depends on the site. Sometimes they will link, sometimes they don't. This one doesn't seem to link. But as you can see, looks like last 50, 60 videos I did are all here. And if you click on them, they're going to take you to a page that looks like a YouTube page. And we're just we'll bring down the volume here really quick. But anyway, it looks like my page. The only thing, this is interesting. Right down here, right here, it has my old Geekazine logo, not my new one that you saw on the previous page. But as you can see, they've got their own ads. Finding single girls and new diabetes leaves doctors speechless. But down here, this is where I have the problems here. First of all, the description exactly the same, except they're not linked. So I have down here, check out the gear I use over at geekazine.com/about or /gears-i-use. They can't click on there to get there. Whereas on my channel, you can click on that to find out the gear that I use to create these videos. The other thing is this one right here. This one has an interesting sidebar. So this is the let's translate that. We can share it, and it's going to share to trvid.com. It's not going to share to YouTube. And of course, the comments, and they got the share link. It's got a download option. It can download HD 720. Now, you can get a third-party piece of software to download your videos. I've done it before, especially when you can only download 720 videos on YouTube, and I have 4K videos, and I need to pull that one back down. So I'll use that to pull it back down. But this one, it will download, and it looks like I think this one was in. Let's see the settings. Where'd the settings go? Oh. Do that again. Settings, quality. It's not going to show me. But anyway, I believe this one is in at least 1080p. I don't go under 1080p. So this has got to be what they can pull out here. And then they have this ad here. So this looks like a watch list of some sort, or a remember to play. And then of course, there's no log on here. Up here we can favor the video, we can watch later, we can post, we can put the My Place subscriptions and trends. Now we'll hit trends, and that goes to trend videos. So not my video right here. So as you can see, it looks exactly like my video, my channel. The only saving grace to this is the fact if I click on the YouTube right there on the video itself, it'll actually take me to my YouTube channel. And as you can see with my YouTube channel, we'll show more. There's all those links I was talking about. So if you want to find out the gear, you click on there, and that goes to geekazine.com/about/the gear I use, which I need to update. So as you can see, that's doing exactly what it needs to do. So that's the only saving grace, is you can then get to YouTube and then continue on with the videos. But in this case, you're watching videos and it's looking like this is my channel. And then it's taking likes and comments, because you can, in some of these, you can actually sign in. And then when you sign in, you're allowed to comment, you're allowed to like. And all of a sudden, those likes, those comments, they don't show up on YouTube. They show up on their site. So now I have no idea. They might be talking about things. Somebody might be asking questions about this video. I have no way to answer them because they're commenting over there. Some of them have a Facebook Connect. So you'll get somewhere they're connected to Facebook, and those comments are somewhere on Facebook. And in a couple of those cases, I haven't found out where the page is, because it doesn't, for some reason, it doesn't link to the page, which is really weird. So, so there's different ways that they can create the comments, bring the comments over, and stuff like that. It's really weird. But the thing about this is this one right here, I'm showing you this one first because this doesn't look like the other ones that I've run across. So this was the trvid.com. Very unique. Now let's get to something that looks a little bit more like YouTube, and that's this one right here. And that's uaclips.us. And in fact, if you go over here, you go to azclips.us, lvclip, declips, the xvid. You see that? So, and as you can see, my banners, this banner, I put this banner up 2-3 days ago. Actually, I updated it to put in a little bit more on the graphics. And I think I did that yesterday. As you can see, it's up there. In fact, I see anything about 12 hours. There's a 12-hour delay on that. And here, let me show you. This is the perfect example to show you. We'll go over it. This is NBC Nightly News, and we'll refresh it just in case they added anything new. And as you can see, their latest video is this one. These two right here. Swimmer Lewis Pugh to take frigid Antarctica plunge, and the NBC Nightly News for January 1st. Now we'll go over here. And as you can see with the videos, there 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago, this Antarctic plunge was posted, and it's already been ripped and moved over here. And if you go over here, we'll click on both of them. And think about this. This is the other thing is this is in incognito mode. So we're going to get ads on this. But we're not going to get ads on this because it's an embedded video. Now, embedded videos do have ads to them. And that's good. But for somehow they're finding a way to forego the ads. And I'm not sure how that happens. There's probably some sort of programming trick you can do to make sure that the ads don't play on here. I know at one point there were some embed videos where it wouldn't play ads at all. But in this case, none of these channels, none of these websites play ads. So now, if you're using this for your ad revenue, you're getting the views. You're not going to get the subscribers. You're not going to get the likes. And you're definitely not going to get the ad revenue because it's not showing up here. For some reason, they can block these ads. And it looks exactly the same. And this is, once again, this is not just Geekazine. This is everything. This is, like I said, this is NBC Nightly News. We find the most recent. We'll go here, and we'll go to this drop down, and we'll go to, I believe this is trending. It's in Russian. So let's just translate it really quick. And they have it as popular. So that's their popular videos right now. So we'll go to YouTube and we'll go to trending. And as you can see, there's a little bit difference between them. But 2 days ago, these videos came up 2 days ago. And even the live channels, Geekazine goes, we're live 24/7. Over at youtube.com/Geekazine. So you can watch all the same live channels there. And once again, if you click on any of these live channels, hopefully we're not going to click on anything questionable. It goes straight into the video. And you can get to YouTube by clicking on YouTube, and it'll switch you back over there. And there's ads playing. So as you can see, you lose on that. And then they gain because they've got their Russian princesses that you can click on. There's probably more ads down here. I won't get into too much. But doesn't this look exactly like a YouTube experience? Not totally, but it's definitely got something close to it. And in fact, let's go to live stuff. There's a live link here. They've just, in the last couple of weeks, they've just changed this interface. So, of course, you'll see this looks more like the older interface of YouTube. And then they switched this stuff around a little bit. So I don't think we're going to find the exact same video that we do here. Let's just see if we can find something close. I don't think we can. Okay, we won't get into it too much. But as you can see, anything live that's on YouTube is on here. Now let's move on. Let's keep going here because once again, here's the other thing. Let's go to one of these videos. This is on the xvid.us. And we'll pause it. No ads. All links. Here's another thing that I want to show you. When Geekazine shows up here, it is linked, but it will link back to the xvid, UA clips, FR clips, whatever the websites are. None of my links work. They pull my comments. Those don't even link back. And in fact, they're even doing the verified marks too. So it looks exactly like a YouTube page. But here's another difference. And this is not the replay here. Maybe this one doesn't have it. If I hit subscribe, as you can see, it turns blue. And that's not what YouTube does. If I hit the link here, it turns blue. And that's not what YouTube does. I can add to my playlist or watch later. I can share it. And this one just does the embed or share. But they're all links to xvid. They're not your links. Now is one, I want to show you one that does this, and maybe they took it off, but even 24 hours ago, they had this. Here we go. Let's hit that translate button. Download this video right here. You click on that, you got an MP4, you got a WebM, you got an MP4. Medium, I'm guessing, is 480, but the most you can do is 720. So now somebody can natively download your videos and then put them wherever they feel is necessary. And that's a problem right there. I know, like I said, I know that there's third-party programs that allow you to download your YouTube videos, but to have it right here, and in fact, if I click on it, it's gonna download it. I'd have to right-click. In this case, I'd have to right-click and say Save As, but I can now download and save that file. And that's not right. It's absolutely not right. And whereas I got 85 views on here, if I go to YouTube, I got 85 views. But I don't see, I think what they do is they find out how many views I have here, and then they port it over. But then when you watch it, those views aren't going back to YouTube. Well, in that case, they are going back to YouTube, but I bet you that they're even counting in there. They got a way to count them. And when you like, those likes aren't going back to YouTube. They're staying right here. Any comments, they're probably not going back to YouTube. They're staying right there at DE Clips, at LV Clip, at AZ Clip, at UA Clips. I don't have a problem with a website pulling my embed videos. And in all reality, I even don't have a problem with the ads not playing on the embed videos. But when they rip the channel completely word for word, making it look like a YouTube channel, in fact, even with, it looks like the YouTube logo up on the top corner. The only difference is instead of saying YouTube, it says UA Clips. To have that look exactly like the channel is just, it's amazing. And so what I've done is I've talked to YouTube about this, and I've asked them, what do we do? What can we do to stop this? And they said, well, you can do a copyright infringements post one. And I said, well, that really doesn't make sense because they're not infringing on my copyright for the video, but they are infringing on the text. Because text, that's technically plagiarism right there. Because they're taking word for their website. And they're not attributing back to Geekazine in the way that I feel that they should. And then I talked to them and they said, well, that's not really copyright infringement on your part. And they said, yeah, you're probably right. So now what do we do at this point? How can we make sure that these websites aren't pulling ad revenue and off of your videos, off of my content? In fact, I go on there, you look and you'll see lots of content creators, even the tech savvy ones. I bet you if I go here and I go, let's do this. Let's go Marcus Bromley. There. And wait for it. Look at that. Well, there's Marcus Brownlee channel. He's got 10 million followers. MKBHD, 10 million followers. And so when, like for instance, this one 3 days ago about 2020 tech he's ready for, 2 million views already. 2 million views. And from that, how many views are coming from here and how many people are using this as a YouTube channel to pull their information, and how many get to forego the advertisements. So I click on the YouTube part and I'll most likely get, well, maybe I didn't get an ad. Maybe this one doesn't have ads to it, which is surprising because I would figure that there'd be some sort of ads on it. This might be a sponsored video, so that might be the reason why. But as with any other video, the ads have less of a chance of showing on the embed video, and I have yet to see an ad pop up in any of these websites. So they must be doing something to make sure that those ads aren't playing at all, which is wrong, completely wrong. So what do you guys think about this? I know for a lot of you that just watch YouTube videos, you're like going, oh, great, now I'm going to go over to this site because now I can watch these videos. Got to remember that there might also be some tracking stuff on here. And if they ask, because just like regular websites, you know, the top pop-up that says, hey, we use this tracking thing. You want to be informed when new videos showed up, just hit the allow button. You shouldn't do it. Hit the block button and just move on, because now they can communicate with you to keep you coming back to this channel instead of to YouTube. And that is the key right there. And for me, I have, like I said, I have a problem with this simply because of the fact that I'm a content creator. I'm making nickels and dimes. That's how I make my revenue. I have multiple revenue models, including affiliate links, including extra work that keep my business alive. But a chunk of it is AdSense. And AdSense does pay for a few of my bills during the month. And even if it's 1/10 of the traffic that comes through each of those websites, well, maybe not 1/10, but let's say 1/10 as a whole from all of those websites, because it looks like it's from the exact same creator. And in fact, it even comes down to, and I haven't showed you this part yet, and that's down on the bottom here. And that's the bottom, which still looks like YouTube stuff. They have their links, which I have to translate once again. Whoops. Hit the wrong button. Let's translate it. They have info, conditions, piracy, help, and contacts. If you go to info, it'll give you the information of what UA clips. It says that copyright UA clips, and of course this will say copyright AZ clip, and this will say copyright LV clip. You get the idea. And in Russian, so we got to translate again. Conditions takes us to a terms of service page. Privacy takes us to a privacy page. Help. Let's see if we can just click on help before. You know it does. Oh, there it is right there. So let's go to help. I think that was this one. Translate it again. Help. Seems to be going to the same page. Let's back up. Probably just a small glitch on their part. I don't really care. I'll go over here. Translate. Help. No. Okay. So the help page, it's just a dead link. We'll go to communication. This is the exact same one you'll see on all these pages. Communication, you can put in your name, your email. The CAPTCHA, they don't have the right certificate, so the CAPTCHA doesn't work on here. So your message probably goes absolutely nowhere. But once again, this is all stuff you can do. And then, of course, right here, you click on that blue button up on top. You can sign in with your Google account. I wouldn't do that. But, that's up to you, however you want to do it. But as you can see, this looks pretty darn close like a YouTube channel. Live channels, content only a few hours old as new. We got to figure out a way to stop this, because this is not right. And that's why I'm showing this, because I did a search to see if anybody else was talking about this. I found nothing. I don't know why. This is a problem. This needs to be taken care of. If anything, once again, I don't mind if they take the video and embed it. And if ads don't play, that's fine. But if I have a description and you use that description word for word, and there's links there, those links better be coming back to Geekazine.com. Those links better be going back to the area that I want them to go to. And I definitely don't want that download button on any of these sites to download my videos. Not that I don't want you to have the free videos, but I don't want to lose money, because some people are going to download them, they're going to upload them somewhere else. And then we got to go chasing down for copyright. That's always a fun thing to do. We won't get into that here. But bottom line, you can see what I'm talking about. This is wrong in so many levels, but I don't know what to do. And just the amazing fact that it looks exactly like my channel, and I click on the links. Now here, okay, so it shows my old logo and not the new one. So that's the old one down here. Me looking to the left, and then this one with the Geekazine logo. That's the difference. So anyway, tell me what you think. You think we need to deal with this, or is this something that's like, okay, maybe this is free advertising, go for it. Let me know. Comment down below. I need your comments. Go ahead and like this. Don't like this on those sites because I'll never see it. And then let me know what you think here. And of course, you can subscribe over on youtube.com/Geekazine. Hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. So it goes to YouTube, doesn't go to those other sites. So anyway, thanks a lot for watching. My name is Jeffrey Powers. I hope this has opened your eyes to doing searches on your content to make sure that your content isn't being monetized by somebody else. I hope this opened your eyes on that. So thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out and take care. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today we are taking a look at the KimaFun wireless headsets. They got several of them that you can get right here, right now. 2.4 gigahertz wireless headset for doing videos like this, maybe doing speeches, maybe doing teleconferences wireless, and a whole bunch more. We're going to talk about that next on Geek Tech Talk Live with me, Jeffrey Powers. In French, oui. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, you got me, and we are here talking about this little product right here. Follow me on the socials right there. I'm on all of them as Geekazine. First of all, I want to let you guys know that I do review products, and I did get this product for review. They have no say in what I say and how I say it. All opinions are of my own. You go over to geekazine.com for more information, and we'll go from there. Let's check this out really quick. This is the KimaFun wireless microphone. So it's a headset microphone, and I asked them, they have several different ones. In fact, if we go over to the page here, there we are, you can see all the different ones, from wireless headsets to lavalier mics to a lot more. There's even a handheld unit. There's a karaoke unit. There's a this one right here. I think this goes onto a flute. So you've got a lot of instruments. There's a saxophone one. Let's go to the second page here. There's guitar, and yeah, they got a few different ones. But this is the one we're talking about right here. It's got the headset, it's got the lavalier, and it attaches to this this dongle looking thing. So I'm guessing that I'll be able to actually connect up other things, maybe even put in instruments to it. I don't know. Let's see what we've got on the box. They showed a lot of the boxes here. 2.4 gigahertz wireless, so it's got it runs on a wireless spectrum. So just watch to see what type of wireless spectrum you have running through the area that you're going to use this on, because you could possibly get some interference if there's a lot of devices running 2.4 gigahertz, and that's lower than what it used to be. So this is basically the unit that's a cable, USB cable to charge it, and it does a charge time of 3 to 4 hours with a use time of 6 to 8 hours, and it's a USB micro. And what does that mean? That means that it's the type of USB cable that you would use to connect up to, and that's included with this this device. So without further ado, let's do this. Let's open this box up and start testing it. So we got the KimaFun right here. I'm gonna open it up. It's gonna be pretty straightforward on the connection here. All right, here we go. So we opened it up, and to begin with, we get a little card right here that basically says, "Dear customer, thanks for the purchase of the KimaFun product. We strive to endure blah blah blah. If you have any problems, this is the email address you should contact. Thank you very much. Blah blah blah." Little instruction manual, and probably multiple languages. It's looking, right now, it's looking English. So we're just going to look through it really quick. Yeah, it's exactly what we just saw on the Amazon page. Everything right there. How to place the lavalier mic as opposed to the headset mic. I'm wondering if it uses the same microphone and the headset's just a casing for that same microphone. But we'll see. We'll find out in a second here. We can do it with smartphone and tablet, and we can do it with desktop and laptop with the included cables. Frequency band, 2400 to 2483 megahertz. So that's not too bad. Pairing method it'll pair automatically. Charging time is 3 to 4 hours. Transmitter working time is about 6 to 8 hours. Receiver continuous working time is about 10 to 12 hours. So it also tells me that capsule dimension, it's a unidirectional condenser microphone. So it will pick up a lot of the area, and it's unidirectional, which means that it will try to cancel anything coming out that way. Its frequency response is 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz, so it's a pretty good range. We'll see. We'll test that out and see how that works. The impedance is 680 ohms, and it's about 1.5 volts. Maximum input sound level is 120 decibels. You don't need it louder than that. So that's basically the instruction manual. Let's push this up just a skosh so you can see things better. All right, so we got a couple in this bag right here. We've got a couple foams, and it looks like we've got a jack to plug in. Next up, this is, I believe it might be the lavalier. Yeah, it looks like the lavalier. So yeah, these are two separate items, and that's pretty cool because let's say you're running the headset and the cable's starting, it's an older unit and the cable's starting to go. You can switch to the lav and continue on. It's pretty big, and it's got a nice little clip on there. So can't wait to give that a try. And then what do we got next? Let's pull up the other cables. This is the adapter cable they were talking about, and this is for an iPhone or any other phone that does 3-pole items. So that's basically the stereo. So one of these is the headset, and the other one is the microphone. Next up, this is a clip of some sort. I've seen a little bit on it, but I'm not sure. I think this looks like a belt clip. So I'm guessing that so one of these items fits on the belt clip. I'm guessing the receiver to the headphones or headset. And then let's pull this out. We've got the headset right here. That looks pretty nice. It's got a little gooseneck right there and very adjustable for that, but definitely fits on the head. Now I've got my other headset on, so let's see how well we can knock this around. And then this is a little gooseneck, so you can bring it like that. So you can have some conversation, and they can hear you. Definitely. So that's that. Let's take this off for now. We'll put it back on later. Let's go back here. Next up in the bag and the box, we have another cable. This looks like the USB micro cable, and this looks like a split cable. So what this means is when you charge the units, you'll charge it using the same cable. And that does change the charge time. So if you need to charge faster, you might want to get separate cables for that. I'm not a big fan of these split cables and usually just throw them out because you never know what damage they can do to any device at all. All right, we have two units here that send the receiver and the capture device. This is the receiver. This is what you'll plug into your phone or your PC or anything like that. It's got a regular stereo input, and that other plug will shows you that you can plug that in into a mixer or something like that, and it'll give you the 1/4-inch jack here. Unbalanced this is called balanced, and the other one's called unbalanced, that single one. So there's a little bit of plastic on here, so let's take back the film. We all like to take back the film. There we go. On the side, we have the USB cable and then an on-off switch. So, and I don't know if this is powered at all. We do have a blue light flashing right here. that's gonna, I don't know, I think it's looking for its pair. So we're gonna leave that, we're gonna set that to the side, we're gonna zoom back out. Let's pull out the last piece, I believe, off of this whole thing. And this is what you would have on your person. So this is the unit that sends the signal, the audio, to the laptop or the phone or something like that. As you can see, it's got the 8-inch jack input, which is a screw input. That's cool. So it doesn't unplug. You'll have to screw it down to keep it going. Just like with this headset, that's how that works. And the same thing on the side. We've got the charge and then the power on. And then I'm assuming, and once I have a feeling once I turn this on, these are going to pair together and those blue lights are going to stop blinking. Just like that, they stop blinking. So I don't know how much battery life is on these, so hopefully there's enough to do a couple examples and go from there. But you get the idea, and then towards the end we'll try and hook it up to the computer to see how that sounds. But right now that is the KimaFun. It connected fairly quick, so, and it'll be interesting. What I'm going to do is I think once I turn this off, that'll start flashing. Yeah, I'll start blinking. So I'm going to turn this back on. I'm going to do a quick walk to the other side. We'll see if that starts blinking. I won't be able to tell as I'm walking away, and we'll do this so you don't see the green screen on there. So I'm going to walk out, and I'm going to close a couple doors, and then you're going to see with this first door, it might just start blinking. No, it's still doing good, so we'll keep going. It says about 100 feet. And now I'm going out to the garage. I'm going to open up another door. I'm going to close that door. There we go. Now you probably see some blinking. You might even hear some static on my end. So, 2 rooms to connect. That's not too bad. You definitely, and that, like I said, even my headset probably went in and out for a second there as I closed doors, walking from part 1 to place 1 to place 2, because like this one did. That was my indicator. It was when this started blinking. I'm assuming that this started blinking as well. So right there, that's the KimaFun headset, and it's connected. It looks pretty connected. So now, what the next step is to actually just try it out. Anyway, let's go back over here. So as you can see, it's a plug with a twist on it with a little threaded nut on it. So we'll push that in, and then we'll turn this down to lock it in place. There we go. And now what I'll do is first of all, I'll see if there's a way to test if there's any lights that come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll come really close to the microphone. So no, I don't see any indicator or anything like that. I'm going to take this, and the belt clip we can just basically clip to the unit, plug it right there, and now we can put it onto our belt. If you got a belt. If you don't got a belt, then you can't put it on a belt. Simple as that. It's a little tough, but there we go. There it goes. And it might not be totally on, so it might snap off for a second there, but we'll figure it out. Now, another thing is you shouldn't put a microphone on top of a microphone, because that might cause some different issues. But that looks pretty good. So how do I look? Do I look like some infographics salesman type thing? I don't know. Which microphone do you like better? Do you like this microphone, the bigger and more noticeable, or the smaller one and less noticeable? Let me know. Let me know. So, all right. Any questions? We don't have any questions yet, so let's continue on. We're going to start with the iPhone. I got my iPhone 7 here. And of course, with your iPhone, you need to have the lightning splitter. So I got that. And then we need this cable right here, which is basically what determines your microphone from your headphones. So you can plug in a set of headphones. And all these have these little plastic caps on it. That's just protective. So you could probably just throw those away. But if you want to keep them, that's fine. That's up to you. So let's see. We have one that's going to say microphone and one that's going to say headset. There we go. So we're going to plug this into the microphone side. And this one doesn't have a screw. Although the receiving unit has a screw down, this cable does not have that. So not a big deal. It was pretty solid when I clicked it in there. So let's get it on the iPhone. We'll plug it in. And there it is right there. So we'll hit the home button. It's going to ask for my passcode. You can't see my passcode. There we go. And we'll bring it in here. And what we're going to do is, I guess we'll just come up into the voice memos. And then we're going to record something. So let's go ahead and do it. Everything is on. We got blue lights right here. Blue lights, whoops. Blue lights are showing. Blue lights. You can see it on the table too. So here we go. Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, that lamb was sure to follow. Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, that lamb was sure to follow. So that's not too bad. It's definitely got a different sound than what I have on this microphone. I think I hear a little crackling. I'm not sure if it's recording this or not. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this, and I'm going to hit the record button, and then I'm going to set it underneath the desk like I normally do. And I'll go, Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, that lamb was sure to follow. All right, so is it coming from the microphone or is it coming from the phone? So let's find out here. Button, and then I'm going to set it underneath the desk like I normally do. And I'll go, Mary had a little lamb. As you can tell, what I just did there is as I was saying that, I was putting it under the desk. If this would have been from this microphone, you would have heard it actually lose sound and sound a lot more muffled. But that's coming straight from this headset. I'm not sure how great that is, how not so great that is, because there are absolutely, I'll leave that unplugged. There are absolutely no controls for this. I can't turn up a gain or anything like that. It's very automatic for connecting to a phone. So now what we're going to do is we're going to connect it up. I'm going to connect it up, see if I can connect it up to my PC, and hopefully we don't kill everything doing that. So let's do that. I'm calling an audible because I can use one of these other adapters. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out this 1/4-inch adapter, and Michael's going mixer would be best, and so that's what we're going to do. We're going to plug this in. It looks like you turn the whole unit. It's not independent from the plug there, but that's once it's turned in, it's in there. So now, like I said, this is not meant for guitar. This is meant for microphone, but we could probably try and plug in an instrument or something like that. But it probably will cause issue. So let me turn on we'll plug it in, and I want to hear it before I come over there. My headset's over here. I was using it for something else. Gotta love it. This is going to be mono, because I have my headset in the other thing. So let's get this down to 0. Or if it clicks, there we go. So now I'm going to turn down this microphone, and hopefully, I don't think you'll be able to hear the other one. So this microphone should be down. I'm going to even mute it. I should have just muted it. There, I muted that microphone. And now you should be hearing from the other microphone. And you might be hearing from one side. Let me make sure that it's running in stereo. That's the streaming program that I'm using. I just need to change the properties on that. Oh, no, you should be hearing it from the center. So now I am running from this microphone. It's got absolutely no effects, no compression, no room noise cancellation on it or anything like that. So I just want to hear it from here. Yeah, Michael's saying no loss in quality. It's actually sounds pretty decent for that. And as you can see from my headset microphone to the actual microphone, there's a difference. But I can even pull this in a little bit more, and I just might have to turn down at the mixer. So we won't do that too much. But let's do this. Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to have some lunch. I don't know. Anyway, I was going to try and say something funny, but I guess I don't say stuff that's funny. I don't know. So anyway, so that's the sound of the microphone. It sounds pretty good. And as Michael's noticing that there's no loss in quality, it does have, like I said, it does have the range of 20 hertz to 220 kilohertz. So, you know, I could literally put this on the bass drum of my drum set and get a bass sound off of it, or the high end hi-hat or cymbal, and it should be able to register that. So I'm not saying that you should use these microphones for miking up your drums, but you could in a pinch, and that's not too bad. One more time. There we go. Put that in. There we go. So now the high end, this is the high end all the way down. Let's go all the way up. That's the high end with a little bit of hiss, a little bit of room noise, as they call it. And then back down to unity. I'll bring that there. So that's the sounds from the mixer there. And come back. Say hi. Hello. How you doing? What'd you think? Yeah, he's a little bit of just a little bit of low end, which makes it brought out the low presence in your voice. Oh, thank you. So, but that is basically the mix of all three. So I guess with a little bit of tweaking, I could really mix this up. Now let's pull out the lavalier, and I will turn off the sound when I flip it. All right, so now we should be back. Yeah, I heard when I unplugged it from the dongle here, I heard through my headphones way over there the click. So I'm glad that I unplugged it so you could hear from there. So, but this is how the lav looks, and I probably would put it underneath my shirt and then attach this to the belt pack. I wouldn't be surprised if you could get other microphones for it, so you could technically have a real high-end microphone that, you know, for like my Sony the headset microphone that I have right now. In fact, let's do that. Let's have some fun. We are now on this headset mic with the Kemafun. And you can get a skin-colored lavalier headset microphone that is one of the units that you can get with Kemafun. But this is the headset that I have right here. Please don't ask what it is, because I don't remember. It was it's a few years old. So, but this is what it sounds like with that. Let's take off all the extra effects again. So now you're just hearing straight from the microphone right here. All right, so this is the Kemafun headset. You can get it. It's on Amazon right now. Here's the link to it. About $56 for this one, but of course they have other versions of it as well, including a skin-colored headset at $59, and then just the lavalier at $59. This actually is less price for this dual headset. So, and from what we saw and heard, it sounded pretty decent. So I like that. Richard Martinez goes, hello, what are the uses for this type of headset? Well, it's really simple. It's whatever you need the headset to do. If you're doing a vlog and you want to hook it up to your phone, you can do that. I showed you how to do that. If you are doing a presentation on Zoom and want a wireless headset mic, you could probably do that. You might need to get a couple adapters so everything plugs in properly. If you want, I suppose you could hook it up. Well, I have it hooked up to a mixing board, so you could use it, I suppose, for your vocals if you wanted. I probably wouldn't use it for singing, but hey, each their own, I suppose. If you want to, there's a lot of different reasons to have this headset microphone, and it does a pretty good job in that. I'd love to. Maybe I should probably get behind my drum set in a little bit, and just kind of see how well the microphone reflects off anything, any extra noise. That is, and that will always be the Kemafun wireless headset. It's about $56 to $59, depending on which version you get. And you can get them for microphones. You can get them for instruments. You can get them for whatever. It's got a good range to it. Sounded pretty good from what I heard. So it would probably be a good in the pinch type microphone for anybody that has to have, doing something professionally. So that's it. Thanks a lot for watching. My name is Jeffrey Powers. If you want to contact me, Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in Geek, go over to geekazine.com, definitely, and we'll talk about it. We're on all the socials, and we'll go from there. So you've been watching another fun episode of Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. I appreciate everything. I appreciate you guys coming on. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Richard, for doing that. And until next time, you guys geek out and take care. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. We got another review here today on Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, Think Magazine, put it in a geek, and you got me. We do reviews, we do interviews, we do a whole bunch of stuff over at Geekazine here. So thank you guys very much for coming to the live channel. You saw the socials there. That's how you can get a hold of me. Today, we're talking about this little product right here. It is the Inevifit Eros. Inevifit Eros, hopefully I pronounced that right. It is a body scale, a Bluetooth body scale, which connects up to your iOS. It connects up to your Android. It connects up to your tablet, your phone. It tracks more than just your weight. And yes, I am going to step on this scale and we're going to talk about it. First of all, I want to talk to you guys about my review policy. I got product to review from Inevifit. The product is, I got no sponsorship, compensation, or anything like that. All opinions are of Geekazine. We've got the review linked right there. You can check that out to find out more about my policies and procedures when it comes to reviewing products. So, all right, well, we got the device over here. What this is a body scale. It's standard scale, looks like a standard scale. It's a Bluetooth scale. It connects up via Bluetooth to your device and allows you to track, not only find out what your weight is, but track how your weight is going. Now, we got the Bluetooth scale here. What we're going to do is I'll eventually step on the scale. You'll get to find out how much I weigh, but it's going to tell you, the scale is going to tell you a whole bunch more than just your body weight. And it's going to be able to track so you know what you're doing. Now, I have it loaded up on my tablet here, and so you'll be able to see what's going on. All right, let's take a look at the Inevifit Eros here. This is a, like I said, it connects with an app. $49.99 for the scale. The app downloads on the iOS or Android Play Store. You can then connect up anything, basically with the calibration. You can then basically step on the scale. As you can see, there's like these metal design. It's like a hexagon right there, but the metal parts of that's actually what's going to be telling the scale your body measurements. Now, I believe you can wear socks, and definitely we will not go bare feet, because I know there are some that don't get too happy when they see bare feet. And I totally understand that, because I'm one of them. I haven't gotten a manicure in a while because, the salons are all closed. But I will be wearing socks. I believe you can wear socks, but, you might change the information there. So the best thing to do is actually step onto the scale barefoot, so it can work with the contacts, because that's what those metal pieces are. They're contacts. Here, I'll show you right here. So you see the metal lines right there. That's all contacts. So your feet should be right on the two as you go, and like I said, I will show you as we progress from there. The scale by Inevifit. The price, of course, right now is $49.99, and of course that price can change at any time. Inevifit does have a series of other products that you can check on and use. And of course, this is just one in their line of products. So let's take a little bit more about on the page. You have the smart fat body scale. So this is all the stuff that it's going to be measuring. Simple design. You're going to check your BMI. It's going to check your heart. It's going to check your water weight. It's going to check your bone structure, and it's going to give it to you all into the app fairly easily. You can then track everything as you go through the chart system there, and of course anybody can use it, and all they have to do is set up. You can set up a profile on your app and then say these are the users, or they can just set it up on their phones. Of course, Jennifer and I both have the app set up on our phones. She tracks her weight. I track my weight. There was only one time where my weight came onto her phone, but I think that's because of the fact that her phone was closer than mine to the scale. This does connect up Bluetooth, so it's going to try and find the Bluetooth device. It's best if you open it up, just like any program like this, best if you open it up, the app, and then step on the scale. And of course, you might want to set it on the sync or something like that, because you don't want to add the extra weight of the phone onto your scale, unless you want to really feel a little bit better, because you're seeing the scale add and subtract numbers. Now, in this case, what we're going to do is I have all my clothes on, so that's going to add just a touch more weight to my to the scale here from what I normally do, which is usually before I step in the shower. I know you got a perfect visual on that right there, and of course that's when everything reads and sends over to the phone. So the scale does come. Basically, you get the scale. There's 2 batteries, AA batteries in the back. We've been using this scale for I'd say about a month and a half now, and the battery life is still there. So basically what it does is it stays off until you step on the scale, and then the sensors say, hey, somebody's on the scale, let's get this going. If you step on the scale and step off the scale, it'll go through a calibration process. So in this case, like over here, we have it on a carpet. Before, I usually have it on a hard floor. So you want to calibrate your scale before you step on. I'll show you how all that happens. We got the camera all set up, and I suppose without any further ado, let's do that. Let's step on the scale and show you how this all works. Now, to begin with, I'm going to load up my app here. Here's my app, and it's saying my my weight already here, and of course it says that it's over because I stepped on the scale with the clothes on, so it's about 2 pounds more. It's showing me my body fat. If we scroll down, as you can see, it's all these. It's like a little hive-looking thing here. Let's get this back into frame. Hive-looking thing. All your measurements are. So we've got that ready. Let's set this over here. The app does make sounds. So if you gain weight, and I'll probably end up gaining another pound because now I have my body pack from my microphone on here, you will hear sounds. I'm not too keen on the sounds because I hate negative sounds, positive sounds when you're doing something like this. So I'm going to step in the middle to get this going, and then let go. As you can see, it's now calibrating. It's going to be at 0. So now I'm going to step on the scale. Notice where my feet are, right on those metal pieces right there. And as you can see, it's now figuring out the weight, 230.8, and now it's doing this quadruple 0. That is basically getting the measurements, the water index, the bone density, and stuff like that. I don't know if you heard it on the app, but the app actually made a noise, and that noise basically said that I gained weight from there. So here's the app right here. And it's got my weight right there at 230.8. It says that my BMI is 33. My body fat is 32.3%. My fat-free body is 156.2 pounds. My subcutaneous, is 20. We get a whole bunch of measurements here. Now I can go into the tracking, and I can see. Well, I can see my weight went up, but once again, I am wearing clothes. My BMI went up. my body fat went up, and tomorrow when I step on the scale without clothes on, this will all go back and normalize itself. So we've got all these, my visceral fat, we've got the body water, which my body water, and once again, with socks on, that might not be telling them the complete story, the best story. Skeletal muscle. So as you can see, now I can track that. And it's been tracking that for a few days. We got week, we got month, and we got year options here. So that's basically the whole app here. As you can see, if you go to each of these numbers, if you just want to see body water, 48.9. So the body mass index, I'm in this red area. I should be planning on. That's what I'm working on. That's why, got the treadmill out, got some exercise equipment out here because I can't go to the gym anymore. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how that all works. And then of course it turns itself off, so it saves on the battery. And then you can go about your day. You can do whatever you need to do. The cool thing about this is before, you had to do a whole bunch of stuff, different apps to find out more than just your weight. I mean, there were some weight tracking apps and the scales tracking apps early on, but now reading through the feet, that it does have the ability to tell you a little bit more about what's going on inside your body. And that's great. It's not going to be perfect. If you want perfect, you're going to have to go to your healthcare professional, and they'll have the high-end equipment that will do this. But this gives you a good idea of where you're at, so you can continue on in a positive manner. And you can definitely share this information with your healthcare professional, because it helps them try, and especially nowadays, you'll have to do some communication with them, and this is something perfect for that. And that is the InnovaFit Eros. It's a body scale. It's perfect for getting your body measurements, trying to analyze and track how your progress when you're trying to lose weight, when you're trying to gain muscle, when you're trying to stay as healthy as possible. And that's pretty much it for this product. What do you think on it? Let me know by tweeting me over at Geekazine. Of course, all the socials. Think Magazine, put in the Geek. You have got me. And I'll try and answer as many questions on this as possible. Of course, technical questions you should be talking to InnovaFit about. That was the InnovaFit Eros Bluetooth Body Fat Scale. And this has been another Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. Questions, just let me know, and we will go from there. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out and take care. All right, today we're going to take a look at this. This is the way too close personal space. Hello, there we are. This is the Wi-Fi range extender from Netgear. And the reason why I got this was because I changed up my network a little bit. Now it's not out of place. It would change up my network a little bit, and I needed some extra distance. Now I have a Netgear router, the X10, Nighthawk X10, which is a pretty decent router. It definitely will get distance, but I just needed it to get a little bit further than what it's really designed to. So I ended up getting the Wi-Fi range extender. There's a couple reasons why I got this one, and the main reason is it can plug into my network and then range extend from there. Some of these don't have that ability. All they can do is you plug it into the wall. This one I can plug in an Ethernet cable. It can work with multiple Wi-Fi routers, and I don't know if it can work with, if you have more than one Wi-Fi router in your house, I don't know if it'll work with like that. But it'll do Wi-Fi up to 1200 megabits per second and supports 802.11 AC, B, G, and N networks. All right, let's go ahead and open this up and see what's inside here. So it looks like we need to take care of handy dandy cutting tool. There we are. Come back in and go like that. We got a little bit of eco-friendly packing material. Throw that to the side. All right. So this is the AC 1200 dual band Wi-Fi range extender, model EX6120. And there it is. It's power connected, of course, by plug. You could probably put a little cord on here to get it off the wall. But you know, a lot of times you just want to plug it in the wall because it'll work from there. Little factory reset button on there. We'll show it all here. So here's the unit right here. It's actually a lot smaller than I thought it would be. Let's take that to the side. It's actually a pretty nice size for an extender. I thought this would be a lot bigger. That's amazing for the size, and we'll go down like that so you can see it. So this also has the antennas, and it goes up into the sides just like that, or down, and can't go back. That's as far back as it goes. And I suppose it's almost 360. But they're pretty tight, so it doesn't feel like this is going to fall down. These antennas are going to fall down. Looks like we have some vents on the top. We got vents on the sides. We also have the WPS button. So, and I'm pretty sure that's the WPS button for the router. So if you're on the other side of the house and you need to connect something up, you can hit that button and get the range going from there. We got the on-off button. Right here, there's a factory reset, which is recessed, so you'll need like a paper clip to get in there to hit the button. On here, there's the Ethernet cable that you can plug in. On the front here, it looks like we have lights to say if the router is on, the device is on. We got power, WPS. So we'll go ahead and plug that in. And it looks like it's lighting up. We got the power light. And it's not going to see a router device because I still have to set it up. I suppose I could try and set it up. Do I need to use an app to do that? I'm assuming I do. It connects with WPS. Wi-Fi protected setup. So basically press the WPS button on the side panel of the extender. When it blinks, within 2 minutes, press the WPS button on your router for the access point. But that's it. We'll just turn that off and unplug that. Looks like it works. Looks good to me. So that's it right there. That is the Netgear AC1200 dual band Wi-Fi range extender, and pretty cool little device. I like it. But welcome to Wirecast Pros. Ask, answer, be part of the community, and do not spam. No spam tolerated here. Simple as that. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I think that was everything that I was going to talk about. Let's get into the main part here. And yeah, we're going to be talking about Wirecast 3.2 dropped last week. It is in beta. So if you are running regular streams, you should still be on Wirecast 13.1.3. There are some problems with it. I'm going to tell you one of the problems I have right now. I'm actually going to show you one. Well, you're seeing one of the problems that's happening. For some reason, it's calling up my frames from my other desktop, basically my titling software for some reason. And that might not even be a Wirecast issue. But just to be on the safe side, I'm just going to turn that off in my layers here. So let's take a look at what we've got here. And we'll do that by moving over to the screen. This is Wirecast Beta 2. I also have it on my Mac. How you guys doing? There's on my Mac. So we've got all of that. As you can see, it's almost exactly the same. There are a few things that are pretty new to it. The first one is, and I'm going to do this before so you don't see anything like a serial number. We're going to go to advanced. That's where we're going to go, right there. And in advanced, we have this new cool thing called missing media image. And what is that? That is simply the ability to get rid of that silly question mark. Now, there's a question mark right here. And they say that it works, but I have this problem. It still shows up. You can see the question mark, right? I have it set to transparent, but it still shows up that way. So going back into preferences, so for some reason that's not working, but you'll have the ability to just have it transparent, so it won't show anything like a question mark. Or you can put in a custom image. and I have just an image, my logo I have put in there. But every time I do this, and yeah, I'm not sure why it's still showing up the question mark. It should be switching back and forth. So, and that does happen on both the Mac and the PC. That's why they have tests for you to go. So here's the Mac version, and let's see. Let me think. How do I get a question mark here? I could probably do my. No, that wouldn't do it. Let's do. No, I don't have anything hooked up that could do that. Everything will just go to something. So anyway, the whole point is that it's not perfect, but once again, this is beta software. So, all right, what else we got here? So yes, NDI. We'll talk about NDI since Jeff is asking about that. And does it support NDI over SRT? I do not know that answer. But NDI, it's NDI NDI 4.5, the update for the latest version of NDI. I'm not sure of all the features that NDI 4.5 have, but I should probably read that up, right? Yeah. That's a good idea. So I will do that. But the NDI connections, it does a pretty good job. Here's my PTZ optics camera, and I have no real problems with that. I normally don't have any problems with this camera. When it comes to anything like that, it's usually stuff that I've put together. Like for instance, my other PTZ camera is up, and I'll show you it on this one. My other PTZ camera is up on a machine because that PTZ camera is a USB PTZ camera. And let's see, that's right. No, that's MacBook. I'm not seeing it. Maybe that's turned off. I'll have to see if that machine is turned off. But as you can see, that's the only. A lot of times I have issues with other NDI sources, but when I use my Connect Spark or I use the PTZ optics, there's usually not too much of a problem right there. So, but yeah, NDI 4.5. So it's got the latest version of NDI in there. No, we'll leave this over here. Got the latest version of NDI over there, and that's pretty cool. Let's move on because I'm already throwing off my game here. And that's okay because it's been a long day. What else? Let's see. Anything else in the settings here I need to talk about? I don't think so. So we'll go from here. Okay, perfect. Next thing is, this is actually pretty cool. If you go over here and you go to your settings window, the side settings window, and you go to your main page, you're going to notice 3 lines down here. This is a resize option. So if you want your settings to be a little bit larger, medium, or small, you can do that. It's only on that front page. Everything else is the font sizes are what they are. It'd be nice if they were both there, but hey, that's not a big deal. And like I said, that's pretty good. So you can actually see your sources are a little resized right there. That's a nice little function right there. Next up is we're going to go to the big thing here. Oh, well, we'll talk about Rendezvous for a second. Rendezvous has been updated, yes. And I'm still testing the feature, but they've improved on a few things, including the Rendezvous audio. And that's part of the audio mixer. I think that you only get this with Pro. Studio does not have this option. But you have the Rendezvous mixing console right here, and it's all been updated, but the ISOs for Rendezvous are still not available for Rendezvous. If you don't know what an ISO is, basically it's the ability to set up a scene, like this scene right here, and then set up the Wirecast to say, I want you to record this scene and this scene only. Even if I switch over to the next scene or whatnot, this scene is constantly being recorded, audio and video. And then I could put the audio on another track and then send it out that way. So I believe that it would only send out that audio from this scene. For me, this wouldn't work because I put my audio on a completely different master layer, and I'm not sure if it would take that audio. And to do that, it's actually pretty straightforward here. We'll go, and once again, this is another pro feature. If you go to Replay ISO and go down to Configure, and then you say Add ISO, and ISO stands for something, and I don't know exactly the acronym, but anyway, you can say you can create an ISO, and we'll call this test or twist. We'll just leave that as and of course there's only one source in here right now, so that's the source. So the audio source could be whatever you want it to be. That's awesome. How do you want to record it? You want to record it's all ProRes that you would record it in. So high ProRes, medium ProRes, or lowest ProRes. So the least is ProRes 422 proxy. I don't know what the data rate is on that. I usually record, when I record in ProRes, I usually record in LT because I don't do too much ProRes work, but it's nice to have that. And then, of course, the file name and the location where you're going to do it. If you do that, put it on, hook up an external drive. Hopefully it's an external RAID array. And that's basically multiple drives that are working as one drive. That's in an enclosure that plugs in. Thunderbolt's a perfect connection for that. You want to have that type of power when you're doing ISOs, because you're going to be recording not only the main screen that's doing all the switching like we're doing right here, right now, but also, like I said, each scene. So if I was recording ISOs, I would be recording 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, this is blank. So we'll say 7 different ISOs. So think of recording things 7 different times. And if I want to include the graphics, like my bug on the corner here, or my overlays and my lower thirds, that's going to be more. So those are things that you need to think about when you are recording ISOs. So you want to have this MacBook Pro, I would never do it and record ISOs. What I would do is my alternate method. I'll show you that really quick. So my alternate method is simply by going up to Output and Multi-Viewer Output and Configure Displays. Now, in order to do this, you need to plug in multiple HDMI external sources. Since you can get a dongle that can do 4K, connect up to a 4K monitor, you can also record 4 1080p sources, because that's one 4K monitor. So what you would do is if you could split it to 4 HDMIs running 1080p, you can send one of each signal to the 1080p to the monitor and set it up that way. It's a little bit of extra work, but it works well when you need to record separate screens and go from there. Like I said, I don't normally do this, but maybe you need to do that for failover. If I need to record from the camera, I would most likely have an SD card running from the camera, because I usually run things through a mixer, and that mixer has the ability to record the tracks. And then if I need failover, I just have to marry the two, audio and video, and do it that way. And all my cameras, except for my PTZ, that's the only one that doesn't do in-camera recording. So in that case, I would probably hook it up to another recording device that would record the HDMI while the NDI is sending to Wirecast. So that's another way to do it. So anyway, that is how you do the ISOs in Wirecast. And Rendezvous, we're still working. I'm still working on trying to figure out if Rendezvous's better than what they said. They've done some improvements, but I don't know. If you've seen some improvements, let me know. The biggest thing here, and this is what I've really been testing out this week, is the chroma key. So now we're back over here, and we'll bring this into the live shot so you can see this a little bit better, and then we're going to resize this so this comes to the forefront. But I need to have this screen to do this next part. So, chroma key. As you can see, there's some extra functions here. first of all, we hit the button and we say chroma key. And what does it do? It does what it's supposed to do. It takes out the background. You can use the eyedropper tool, and thank goodness that they put the eyedropper tool there instead of clicking on the box. That was kind of confusing. And then you have to be in the designer tool, or the preview side, to actually choose the color that you want. And you can definitely not choose green if you want, but it's a good idea to choose green, as you can see. There are, next to the U's, you have a little drop down that says chroma key, it says luma key, and it says color key. Now you have luma key, which does illumination. So you could actually take out a color. I think that, no, it doesn't take out a color, excuse me. It takes out certain lumens. So here we'll move it around. So as you can see, it's darkening and lightening. And of course, if I had an image back there, I should probably put an image in there. So let me do that really quick. Let's see, I need some video files. So I'll add media file. And then let's see. Oh yeah, okay, perfect. So we'll do this one, this background image that I have here. And bring it down, and we'll come back here. So now I have that image, and with the luma key, bring that in. So now I'm kind of luminescent to this. We'll come back here, and we'll go to the luma key. We can adjust that out. So as you can see, some of the things illuminate in and out. So it's kind of a little ghost mode, a little bit of a fun effect if you need. And you can adjust the white clip and the black clip, and you can change the edge contouring. And go from there. So that's luma key. You have color key. This one will do a color burn rather than a chroma key. And so you're basically saying, I want this color and this color only. So as you can see, my chroma key, my green screen, technically is not lit properly. If I would have hit I should have been able to tap anywhere on this, and that whole background should be gone, simply because of the fact that that background should be as even lit of a screen as possible. And I'm working on that. So, but anyway, as you can see, so you can say, I want one specific color. You can even go like that. And then my forehead is gone. Where'd my forehead go? There's nothing in there. There's nothing in there. Anyway, so you can adjust the alpha clip, and there's two parts to this, and this is interesting. I don't know what it's called, before and after, but there you can create a range, and I've been playing with these ranges, and it does a pretty interesting job. Look at this. There I go. I am now pretty much transparent, so I could be ghosted right here just by my skin color. And that's not too bad. I mean, of course you don't have to do skin color. I know that's a touchy subject in this day and age, but let's do the shirt instead. Let's move on to the shirt. So we'll do that. And now anything with grays will be illuminated, luminescent. So you see my eyebrows are gone and my glasses frame is gone, but I can adjust this so things can come back. Let's see. Let's bring this over. There we go. There we go. I'm somewhat back, and now I'm somewhat gone. I'm somewhat back. And let's go the other way. There we go. I can be totally gone. So you have the color key, you have the luma key, but you also have chroma key. And chroma key is what we use most of the time. Now, yeah, okay, I got to change the color back. So let's do that. Boom. There we go. Out of the gate, the default settings for chroma key do a great job. But it's not perfect because there's a lot of factors that are involved in chroma key. First one is the color of your clothing. I'm wearing neutral colors, grays, blacks, whites. The other day I was wearing a blue shirt, like a sky blue shirt, and that was affecting the color key. But the cool thing is, this has the ability now to really understand the difference in the colors. Now, I was also, the day that I installed beta, I was wearing a green shirt. It was an olive green shirt. It's actually my podcast shirt, where it says Sleepy Podcast. One of the shirts that I have for sale, and you can get on my merch page. Anyway, but even with my I have shorts on, and they're basically camouflage. And I stood up, and it completely ignored the fact that I was wearing the green, and it only worked on this chroma key back here. And that was really cool. So that means you can get away with some colors. You have to do you got to do some adjusting to get it all back in. The only issue that I have with the chroma key is that it is a single chroma key. So let's say you have you on one green screen and a buddy on another green screen, and it's got to be perfect for both, so it works for both. Because if you need to adjust slightly different for their chroma key as opposed to yours, then when you bounce back and forth, you'll have to adjust both of them. You can't adjust and then use it down the road. I don't know how to do that yet. And hopefully that's something that they'll work on for future releases, so you can do 2 or 3 scenes with 2 or 3 different chroma keys. Or if you're doing Unreal Engine, because lights go in different directions. I could go up and turn that light just a little bit to the left, and all of a sudden I'd have to redo everything. Now the other cool thing about this is the bottom area. Right now we're seeing source, but watch this. I'm going to go alpha channel white and take a look at what happens here. Now, with alpha channel white, I don't know if that's probably dirt on screen. Yeah, it's dirt on screen. Now, this is actually going to show you where you have bad spots, where all of a sudden you'll see some of the granularness come through if we start moving this. So I'm going to move this a little bit. Let's see, probably not the right one. Let's do this side. Well, it's doing pretty good. Let's try this side. That's going to do the background, of course. And it's not doing what I want it to do, but oh, there we go. Let's do it that way. Okay, perfect. Let's bring this over a little bit. So now it's got that, and now we can see it washing out. But of course, now once we get to crisp lines, and it does a good job in moving at the same time, and I don't see any sparkly, like TV snow around the silhouette here. So I know that I've got a pretty decent chroma key to go into play with. Same thing with the alpha channel black. Now this is actually also pretty cool. So let's say you're doing something like you want to mask somebody's face or something like that. Look at that. I mean, you can't get any maskier than this. It shows their shape, but it's not the lighting effect that's doing this. This is the alpha mask. So now all I have to do is disguise my voice, and now you don't know who I am. That's a pretty cool little feature there, and works really well, as you can see. You can start doing the old Apple AirPod or iPod dances and stuff like that, or anything like that. So it's pretty cool. And I've just been really geeking out over these 3 options right here. But those 2 options are really to give you an idea how this chroma key is working. And so like I said, the first one, I would go to color key. And I, of course, would choose a color and then try and bring myself into this right here. There we are, where I'm in it. Now I know that this chroma key is not properly lit, so now I can make those fixes. I can go to Luma key and see the same thing, and what needs to be brightened up, and then I can go into chroma key, and then everything will work even better than it is right now. And that's pretty cool. I'm really excited about that chroma key, and I know there's a lot of other people that are like that. Still has a little bit of work to do. One thing that I notice is, I'm a good couple feet away from my chroma key, and separating you from the chroma key is 1 very important factor. Another very important factor is to have what's called key fill lighting, backlights that shine light rather than have the reflection of the green screen fill onto you, because it'll reflect back off you, and especially with the bald head. So, and I see a little green halo that I haven't been able to get rid of, and that's one of those things. That's a super user thing, but you notice it. And if you have hair, if you have your hair nice and matted down and everything like that, it'll be perfect. But if your hair starts to wander, or you got frizzy hair or something like that, it'll be harder to remove the green from that, especially if you're moving around, you're bouncing around like this and everything like that. So let's move this back over here so I can see me and you can see me, and I'm not looking like that. But anyway, Carrinder goes, "Hey Jeff, wow, I love your layout. Thank you very much. I work hard at it. I hope you can now bring comment on screen." Oh, yeah, actually I can. I choose not to, because there's a lot of cogs going right now, and it's just tougher. So many are there. Okay, well, Carrinder, thank you very much for the comments there. I appreciate that very much. All right, I think that was all the features. Let me just double check before I go. Oh, and yeah, I closed that out. Nice. Let me see. Anything else that I need to talk about? So we talked about the chroma key, imported source connections. Oh yeah, improvements to Wirecast Go and the GPU on NDI sources. Oh yeah, the other thing is with the Mac, they have moved away from OpenGL architecture for Mac, and there's a thing on Mac called Metal. That's technically the comparable to OpenGL, and that's what they're now using on this, and that's supposed to reduce the process on this. In fact, well, I don't have this set up as a working model right now, but my understanding is I've had friends that I've already installed 13.2, and they've reported back that it's just an amazing difference between CPU usage before and after. So I will definitely set up some scenes and try some tests out on my MacBook and see how that works. But Metal is now what's helping with the graphics, helping with the process on this machine, and it's supposed to be a lot better. Let's see what else we got. Better connections. When you drop, once again, the transparency, it's still not working, but that's okay. And as you can see, the audio's on this, but on mine, for some reason, it disappeared on the PC. They updated NDI 4.5 and then switched from OpenGL to Metal on Mac OS. And then they updated the WebStream plugin, library VLC. So, I still have to test that, the WebStream plugin. I didn't normally use the WebStream plugin. It was never really something that I always like to do screen scrapes rather than do the website, because I can control things a lot easier. And with websites, a lot of these websites nowadays, they have the automatic refresh feature. So you could get a web page put exactly in the spot that you need it to, and then it'll refresh, and then everything goes right back to where it was. In those cases, if I need an exact screen, and this is great because it can also take out all the box ads by doing that. You basically do a screenshot, and then you go into something like Google Slides or PowerPoint or something like that, and then you paste that screen in there. You can take out all the ads and everything like that. It have the page. It doesn't move. It doesn't add any more ads. It doesn't refresh, and you still have the main idea of the web page there. I used to do that a lot, but yeah, so I don't use the web stream that much. Text and file. Oh yeah, the last part here, and I haven't tested this as well, but it deals with the text. On my 24/7 stream, I usually have a ticker running, And I stopped it about 6 months ago because the ticker took up a lot of process, and it was very choppy. So it was the text was passing by, and it would just be very, very choppy going by, and it was hard to read. So I took it off. So with 3.2 beta, they've improved on the ticker. And I'll show you from, let's show you from here so we can bring it in. So let's go here, we'll go here. And then I will turn off my auto live, and then we'll go like this, and then we'll add in text. Where's the text? I always forget where that is, so we'll just go text. Text, there we go. And we'll add text, and we'll bring that up. There it is, new text. And with this we can say, once upon a time, we were all using Wirecast 13.1.3. Then a update came out, and we were able to go to 13.2. Okay, there's my text. It's not moving right now, of course. So we'll bring that down to the bottom here. And then we can, there's better choice of fonts, is my understanding here. So I like the impact font, so we'll leave it at that. We can choose the regular, bold, italic, and all that. We can justify it, of course. But then we have the wrap, the word wrap, word break. We have the scroll feature, nonstop. And we can go bottom to top, top to bottom, right to left. We'll go right to left. And then we'll go a speed of 10. Now we'll bring that in. And that should be scrolling. I'm seeing you see this, but it looks like there's some issues right there. So I don't know what's going on there, but apparently, as I think when I was adding text, that might have flipped around. But it should be showing text scrolling right there. Let's switch it to left to right. Let's see if that makes a difference. Carrinder is going, is the price of Wirecast the same? Yes, it's still $5.99 for the for Studio and $7.99 for the Pro with the $100 upgrade, I believe it is. So yeah, that will not change. When I saw Steven's video, he had lower thirds and text scrolling on bottom. How you do that in Wirecast? Well, I just showed you. So, so basically, you just add the text, and for some reason, that's not working for me. But once again, this is beta, so is what it is. So, but yeah, so there you go. That is what we've got for that, and I'll have to play with the text a little bit more to get that going. I got to switch off the auto, back off the auto live, and we'll go back here, and yeah, you just saw an email. Sorry about that. Anyway, so that's basically it for all the functions right there. Hopefully, you got an idea of how that all worked. And as this is beta 1 of 13.2, which means that, you know, things will get better as they go. It's important that if you're using Wirecast and you download it, you make sure that you have Wirecast 13.1.3 at the ready. And you could easily install 13.2, find problems, uninstall. You have to uninstall 13.2 before you can install 13.1.3. And on Mac, you can actually install it and say, keep the old version and the new version if you want to. But you'll have to also be ready to start over. Just keep that in mind. You might have to start over on everything if there is a crash, if you decide to put beta software on your production machine. So if you can't afford to do that, don't do it. Simple as that. But so far looking pretty good. And of course, this is the first time that I've used these scenes with 13.2. We did see some issues as I was going, as you saw that little thing with the screen. I'm not sure what was going on there. It was like it was resizing the screen. So So we had that, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So. And all right, here we are. We have this. It's from Rockspace. It's the AC2100 router. It is a dual Wi-Fi router. We've got the, let's pull that up here. So it's the AC2100 dual band smart Wi-Fi router. Speeds of over 2 gigabits per second. To support MU-MIMO. Beamforming wireless router with WAN port and 4 gigabit LAN ports on the back. A USB port on the side, so you can probably attach something like a hard drive or something like that. What's interesting about this is the top of this has kind of a brick vibe. I don't want to say the brand name because I don't know if this is technically licensed by them, or if it's got that same design, but it looks like you can kind of put some stacks on top if you want to. That's your decision right there, but looks pretty interesting. Does dual bands, one SSID. So you basically, if you have a 2.4 gigahertz system, you have a 5 gigahertz system, you can use the same SSID. So let's just say the SSID is Rockspace. Before it had to be Rockspace 2.4 and Rockspace 5. You've probably seen that or probably have that. This allows you to put them together. So it's just Rockspace as the SSID or whatever your SSID is. And then it'll just figure out, okay, this is a 2.4 gigahertz device. This works better in 5 gigahertz out of the two. All right, perfect. So here we are. Let's bring that into play. And yeah, we have a little bit of light issues because of the film. But so get my handy dandy little opening tool, and we'll get it right there. We'll be able to pull the cellophane off that way. Put that out of the way. There we go. Let's go ahead and take that all off right there. There we are. Awesome. And we'll throw that away. Now, it does say, like I said, it says 2033 megabits per second network with one SSID. It's a 1733 megabits per second on the 5 gigahertz and 300 megabits per second on the 2.4 gigahertz. Totaling up to that. So however you use it, that is how it is. Let's see anything else here. It's the Model S RSD0614. We've got the dual band gigabit Wi-Fi router quick installation guide, and we'll open that up. And I'll probably tell you, hey, go to the Wi-Fi, go to these settings and do that. So we'll set that to the side. We've got the power wart, and let's see how this works. Okay. One thing I'm not a big fan of is the warts where the wart is on the plug. I like to have a little bit of separation on there. But the cool thing is this looks like a universal plug. So if I pop this off, if I was in Europe, I'd probably have a European plug and different types of plugs and unlock. Yeah, there you go. So you can pop in different adapters if you are in a different country. So before we do that, this is what I always like to do. And a little tip that I have for you guys, and that is get yourself a little silver Sharpie. And these things are awesome because what I do with them is I will actually write on the side of the wart and say what this is. So I'll say Rockspace AC2100. And I could do it on both sides as well. But the thing about these plugs is they don't normally say where they come from. And with that, it doesn't. You might, if you ever lose this plug, reorganizing the house or something like that, then you don't know where this came from. Then this gets thrown in a junk drawer, and then you're looking at the router where that came from. Where's the plug for it? And then you go to send it off to Goodwill or something like that, and then you just don't have this anymore. So having that written down in Sharpie, that's just an amazing little tip I have for you guys for that. Whenever you get new devices and you got these types of plugs, get yourself a silver Sharpie, or bronze works really well too. and then write down on the board so you know exactly where it is. All right, let's move on from here. Next up is the router. Underneath the router, before we do, looks like we got a little Cat 5e cable. Looks like a flat cable. I don't normally use these because I want to be a little bit more trusting in the cable. And I don't see anything else in that recyclable packaging, so we will put that in the recycle area. Let's go ahead and get this all figured out. There's the router. Throw that down here. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4 antennae. A little bit of cellophane. We're going to remove that. All right, so here's the router right here. What we've got, 4 antenna. Those antenna don't look to be removable, but this does fold down pretty nice. So if you do use it in travel or anything like that, you don't have those antennas flying around everywhere. On the back, let's go ahead and take a look at this. We have the main WAN port, which is in blue. It's really interesting because most routers that I've seen, usually these are either a darker color like a blue, and then this one is usually the yellow plug, but in this case, this is actually the opposite. I don't know what that doesn't mean anything, but you know, it's just interesting to note. So we have all 4 of these are supposed to be 1 gigabit each. So you get 1 gigabit cards in your laptops or anything like that. If you have to plug anything in the back. We have a USB port right there. It's supposed to be a USB 2.0 port, but you can plug in your drives and things like that, and you could probably create some sort of storage zone for movies or pictures or anything. We got a reset button, but this is also the WPS button. So my guess is if you press it once, it'll send out the signal for the Wi-Fi SSID and the password. And if you hold it down for a longer period of time, you'll probably reset it. Got the power right here. So let's take a look at the underside. At the underside, we have this basically is a QR code. Scan the QR code to connect. And then we've got the MAC address, we got the SSID, and they do have a PIN number here. So that will, for easy connection. We've got a couple hooks here, so you can then place it onto a wall if you want to. And then once again, we're gonna lift this up, and I'm gonna go get a brick or two. I'm gonna see if the bricks work. Hold on a second. So we got Harry Potter here. There we go. From a previous build day. And we'll just place them right here. No, what do you know? It fits. It fits. If it fits, it sticks. There's Harry Potter right there. So you can really dress up your rock space with different characters. Like I have some, Harry Potter. I have some Star Wars characters. I have some other characters. It's like this might be an OCD nightmare. Yeah, because, these things can be like this, and somebody's going to go, oh, wow. You can say, let's see, you can also position. I mean, this is, I'm from Wisconsin, so this is the Wisconsin logo right there, or Wisconsin, excuse me, like that. This is too much metal for one hand. This is Wisconsin. And then we've got the, let's see, the Vulcan. Live long and prosper. So it would be this right here. So you can set up your antenna like the Vulcans do. And you got different ways to do it, but these are not detachable. You can set them down like this, but that doesn't really work that well. If you have it on its side, it's best if you put them up. It doesn't look like they go up. They either go out or down. So let's see if we can... or to the side. They don't go up any more than that. So that would be, if you have this on your wall, then these things are just going to be like that. And like that. And they don't go down, so you can't put them, underneath. You can put them to the sides like this. And then that looks really weird. Yeah, you also can put them like this. Put your Legos on top of them. A little Harry Potter right there. There you go. And you're good to go. So that is the Rockspace AC2100. dual band gigabit router, Wi-Fi router. We will definitely hook it up and run some tests a little bit later. Harry's going to go over there. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and welcome to the inaugural version of the afternoon show. And I should probably get rid of this little thing down here that says pre-show anymore. It is this inaugural episode of the afternoon show. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in a geek. Socials will be popping up right here. You can follow me everywhere. Just Geekazine, there you go. And we've got a great group of people. We've been talking for the last 20 minutes now, learning about each other. Some of them know each other already. Over on Restream.io, we have, first of all, to my left, it would be my screen share, which has absolutely no name but screen share. And then next up, we have Anya Razina. And hopefully I'm getting all these names correct. I apologize if I mess it up. Down below, we have Stephanie Liu. And then Rob. Next up is Dan Willis, who's in the middle square right there. And then down on the right square, this is going to be the fun name to say, Rob Balasabas.
Oh, nice. Yes.
Thank you. I was thinking, I always do a musical thing in my head, so I go Balasabas. Do 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 do. Balasabas. Do 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 do. So anyway, thank you guys very much for being on the first pilot episode of the afternoon show. We're gonna keep this as loose as possible, so we'll be going back and forth talking about different things. I'm going to start with Anya here, since you're in the upper right-hand corner. You're the one that actually put a lot of this together, so thank you very much. Why don't you tell everybody about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you so much, everybody, for joining. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me, Jeff. It's definitely exciting. I don't do multi-people panels too often, so it's always a little bit of a thrill. I do lead influencer relations at Restream.io. That is the service that allows you to stream to multiple platforms at the same time. Your live video can go to YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, all those good places. And we also have a studio, which is where we are right now, that allows you to stream directly from your browser with overlays, video pre-rolls, guests, community comments displayed on your screen, all that good stuff. And a lot of these people here joining us are kind of like part of influencer relations team and our Restream movement group. So it's very exciting. We're going to talk about live videos, I guess. And happy to share any insights on what worked for us, what didn't, and everything in between.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Stephanie Liu.
Hey, hi everyone. I'm Stephanie Liu, and I'm a live video strategist. I help brands and entrepreneurs take their live videos from unknown to unforgettable. So thank you for having me.
Well, that was short but sweet. Awesome. And you're also a hypnotist, a certified master hypnotist. Did I read that correct?
You've done your homework. Look
a little bit.
Yeah.
So, are you going to hypnotize us into whatever you're selling, or?
Because you're not in a trance.
Yeah.
Having contract negotiation stuff, for sure.
Absolutely. All right. Well, next up we have Dan Willis. So you introduce yourself.
Hey guys, I'm Dan. I'm the Millennial Motivator. I work with companies in building community-focused branding. Really just diving in and building a committed community around your brands. I also trade stocks live in the morning and helping people learn how to do the stock market in this great COVID time. So a lot of new retail traders in the market. I spend about 2.5 hours every morning breaking down how that market works and how people can get into it without feeling overwhelmed.
I have one share of Facebook stock. True story.
Hold it. Hey, it's worth it.
Yeah. It'll become 2 shares. Eventually, I know that
they will split. That's true.
Yeah,
it's coming.
No, I used to do some stock trading, and then when I started Geekazine, the first thing I did was get rid of all my stocks because that becomes money into the end of the show. So and then I burnt through all that. So that's why I only have 1 share of Facebook stock now.
You'll be a rich man one day.
I will. I'll be dead by then. But anyway, Rob, Rob, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey everyone, Jeff, thanks for having me on here. My name's Rob Balasabas. I'm the brand evangelist at TubeBuddy, which is a YouTube tool. We've got over 4 million channels that use our platform at the moment. And so I'm the brand evangelist. I get to connect with our influencer partners, our users, and then find cool ways for them to connect with each other. I have a live show on the TubeBuddy channels called The Creators Corner, where I just get to talk to different creators and different brands that help our community. So that's me.
Yeah. And we're both, I'm also part of the TubeBuddy system there, and also an influencer there, although I don't do the brand ambassador stuff. I've been on early on, and a lot of the features that they really got into TubeBuddy, I was like saying, you need this, you need this, you need this, and they said, and they were going, oh yeah, we got to add that. So I've been on TubeBuddy for a long time. It's a great program. So, all right, let's first of all, if you want to ask questions, we do have the chat. Of course, go in your chat wherever you are, on Facebook, on YouTube, on Periscope. I don't have a LinkedIn Live just yet, so we're not on LinkedIn Live, sorry, but we're on Twitch. So ask your questions there, and we'll get them up here. We're going to see if there's any questions in there. And it just says two things. Is Dan Pog by Euro37, and then Dan by Gaming Goodies. So what is that? What is
apparently
the plug about
that's the most popular guest we have here. Somehow Dan is the star. Well,
Dan's the man. Is the screen shared?
These are guys that trade with me during the day. These guys are typically guys that are in that trading Discord. So they figured they'd swing through and see that I'm actually a marketer as well. I don't just trade stocks all day.
All right. Well, let's start with the easiest of questions, and that is, we're now 5 months into this whole COVID thing, stay at home thing, whatever. Let's talk about how that if it has changed. For me, it was literally I was building the new studio from Studio A, and we're in Studio B now. I was building the studio anyway, but it was just kind of getting things done a little bit quicker. So we'll start. Let's start with we'll go to the opposite end. We'll go to Rob and ask that question. How has this changed you in the last 5 months?
I mean, for me, I've always been working remotely, so it hasn't really changed my work life so much. It's definitely changed what we do at work. A lot of a big part of what I do is travel to different conferences, and obviously that's not happening. So that's why we've really gravitated to live streaming to connect with our users, and also do collaborations with all our different partners that we would normally do when we're in person at different conferences, right? We would meet up at a coffee shop, or, do a collaboration interview in person. So we're just transitioning that online through live streams. So that's really how it's changed. I mean, as a business, everybody's gravitating to YouTube, which is primarily what we're all in on YouTube. So people are consuming content there. They're creating side hustles and businesses and channels and their audiences there. So that's directly related to our busyness at this time.
Show of hands, who's going to miss their either diamond or 1K status next year? Nobody? No? Nobody does it? Who else travels for their job? Okay, Stephanie. Dan, you don't do any traveling at all, or?
I go to a few conferences every year, but I do the majority of my stuff via remote.
Okay.
Yeah, so I love going to conferences, don't get me wrong, but my travel points are the least of my worries.
Okay. So tell us how this has changed for you in the last 5 months then.
I mean, it's been great. One of the things that I've noticed with live is that kind of expectation that you need to have this really polished live performance. That's right out the window. I start my stream at 4:30 in the morning, so polish is right out the door. I wake up with the bags, and I'm still kind of getting alert, and people just accept it. They're fine with it, and it's kind of fun that way, where it's more just about the content and relating with the community, and then all kinds of new opportunities as well. I really wanted to get to South Africa last year to speak at an event, and just the travel didn't work out. There was complications with flights and stuff. And This year they're running it completely online. So I'm going to be able to engage that audience in South Africa in September, largely due to COVID being what it is. So I guess I'm thankful for it. That comes across kind of weird, but really exciting new opportunities at the very least.
So you'd then have to say, buy a donkey.
Buy a
And for
donkey.
those of you who don't know, buy a donkey is Afrikaans for thank you.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
Yeah, it was the easiest word to learn. I have a friend who is from Cape Town, and he taught me that. You know, that it's just one of those things that sticks in your head.
Oh,
it's like, oh yeah,
it's Afrikaans. Okay, cool.
yeah, absolutely.
I'll keep
Stephanie, oh yeah. Stephanie, how has the last 5 months worked for you?
It's been very interesting. You know, as Rob had mentioned, for those of us that speak at events, those have all transitioned to online. Plus, put on top of that, the fact that the 360 Marketing Squad and I are launching a book with Entrepreneur Press next week. And so we had it all dialed in for, you know, a book tour. So then now that's actually virtual. But from a business standpoint, I'm finding that our business is actually flourishing in the sense of live video production. So we now have corporate clients reaching out to us asking, how do I take this Zoom meeting and how do I elevate it? How do I make this much more engaging? And so we're now doing media training on how to leverage live streaming, how to put on a show, how to impress your annual shareholder meeting. So that, as part of our business, has really expanded. Our team has also grown in hiring additional live video producers. So it's been exciting in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And congratulations on the book coming out. It'll be available where?
It'll be available at Barnes & Noble, Amazon, all the different places, Entrepreneur. You'll find it.
Okay. I'll put a link once that book's available on in the places. I'll put a link on the page so everybody knows how to get a hold of it, of course. So. And then we have Restream. In the last 5, the funny thing is they're in Austin, Texas. I go to Austin, Texas a lot, mostly for South by Southwest. And I have never been to the office of Restream. And hopefully for 2021, if there is a South by Southwest, I am going to be in that office.
That's right. It's actually very funny. We just leased this office in February, so literally a month before coronavirus happened. So we kind of enjoyed the office for months, and then everyone was back home, and we were like, "Oh no, this is such a beautiful space. We were so happy here." But of course, now since we're a pretty small team here, we're still back. I'm working from the office for the sake of internet and my little studio setup. So how the pandemic changed my life within Restream ecosystem is, well, first of all, when I kind of have a very exact date, I think it's March 17th or something around that time, when it felt for us at Restream like the whole world woke up realizing that they are all live streamers today. Because it's that or else. In order to stay relevant, in order to stay connected with their communities, they had to figure this out. And we had a massive spike of new users, of people who had an account with us who immediately decided that they need to resume this conversation. So it was overwhelming, but at the same time, very exciting that people kind of got back to streaming in general, to live video, and kind of rediscovered or discovered it for the first time. People from all industries. We saw churches streaming, we saw fitness trainers, we saw musicians, politicians. It was really exciting and overwhelming. And for me, because around that time, I started to work with influencers and kind of grow our evangelism and brand advocacy program. It was a little bit of a change of focus, but that helped me meet amazing people and, actually start my own live show so I could kind of speak the same language as those folks, with you folks. So there was a lot of change, mostly positive. The only thing I really miss is traveling. But that's hopefully coming back eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I've been using Restream for a little over a year now with Geekazine Live. Of course, that happens 24/7 of all the videos of when I used to go to conferences back and forth. And it's been a great program to have in my arsenal, so I don't have to use all my bandwidth trying to go to several different places on the interwebs so people can watch the show. So. Thank you. All right. Well, big thing is, with all this, we're still working. We're still trying to make money. Dan, you've got the stock market. Yeah, Dan. Sorry. Yeah, Dan, you've got the stock market show. I thought I said your name wrong. I apologize. You got the stock market show. Have you been doing that since COVID, or have you been doing that before COVID?
No, that was just since COVID. I took my understanding of how businesses operate in December, actually right after Social Media Marketing World, when I came home from there, I realized that there was going to be a significant change in how things were done with conventions and conferences. So my travel for the rest of the year, I had essentially just marked it off that Canada probably won't let me fly into the States anyway, so I might as well look to transition to something else. Live streaming was something I'd always want to play around with a little bit more. I had a Twitch partnered stream anyway from a few years back when I was in esports. I figured I'd fire it up again, give the stock market thing a try, and just try to help all these retail traders that are using their stimulus checks to trade the market, to try to help them hold on to some of that stimulus check. And it's been really interesting. It's been great to meet people from all over the world. Restream makes it really great. What I love is not having to pick a community where I can, Twitch, Periscope, LinkedIn, YouTube, all at once. They're all in there. And it's kind of cool to see those different communities where Twitch, you get a bit of a younger demographic, and then LinkedIn, you got the very professional and prim and proper, or at least business minded anyway. And then Facebook, my mom shows up and she's like, "Hi, I love you, son." So it's kind of nice to have that mix and blend, that you're able to engage so many different people, regardless of what niche you're in, I think.
Okay. Rob, do you agree to that? You're muted.
Rookie. Multi-streaming is really powerful. So, we have different communities. Like Dan said, there's different communities primarily on YouTube, but we also have people that we want to reach on LinkedIn, on Facebook, our Periscope, our Twitter, channels are really active with our community as well. So, multi-streaming has been like just such a game changer for us, especially during lockdown, for sure.
Yeah. And you also at TubeBuddy, they also have the back end stuff, the Discord server and the and things like that. That you don't have a Slack channel, do you guys?
No. We have a Discord. We have our community forums. So we've got different, community is huge for us at TubeBuddy. So we try to meet our users where they are. And there's a lot of, gamers, for example, on Discord, a lot of YouTubers on Discord. So we have a Discord server, and then we have our community, and then everywhere else. So, it's a big part of what we do.
And Stephanie, what type of channels do you guys have to get your message across?
Oh, of course. Yeah. Well, that's where Restream comes into play, right? So we're everywhere, especially on the Facebook landscape. We have the Facebook business page. We have the Facebook groups, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, and Periscope. So that's usually where we're at. And just like everyone else, it's always interesting to see the dynamic. Like, one of the things that I love most about Restream is the analytics of knowing like where the majority of the audience is coming from. And for someone that actually produces events for clients, it makes you so much more valuable as a team player to come in and say, I'll produce a show for you, and I'm going to come and give you the actual analytics to say who your audience is, who your big fans are that you need to support, and so on. So it's been good.
Awesome. So we got a few things in the chat here. No questions, but some people that want to say hi. This first one's really weird. This guy, Rob, how do you pronounce that? Hey, everyone, goes Rob. And then, of course, Equinox Productions goes, good evening. And C. Ova says, hey there. And as we're doing this, I do have to make that note to Anya, the whole idea that we're now blocking Stephanie every time I show a message. We need to think about that. So
I will present everyone.
You don't have to do that, but thank you very much. So
great point.
Stephanie's got. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that's a great point. Room for improvement. That's the beauty of live shows. Like, you learn something new about the product every time.
Yeah, and we were on a couple days ago, and we were going through this whole how this all works. As I was trying to figure it out myself, because I was just doing one-on-ones at the beginning, and I think I got a pretty good handle on things between what I normally do on my live show, and you saw some of the graphics on that, and then of course going through Restream on that, and that makes it even more powerful for sure. So, all right. So Stephanie, you guys talked about the book. Rob, is there anything that is coming out that you wanted to share that you haven't yet?
For us, I mean, no, TubeBuddy, we are just heads down, trying to handle all of the. I'm like checking if my mic is muted.
Do it once, yeah.
No, we're just heads down. Like right now, we're just trying to handle all the new traffic, new users. Again, with everybody at home consuming YouTube, building YouTube channels. We're just directly related to that busyness. So yeah, nothing super exciting to announce or plug or anything like that. But we're just heads down we're focusing on more educational content. That's really what we're creating. You'll probably notice that on our channels, on our live streams. We're bringing on experts to really talk more about YouTube strategies rather than like specifically TubeBuddy more. So we're just trying to help new YouTubers really understand how the platform works, and then TubeBuddy will come in as a solution to make that easier. But that's down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. That I've seen a lot of videos and just amazing stuff, and I of course I do some stuff myself, not on TubeBuddy. Maybe down the line we'll see how that works, but definitely learning a lot from the TubeBuddy sides. How about yourself, Dan? Anything to announce on the show, like super secret?
September is the South Africa Innovation Summit, and this is the first time that they've actually been able to just really focus globally. Normally, they've been really inhibited with having largely African speakers and people directly from that continent. But with them going online, they're trying to pull in, instead of a massive amount of speakers, they're narrowing that group to about 8 to 10 speakers that are experts from all over the world. So it's actually really exciting to engage that continent, which is just got a bit of a different vibe as far as how they do digital marketing and social, but it's giving it a real global feel to it. So I'm pretty excited for it. I'm excited to not only speak to that continent, but also to kind of see how the North American concepts of digital marketing and social media pair well with what's going on there, and how they're growing and using the tools in new and innovative ways. I've already had some pretty cool conversations where people are like, oh, this is how we would do it. It's like, oh, I never even thought of that. That is so cool that you could possibly do that. So yeah, there's a lot of amazing things that are coming with that. I've never been able to attend it myself, so I've got kind of that butterfly in the stomach. Ooh, first time at a conference thing going on, which is always kind of fun. But yeah.
Absolutely. And I know you already pushed promoted the book, but anything else you want to talk about with that book there, Stephanie?
Oh man. There's so much that's happening. You guys, I know you guys are all on LinkedIn too. I'm working on a LinkedIn learning course about live streaming. So Anya and I have had some conversations to talk about like, ooh, what should we drop? What should we mention? So it's really fun to realize that a lot of people are embracing live streaming. Like next week, I'm speaking at an event called the Quietly Successful Summit, and it's for introverts, which I love because introverts feel like they have to change their personality in order to be on camera, when really it's like, you just embrace your personality, be yourself. And just once you grasp the tools, the different platforms and what they have to offer, you're welcome to the live streaming community.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. Anya, let's talk about Restream, and because I just opened this up today and I'm looking at the interface, and I noticed that there's 2 buttons now as opposed to 1 button, which does this resize to full screen for you. And I'm not sure how those buttons work. Do you know anything about that?
Do you mean the buttons on when you share your screen, like 2 different things that you can do?
When I go from here to here to show you full screen, there's another button that does this. Yep. Oh, I see. That brings the,
here we go.
The boxes
I have
down.
never seen that.
Like, you can press it.
That just showed up yesterday.
Yeah, this is new. This is one of the updates, and this is kind of how we operate right now. And just in general, this is kind of like Restream way. We are a lean startup, lean approach company. We do multiple iterations. We constantly push new features, test them with our beloved influencers, first of all, because they are just the gold mine of great feedback, interesting ideas, feature requests. So we have like a whole Slack channel just for them, so they could share their questions, concerns, and thoughts of what would be better. So that's why it's not uncommon experience for Restream users to show up and be like, oh, a lot of things changed, a lot of new buttons popped up. So yeah, this is the difference. So some people requested that if you sometimes want to showcase either a person or your screen, you don't want those multiple little boxes with other participants in the bottom, because they potentially might be blocking someone's content if you're sharing your screen, or they just might be unnecessary and just kind of distracting for the video. But for some situations, you do want to show all the participants if it's like a panel discussion and you really want to see the emotions and like what people are doing. So this is why we have those 2 buttons now, so you can kind of like pick your poison.
Awesome.
I love
Well,
your poison. It was so cool. Like when it popped up, I was like, this is like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Like what just happened?
yeah, exactly.
So we're all
like,
down here.
Yeah, here we go. Like do something crazy.
You're hypnotizing us. Stop it. I
Well,
just have to remember what.
Equinox Productions is kind of interested about the platform that we're using here to do this and how we connect to using this and how difficult that is. So, I mean, how do you guys feel about bringing people in on stuff like this? Is it pretty easy as far as it goes? Because this is the first time I've ever done one of these. I'm not even sure how difficult or easy that was to get us all in here and put this all out like this.
Stephanie?
It's seamless, honestly. If you're used to clicking on a link as you would in going to a Zoom meeting, this is like the same exact thing. You go in there, you connect your camera and your mic, and you're good to go. So very easy. No NDI technology required.
Rob?
That's a good question. You don't need the NDI technology. You just give your guest a link and then they just click on it on their browser and they show up on your dashboard. So as the host, it's pretty intuitive. Like you got to, obviously take a bit of time just to get yourself familiar with it. But once you kind of see how everything works a couple times, then it's pretty seamless and you look like a pro to your audience really fast.
Yeah, instant pro level live streaming. One thing that I noticed, I don't know if you guys saw this, because when Rob was like, oh, rookie mistake. Did you know that on the keyboard, if you type M, it'll mute and unmute you? Yeah. I was like, oh, that's so sick.
Command if you do Command V, it will also turn off your video, but maybe don't do that because it will turn off your video.
Yeah, don't do that.
I mean, I'm just impressed with the simplicity of it all. Like, traditionally, I use OBS. I'm one of those old school Twitch broadcasters, so OBS is what I've always used, and that there's a significant. I know, Rob, when I was on talking to you the other day, we were breaking that down, and there's a significant learning curve to OBS. But this looks like people are saying it looks more fluid than Zoom, but it really does seem like that same simplicity as Zoom, but applied to streaming. The number of people I know that are doing their business calls on Zoom, and it's that constant struggle of, are you okay? Can I talk to you on that? Is that okay over there? Is this okay? Is that okay? Okay, great. Now let's record the interview. Okay, let's try that. Okay, does that work? No, that doesn't work either. This just seems to solve so many of those headaches.
Yeah, absolutely. And the biggest headache is doing a lot of live stream or recording a live stream. I use Wirecast. When I do all my recording, is in Zoom. You have down here is the little name, and up here is when somebody shows up, it drops down saying this person has joined. And if you're recording a screen, all of a sudden it's called a dirty screen, and your screen gets dirty, and you have to do creative things like crop in the borders so they don't see those buttons, and it's sometimes a nightmare. So I like it when things are easy and clean, so I can just bring people in. NDI being one of those things. I know we're going to get to the questions here in a second here, but NDI being a great program for that. So we'll start with the first question here. And that was from Equinox. He goes, what platform are you using to produce this show? Everybody, 3, 2, 1.
Restream.
There we go. All right. Second question, also from Equinox. How do your presenters connect to the show? Anya, do you want to explain how that works?
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually going to add one little thing to your awesome praising comments about how easy and how seamless that is. It is important to remember that for your guests, they do not have to have a Restream account, and they don't have to register or create any kind of username, profile, anything like that. And I believe Zoom does allow you to just click the link and connect, but a lot of platforms actually require you, for the better experience, to have an application or to actually log in and have an account. So Restream doesn't need any of those things. You just click the link and you're here. As a host, you can copy your link and share it whichever way you want. You can put it in your calendar invite because the link is static. So it basically will remain for all of your live streams until you choose to refresh it. You can post it on social media. Even in your chat, I've seen some crazy shows when people just throw the link the guest link in the chat and just like pull the community in, so they actually pop up as a video box. I would say brave, very brave. Like I don't do it on my show. Like I'm like, okay, I trust my guest is not going to do anything crazy. So, but it's an option if that's what you want to do, to kind of like take that interactive and community inclusion piece to the completely, to the next level. And
I ran the first time I did Zoom, I ran an open Zoom, and I made the mistake. I planned to do it this way. I wanted to see how it worked. I sent out a tweet saying this, and I didn't use the Zoom regular ID. I just created one and then said, "Hey, come to my Zoom room," and so I can test this out. And yeah, I had some very creative, to say the least, people in the show, and I definitely never going to do that again. So let's go to the next question. And we did talk a little bit about this. Equinox goes, are you using any NDI technology? Technically, with Restream, we don't have to use NDI technology. I am personally using NDI technology to get my video and audio to you guys. So Stephanie, do you use it at all, or?
Any NDI technology?
Yeah.
So sometimes in other live streaming platforms, you could bring in a guest if there's NDI in there. One thing that I've been playing around with, and I was even looking at your graphics because it looked like it was Titler Pro.
You are correct. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So Titler Pro, I would use the NDI to bring that into the live streaming production of it. And it's been really fun. I love the fact that you could just have your graphics and just beam them over to the other computer and not have to bog down your machine. So when you enter the world of NDI, oh my gosh, it's like, there goes the rabbit hole.
Yeah, absolutely. It can have its downfalls too. I'm on a daily call where these are high-end video and audio professionals, and they're not too into NDI because they run networks. They want to have wires going from one to a camera to the base, and of course they get paid to be able to have those types of streams that if they go down, they lose lots of money on that, and so they're staying away from NDI right now. But some of them are adopting it and taking those risks. How about you, Dan? Do you use NDI at all?
No, I keep it simple. I just pull it on to OBS to Restream, and out I go.
Yeah, what kind of capture card? Is it just single camera then, or?
Yep, single camera. Like basic setup. And that's one of the things that I try to tell people when they're getting into the live streaming for the first time is it doesn't need to be that fancy when you're getting the ball rolling. It's great once you get a feel for it. I love what Stephanie does, and she blows my mind with what she got going on over there. But literally, like for me, it's the simple checklist was make sure you've got natural lighting somewhere. So I always have a window near me, no matter what. Simple Logitech camera and the blue snowball mic, and that's it. And I just run with that. So for me, I try to keep it as simple as possible because I figure I'm less likely to screw it up if I keep it as simple as possible. I am not a tech guy, despite being in digital marketing and social media. I'm not a techie by any stretch of the imagination. So keeping it simple for me works pretty well, which makes something like this even more appealing to me because it's simple.
It's so funny because whenever Dan brings up like OBS, I'm like, oh, that was like my first love, right? OBS Studio, I feel like was the IKEA of live streaming. And one of those things where it's like, are you really a live streamer if you've never panicked about like your audio sources and like where random sound effects are coming from? Yeah, just OBS, man. I have goosebumps. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember then. That was great. And I mean, there's still some really cool stuff that just people are getting super freaking creative, and it's fun. It's fun. Yeah. It's fun seeing what people create. And, when you're hit with like a problem of like, man, I really want to do this. I want to make my show look different and unique. And when you use OBS, man, it's a canvas.
Absolutely. I started podcasting in 2005. I started Geekazine in 2007 when I lost my last real-time job, and I did live streaming on Ustream, and we were hodgepodging. Of course, me being a musician, I had a lot of the audio gear, the video gear not so much. So it was a lot of hodgepodging to get things together, and it was cam twist on a Mac. And the frame rate was crazy low. It was just horrible. And that's nowadays it's just like, oh yeah, I can go on Amazon, pick up a capture card and this, and I got a Blackmagic ATEM Mini Pro ISO coming soon, and this is all going to change the way that we do this type of live streaming. How about Rob? How about you? Do you use any NDI?
No, mine is just Canon M50. I'm using that as my webcam, so it's just going through the Canon app for my MacBook. So that pulls it in. I just choose that as the video source on Restream Studios here. And then I've got my microphone, and that's really it. So like Dan, I guess I'm not using a Logitech or a webcam, I'm using a camera. That's probably the only thing. And then I've got a couple lights, just to try to brighten up this room. But other than that,
You have the mood lighting, man. That's what you
I know. I've got the mood lighting there.
Rob on. It's hey, it's going to be this color. And I'm like magical Rob. Okay.
I'm going to get disco light soon. We'll see.
Yes. Where's the disco ball? He's going to push a button.
That'd be awesome.
Actually, I have a light sitting over here. It's on, but it's not positioned right. I like newer lights, NEEWER, which I've had for years on top of my camera, and I got the panel lights. That's what's lighting up this whole area. Yep. But they came out with the 660 SMD LED lights, which can do red, green, and blue, and they have these cool features, so I can have it look like the cops are coming, pulling up, or if there's a lightning storm or something like that. So I'm playing with that light right now. It's a lot of fun, but I like personally. I like to keep it as simple as possible, because then if anybody asks, hey, can you do something for me, then we don't have a lot of different things in the background that we have to move around. So, but it's all about how your show feels. And I noticed, Stephanie, you got a really great background there. Dan, of course, Captain America can't go wrong as well. And even Anya with the Restream stuff, that, it's a regular office setting, so it's perfect for exactly the audience that you're trying to get.
I was going to say that there is no background going on. It's like whatever I ended up with. I occasionally open that window that's behind me, like next to the next desk. But the thing is that we're on the first floor, and there's a kind of like a pedestrian street right here. And sometimes you see people walking by, and some of them are pretty interesting characters because it's Austin, right? Keep Austin weird. And I was like, yeah, this could be part of my show. This is definitely unique. And I'm not at the level of popularity where people would actually show up and start crowd around and make faces and do something funny on the background. But one day.
You'll get there.
It was funny because when you first introduced yourself, there was somebody standing at the window right behind you.
I'm not surprised. That happens quite a bit. It's never orchestrated. It's always Austin people just doing Austin things, so.
All right. Well, the next question, Equinox says he's a vMix specialist. Post that up. I'm a vMix specialist, so congratulations. vMix being another live streaming piece of software, works on the Windows side. It's a really nice program. I do have a copy myself. Gaming Goodies goes, it seems more fluid than Zoom. Do you guys agree on that? We'll start with I'm sorry. What? You're laughing there, Stephanie.
No, I wanted to see other different things I could do when you put the overlay. You just
doing her best fan away.
I'll put this up. Oh no, that goes across the whole board. I've missed something. What software are you using for the meeting, please?
All of us.
Everybody, what are we doing? 3, 2, 1. What software are we using? 3, 2, 1.
Oh, Restream.
Restream. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, we'll go back to this question. Oh, looks almost like vMix call. Yeah, definitely does. It definitely does. So,
but yeah, to your point with fluidity, the Zoom calls that I have, especially if I'm trying to record interviews with people, I don't often record videos for myself, but I've been on enough of these Zoom call interviews lately, and it is a headache. It is. As much as people like to tout Zoom as well, Zoom is better than Skype. Yes, that's true. But I mean, that's not for me. That's not really setting the bar too high. Whereas this seems to just we didn't have any onboarding issues. When people showed up, they were here. We were able to talk right away. We could just get down to it. And that's the biggest headache for me, is that initial 5 to 10 minutes using those other tools where it's just are you working? Yeah, I'm working. Are you working? Well, kind of. Hold on, let me try this. Okay, are we working better now? Yeah, okay. You spend 10, 15 minutes just calibrating, it seems. Whereas this was just, I clicked the link and we were here and everybody was smiling and happy and ready to go, so long as our mic was turned on.
Yeah, I totally agree. Oh, was that a dig on Rob or what?
I see that. I heard you.
You were gonna say
It's
something.
out of love, Rob. It's out of love.
Yeah, I know. No, I was gonna say like Zoom
Okay.
Zoom is a meeting platform. That's what it was built for. It wasn't built as a live streaming platform. That's a secondary like, oh, maybe we can make some money, connecting Facebook and YouTube to it. But it's not like like pulling in comments, having different scenes and different displays and layouts. You just can't do that with Zoom, and you don't know which screen you're sharing and stuff like that. It's built for meetings, definitely not for live streams. So
You were gonna say something, Stephanie?
Oh, I was going to say, did you guys know that there's now certifications that like a test that you could take to say like, I am Zoom certified to know how to turn on my camera and my mic. And then people have all these jokes on LinkedIn. They're like, this now needs to be a requirement where you know how to mute your mic and turn on your camera. And I was like, that's hilarious.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of stuff. And who here has tried out the app? Mm-hmm.
Oh, I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, yeah.
Yay or nay, really quick, Anya.
Oh yeah, it's wonderful. I loved it. I felt like I'm inside the iPhone and I'm moving things. It's like clicking and just super intuitive, and I loved it. Yeah, absolutely.
Stephanie?
Oh gosh, I dissent. Okay. I mean, would it be fun if I was always agreeing with everyone? I think for a beginner, if you are new to everything, it's cool. It's fun to play around with. But if you're already super savvy with Restream and all the other stuff, then you would look at it and be like, okay, this was cute. All right, moving back on to what I already have.
Yeah, and I used it too, and it's nice, but I am so over. Hey, here's my PowerPoint presentation that I'm going to show on screen, and I'm just going to read it word for word because I don't know how to memorize my PowerPoint presentations.
Wait, that's not engaging? That's not engaging content? That's not how it's done?
It's not, but a lot of enterprise IT, they actually have to show, work paths and things like that. And yeah, they end up putting a lot of text on there, and it gets really boring really fast. And when you're sitting there recording them going, and I liked, and you're watching it, you're literally watching them as they got on the screen, they're like doing this. And I'd like to thank everybody for coming to my show. It's like, dude, keep your eyes straight, keep them straight.
So, Steph, this is where they need that LinkedIn Live course that you're doing. This is how we improve the IT world's presentations.
It was so funny because we were doing a training yesterday, and yeah, like totally agree in the sense that like you could see if someone's reading, but I was like, but you know what? If you just put your transcript over to one side, right, then it's okay because it kind of feels like you're looking over at the chat, right? Because then that makes sense. And you could still glance back. That to me was like the hack, was like, okay, you could look over it a little bit as if you were looking at the chat and then go back to it. But if it's like right there, it's like, come on.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Were you going to say something, Rob, there?
No, it's good. That's a good tip. Like, I'll just split my screen. So I get all the guests for our live show to fill out a form, like a type form with all their information. So I'll make that half the screen, and then Restream will be the other half in the intro. So that I'm like reading, trying to make and it just looks like I'm looking at the chat. So it doesn't look like I'm looking down here.
Yeah.
So yeah, good tip.
Yeah. So some of the stuff that I do, I actually, where somebody's, we do a show where my business partner, he's actually doing the presentation and I'm just reading. So what I like to do is I have my other two monitors here. I like to be like this so they know that I'm following along instead of looking at the camera. Because I think there's 2 points to things. One is looking at your audience and saying hi to your audience with your eyes. And the other one is to be in like a learning mode. And that's what I like to do is watch the screens, watch him present rather than watch the camera present. And I think that works. Does anybody disagree with that method?
Yeah, I've got a 3-monitor setup, and I do something similar when I'm on the calls where I'll put the video of the speaker on the other window so I can make sure, depending on which side they're on, I make sure to move the camera to wherever it's going to be. And that kind of makes it a little bit easier, and it looks like you're having a dialogue where you're listening back and forth. Occasionally people see me look up, and that's where the stock tickers are, but otherwise it's like, okay.
So you're not looking at Anya?
I am. That's exactly who I was staring at. That beautiful office there.
Anya is right where the stock markets are.
Yes, he's all over.
Pretty cool place.
Where's the Restream stock at?
Not publicly.
Oh, we're not. Yeah, we're not public. So
I looked into it.
Soon. You better. Yeah, I'd buy one share of that. So, all right, next question comes back. Equinox, he goes, how do you add the overlays in lower thirds? Anya, would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have overlays that you can design yourself. And it's basically an image with some transparent parts of that. So, for example, when I run my shows, I actually design overlays for my name and my guest name to show them specifically. Oh yeah, I can see the infinity screen already. So guess we're going to see a little bit of how they would look. So those are captions, but if you go to the graphics section, you will see overlays, and you see like you have some like of the default options, and this is designed to be on top, but you can design your own and you can put it anywhere you want. The only thing is, you're going to kind of pick between overlays or captions. Otherwise, they kind of like will mess with each other. But yeah, you definitely can design whatever you want and add it the way you want, and you can like transition between them in the middle of the show. For that, this is kind of like a multitasking thing. If you are kind of like a one-person show who is the host, also the content driver, asking questions, delivering things, and also you manage the chat, then it kind of becomes overwhelming. But definitely overlays allow you to design your messaging and your branding in absolutely any way you want. And you also have logos that are separate on this, not this, end of the stream.
Oh, my Geekazine logo on the corner there?
Yep.
Okay. And we talked about hotkeys coming soon, correct?
Yes, a lot of requests for that. Hotkeys we already have those like funny ones for muting and turning off your video. And we are hoping to soon add some for changing layouts. So like you could do that spotlight thing or full screen change so now we're all in this horizontal mode, but there's also like a little like a selfie vertical mode that you could put people in. I don't know if here we go.
Oh,
so like
that actually looks better on a sixplex.
I like that.
Yeah.
For 6 people, like if it's 2 of you, it just turns this into like what I call a selfie mode, because it just like makes your face big and looks like you're just like trying to like selfie mode your camera, which funny enough, one of my guests did that because they joined with their phone. And here you go.
Like that, So we got a one-on-one. So that works a one-on-one, but when you start getting other people in, it's kind of nice. I like that.
I'm having severe Brady Bunch mode here of just like people popping in.
Okay, Dan gets to be the presenter now.
Yeah, I'll present.
There you go.
Dana White.
Yeah,
we got no questions in the on the chat. And by the way, speaking of questions, these questions are all coming from YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, from Twitch. No LinkedIn Live yet. I'm hoping someday LinkedIn Live, but not yet. But whatever social network you're connected with, it's also connecting to the chat, and that chat is coming in the corner. And so we're getting messages from all over the place. Whoever's watching, whoever's consuming this content, and you never know when you're going to find your next customer. That whole 1,101 rule, right?
I mean, that's one of my favorite features with Restream, is having all those communities at once. Right now, when we're doing this interview style thing, it's all just the cameras. But when I do my live stream in the morning, I actually have the Restream chat. I guess it would be over here. Actually, a portion of my screen is the Restream chat. So everybody watching at all the different places can see all of the different questions from YouTube or Twitter or LinkedIn, and that way it's not just one community. The Twitch community that I'm talking to can interact with the YouTube community, even though they may be on different platforms, which I absolutely love, because that was one of the huge frustrations I had at the get-go. OBS Stream Elements or OBS itself, you're able to integrate with Twitch directly, but as far as a solution where you can have all of the chats at once integrated and engaging with one another, that just wasn't there. And Restream fixed that so simple. It's like, oh, this is so much easier. I'll just screen capture that tool, and now everybody can see the conversation. I don't constantly have to be going, well, so-and-so from YouTube has said this. What do you guys think about that? Instead, it's right there for them to see, which is, for me, I hate being the guy that repeats and does the Uhura thing from Star Trek, right? Like the ship says one thing and then you got to repeat it. And it's like, well, I mean, come on. This is 2010. We can do better than 2020. We can do better than that. I'm living a decade.
That was a good one, the 2010.
That's okay. I just installed version 2004 of Windows 10 the other day. So.
Nice. Oh, the
time
Geekazine
machine.
IPO. That's a good question. When is Geekazine going to go into IPO?
Actually, technically, I do have IPO. There's a website out there that's the virtual stocks. What's the name of that website? It was a social network. They tried to have the stock market.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I can't think of it right now. And if I called up my email, I could probably. Anyway, doesn't matter. So technically, I'm at like 1,500 shares last time I looked on my stock market area. So
there you go. He's already IPO'd on the social media stock market. You can just grab your options on that. Long calls on Geekazine.
I gotta find out. Is anybody else on this?
I'm on it. I can't remember what it was. I thought it was a fun toy when it first came out, and I can't remember what it's called.
That would be a cool thing on Patreon, where it's like you could have your viewers invest in you, and then if you reach a goal, then they get like a kickback for like.
Yeah.
Isn't there something like that already where they can actually send you stocks? It's kind of like they can gift stocks to you.
Yeah, you can gift stocks.
I thought I saw Sid Graham Stephan on YouTube. He was like, that's like one of his revenue channels. People give him stocks. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's something you can do. You can actually buy gift cards that have stocks on them. So we've got a buddy in the stock trading community, a stock guy, on Twitch, and he just found out he's having a baby girl. And so a lot of people are putting together like a baby ETF, which is just a selection of a bunch of different stocks, and they're going to put it on a gift card and send it to him. And I thought, that's kind of a fun way to just be able to share and do that. But anyway, I know what you're talking about, where it was like a mix of social media and clout, right? Where it's
it's cred.
Yeah, there it is.
Cred. This is it. Yeah. This empire.cred. Because he had clout and he had cred, and then this company bought cred, and now they're it's okay. So I'm sitting at what is it, 1,219 share price. So if you wanna buy stock in me, there you go. You have that option right there.
I'm investing right now.
All right. Next question is, can you control each participant's audio level? Yeah, I tell them turn up and turn down.
Especially if you're like Stephanie, who can hypnotize people. You can tell them to do whatever. Great question. Actually, we are bringing in muting your guests, the mute and unmute function very soon. We are also looking into like controlling the level, but for the most part, the most priority thing right now is to actually allow hosts to mute, and the sound levels are something that we're going to be kind of like putting for the future. But yeah, definitely something that we're looking into.
One thing that I like is and you have to deal with it every now and then, and I even deal with that, especially if you're using NDI, is that audio video latency. So you start talking and all of a sudden it doesn't look like you're talking right now, like you're just entered into a kung fu movie or something like that. So I like we've got some great screens, and when I call it up, there's not much delay from person to person. So, all right, don't have any more questions on the chat, so I'll give it to you, panel. We'll start with Stephanie. Stephanie, do you have anything that you want to ask Dan, Rob, or Anya?
Oh.
Or the whole group.
If there was only one piece of live streaming gear that you could keep and everything else had to be basic, what would it be?
Ooh.
Rob?
Oh,
nice.
First, I'd probably say the camera. Do I have to say why? Or no?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. You can't just say camera. Why?
You want to look good. You want to look.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, I mean, especially if you're live streaming, I think the visuals are important. Obviously, audio is too. But I think if I had just my MacBook, mic, my built-in mic, I think we could get by. But I would rather have that than sacrifice using the MacBook webcam, the built-in webcam for live streaming anyway. So the camera.
Dan?
Funny. I'm actually going to go the other way. For me, it's the mic. I find people are very forgiving about visual. If you go pixelated, it's not the sharpest quality. You don't like Captain America for whatever reason. Like, they'll forgive that if the camera's not great. But if your audio is garbage, nobody is sticking around to watch it. I don't want to watch it. They don't want to watch it. I completely understand where it's like that high screeching, awful, distorted mic sound. It drives me bonkers to watch people that go live with that. So for me, it would definitely have to be something, and you don't have to spend a lot of money. There are a lot of great mics out there that work really well. I know I mentioned Blue before, but Elky does some. Rode mics work really well. There's lots of great mics out there that are very cost effective, but having that quality mic for me, I think, is really important.
Are you showing a mic there, Rob? Or
Yeah, there's a little one, the little Joby one.
I'm actually reviewing this. This is the Movo VSM5, and it's on a Blue Yeti Compass boom arm. But yeah, I have tons of microphones myself. Anya?
Oh gosh. So I was gonna say, like, where's the basic, kind of like where's the bottom ground of where you start? Is it just like your laptop and like nothing else? Because in that case, I'll pick internet connection, because guess what is gonna ruin your stream big time, whether you have the most badass camera and microphone and lights, is that, that kind of limiting internet connection. I recently got this adapter to actually connect my internet through Ethernet, so basically cable versus Wi-Fi. And this changed my game big time. Like, I am so happy I can stream full HD. I can do all kinds of great things. I'm not worried anymore that things will get disconnected. So, and a lot of times we hear from our users saying like, oh gosh, this didn't work for me. Oh, I'm pixelated. Oh, like this is delayed. And literally 9 times out of 10, it's because something is going on with their internet. So for me, that would be, for the quality of stream and kind of like sustainability of that would be my priority. But in terms of this mic versus camera battle, I'm definitely a mic person. And that's why you can see that I'm proudly sitting here with my AKG, because I do believe that people are more forgiving to video than audio. And a lot of people experience your live streams as a podcast, actually. Like, a lot of people who are watching us right now are having us on the background while they're doing their other like work or things. So I would definitely prioritize audio over video if I had one more extra thing in addition to internet to add to my setup.
Yeah, I totally agree on that. I'd go audio over video, but the one thing I would want to keep is my producer, because then they'd have all the equipment. So
clever.
And then of course Equinox goes, I will not give up my Stream Deck, LOL. And that who all has a Stream Deck here? Let me get to this. So.
Am I really the only one? Really?
No. Geekazine's got one. I just can't.
I don't.
Oh man.
Stream Deck is who has X keys? X keys is the closest competitor to Stream Deck. So yeah, it's just basically a hotkey button. So and of course it doesn't work here too well. But if I wanted to switch between my different cameras, I can do that. And over on Wirecast, it does a great job on that. So I can totally understand that Stream Deck is a good thing. But if you don't have audio and video, that's the point. What's the point? So, All right, we're getting close to the top of the hour. Do any of you need to get going, or?
I've got the market up there. I'm good to hang out. So.
Okay. Well, let's finish this section really quick. Let's go to Dan. Dan, is there any questions that you have for the group?
Oh man. Everybody is talking about live video all of a sudden, which is really exciting for me. Even on YouTube, I'm seeing a lot of people that traditionally would be pre-recorded content or more curated, polished content, making that transition over to live video. I'm wondering with you guys, which platform, and it doesn't have to be one that you're currently on, it could be one that you've always wanted to try, but which platform for live video has you most intrigued headed into Q4 or 2021?
Stephanie.
Ooh, I just realized that you could start live streaming into Facebook events. And for those, content creators, educators that just don't want to bother with landing pages, ClickFunnels, and all of that stuff, having the opportunity to create a Facebook event where tons and tons of people, millions of people are looking at Facebook events daily, to monetize that event and leverage a live stream in there, I think that is really going to gain some ground, especially with the fact that like the fees, they're free for the next year right now.
Wow.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Okay. Cool. Rob?
I would say, actually, thanks to Dan, actually drawing some attention when we interviewed Dan on our show. Really intrigued by Twitch at this time, especially obviously we're going after YouTubers, so there's lots of streamers there that are gamers, but also interested to see what the interest is for more business type content, tutorial type content around growing their live streams or their YouTube channel. We've got a lot of partners that are there, not talking about gaming. So yeah, in the next couple of quarters, you might see us on Twitch.
Yeah, I'm on Twitch, and I don't do any. I try to do games and fail miserably. So it's a nice extra for streaming. Anya?
Yeah, that's interesting about Twitch. We traditionally always thought that people who use Restream and go on Twitch are gamers. We just like categorize them like that. And we're like, yep, that's it. That's the indicator. And it is not the case anymore. So we kind of like had to rethink the way we see our user base in that sense. I am personally the most excited about platforms that are adding live video to them as a new thing and new element. So LinkedIn was kind of like leading the way, so definitely exciting. But already LinkedIn Live is already a thing for quite a while, so people are not that intrigued about that. But when I hear things like, Eventbrite is going to add live video to it, so people could live stream events considering coronavirus. When Mixcloud recently integrated with Restream, saying, "Hey, now DJs can live stream video to their, traditionally song playlist platform where people would just connect and listen, and now they can actually see them play and perform, like those kind of things." Amazon Live's adding videos so people could benefit from e-commerce, talk about products, and immediately have a little link where you can click and buy that. So those kind of different fields and different industry branching in and realizing the potential of live content on their platform, whatever that is, whatever it's mainly for, events, marketplaces, or anything, or music, is what I'm especially excited about, because that is, I believe, the opportunity and kind of like a mind-blowing and door-opening place for content creators of all kinds and all kinds of backgrounds.
Yeah, I totally agree on that. I work with a lot of people that need to get their streams out, and sometimes it's not a cut and dry YouTube, Facebook type situation. Like for instance, anybody that's dealing with the spiritual end wants to be on the church streaming network, where they have streams for those that want to preach the word. We also have. I had the other one in my head and then I just completely lost it. Twitch being, of course, the gamers, although it's not as much of a gamer thing anymore. I've been, last 3 months for me, I've been on Amazon live streams, showing products during peak hours, during the day. And that's not as much of a, here's my stream as it is, here's something that is being sold on Amazon. So you end up buying it. So you can't just say, okay, this is the product that I'm going to show. If it's not on Amazon, I'm not going to go to that channel. So it's really specific. The one thing I don't like, I'll tell you right now, is any live stream social network that wants to limit how people can live stream. And LinkedIn Live's one of them. And TikTok is another one where you got to have so many subscribers to get on live. I think if they open those floodgates a little bit more, I understand you have to have a minimum amount like YouTube does before people can stream. But if you open those floodgates, then you're going to find that all of a sudden the people that are the top TikTok streamers are going to have so much more competition from many other people. And I think that's holding them back a little bit. But then again, Microsoft might buy them, or Twitter might buy them, or Oracle might buy them. I don't even understand the Oracle part, but they might have it down the line. So, Rob, do you have any questions for the panel?
Oh, a question. I would.
We're on Rob, right?
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure. Okay.
What is one thing that a new live streamer, what's one skill that they should have or try to learn?
We'll start with Anya.
Oh, that's a good one. I love that question. This is really brilliant. I think courage. Like, you just have to be. You just have to be. It doesn't really matter what kind of personality you have. It definitely doesn't matter what kind of gear you have or like what kind of skills. As long as you have a message to deliver, that would probably be very, very important kind of like indicator whether you want to start live streaming or not. But once it's there, most people have 100 reasons why they shouldn't be live. And that's usually related to things like, oh, my hair doesn't look good on camera. I sound like something strange. I have an accent. Check it in right here. I don't have, good internet. Like there's so many things that you can talk yourself out for. Yeah, exactly. Right. Before I finish any sentence, people are like, what happened to that Texas accent right here? And I think that you just have to overcome yourself and just tell yourself to embrace this all and just be brave and try it out. And it's going to be so much better than you expect. That's one thing I can promise.
Dan?
I would say get used to your own voice. I remember when I first got started on Twitch, that was the weirdest thing to hear yourself and be like, oh, that's me on the camera. This is this really awkward thing of, it would be like watching live TV and there you are, the news anchor or whatever. And there is that disconnect of, this is really weird. And I think at first when you start streaming, you're like, oh no, the whole world can see me. Trust me, it's literally your mom and like your best friend that can see you, so you'll be fine. But get used to that sound. Get used to that sound of your own voice. Get used to how you see on camera. Guys, you've got that natural fly by the seat of your pants kind of thing where we don't really have to do up our hair and look really great. I know a lot of ladies that they like to look very professional when they get on camera. Most guys that I know, they throw on a ball cap or they just wake up at 4:30 in the morning like I do, and I've got bedhead everywhere and I don't care. But like, just get used to how you look on camera, get used to how you sound. That would probably be my biggest tip for anybody just breaking in.
Stephanie?
I would definitely say that there are resources and relationships, so you should start building them now. Whatever platform you're on, whether you want to grow your channel, grow your audience, start building relationships with others, because if something goes down with your software, your programs, then you have a community that you can reach out to. And that's one of the reasons why I love having Anya, speed dial, like, hey, I have this big project coming through with a client. Can you weigh in? Can you give me some advice? And then Rob will weigh in and tell me things about LinkedIn. So as a live streamer, don't feel as if you are doing this by yourself. You will be welcomed with open arms into an amazing community that knows how it feels like, to feel awkward at first, on camera, and also knows like the dangers of shiny objects, right? Well, we'll tell you like, dude, just freaking be disciplined. Just get it right the first time. And then you could add this and you could add all that, right? Saying from OBS studio days, right? Yep. But definitely for sure, build your community, leverage the community, get ideas from other people. Never feel as if you're doing this by yourself, because when one boat rises, we all rise together.
Absolutely. And for me, it's about the looks. I mean, look at this face. It wants to watch that. So
gorgeous.
No, seriously, you can't kind of see it now, but I do have a thing called vitiligo, which is the lack of melanin in the skin. So at one time I used to have a really good skin tone, but then as time progressed and sunburns basically burnt off the skin tone. So there's points where you've seen people with vitiligo proudly in the last couple of years proudly sharing off their skin tones, and it looks very different. Plus, in 2005, I had Bell's palsy on this side of my face. Last year, I suffered Bell's palsy on this side of my face. So there's a lot of times where I wake up and, like right now, talking for about an hour, this side feels like there's a rock sitting right on my face. And it's affected my teeth. It's affected, how I speak, how I sing, because I'm also a musician. And that's, these are things that really weigh on me when I get on camera. But I still think to myself, I've got to get on camera. That's what I do. That's how I wanted to. That's, otherwise I'd be still in enterprise IT doing the 9-to-5 job thing, and maybe not even having a job right now because of a very uncertain time. So I'm glad I did that. So I hope that would inspire anybody to make that change and do that from there. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
all right. Well, I think we're good. Unless, I'm sorry, Anya. Did you ask a question or?
Oh, I didn't, but I the question
Go
that
for
I
it.
the question that I like to ask, and if we had a little bit more time, because it's more like a story, tell a story question, is I like to ask my guests who I interview to tell an epic fail story, like how something completely wrong and terrible going on with your stream. And I believe it is very encouraging for people who are starting or thinking about starting, because a lot of those people look at that, me or Stephanie specifically, because her streams are so good, so polished, so perfect, and think like, oh my gosh, I will never, like everything will go wrong with me, like everything will go wrong with technology. So I like to share those stories, but maybe we can, since, it will take quite a bit of time if everyone's like sharing that story. So maybe you can just describe your live streaming journey in one word. Like, what is one word that describes your path from 0 to 1 or 100, wherever you are today, in terms of live streaming and content creator?
We'll start with Dan.
Your first question is actually easier.
Go ahead. If we've got time, go ahead and tell your story.
Okay, I'll give you both. Momentum would be the one word, I guess. Where, like Stephanie was saying, just get going, and that tiny little snowball becomes an avalanche before you know it. If I think back to the first Twitch stream where I was completely clueless and never done live anything whatsoever, people told me I was too much of a boomer to actually make Twitch work. Momentum has a funny way of rolling, and now I'm a YouTube partner and Twitch partner and LinkedIn Live and all that jazz. So it rolls, it grows. As far as the fail, if you guys go to my YouTube channel, and I leave these failures up so people can have this encouragement. If you look at my first 3 to 5 videos, there's no audio. I am literally talking for 10 minutes straight, and there is no audio whatsoever. And I published the video anyway, because I knew 300 videos down the road, somebody's going to say, well, it's easy for you because X, Y, or Z. And I could always point back to those first videos and go, there's not a single ounce of audio. The algorithm on YouTube hates these videos because there's no sound for it to understand what is happening right now. So, if that was going to be my biggest failure, check out the YouTube. It's there. I leave those videos live. No audio whatsoever.
Love it.
Stephanie?
I would say the one word would definitely be, it's a blessing. I had started live streaming because I left the agency world to start my own agency consulting. And, God, you guys, back then I had so many limiting beliefs, so many reasons for why I shouldn't do it, but it was a blessing that I got the courage and I did it. And it's such a blessing to be able to be, here with you guys, to talk with you and have this community that's so absolutely supportive. So it just, you never know what's on that other side of fear. Mm-hmm. And so when you cross that, there's just so many other opportunities that come from it. Now, as far as the fail story, this is probably my favorite. I had Bella Vasta on the show, and in the middle of the show, we're like 15 minutes in, I see, you guys know what I'm going to say. I see the battery start to blink, and I was like, you didn't put in the dummy battery? Like, oh my God, rookie, what's going on? Right? And so, but Bella, she's such a pro, because I was like, oh, Bella, I did something really funny. I went to a client event, totally forgot to plug in my battery. And at that moment, she knew exactly what I was saying. It was like twin superpowers. And then, so what you hear all of a sudden, like legit, I put her on the screen, and in the background, you hear me like plugging stuff in. I didn't mute my mic, which is like even better. And I'm like, plug this in. And then I come back, and then Bella goes, and now we're back, because she stopped hearing all like the sound. But that was my fail.
Do I have to link to that?
Just find the one with Bella.
I really want to watch that.
And that's a good thing too, is that you could repurpose your bloopers, right? So yeah, I'll definitely put it out there. Like, remember that one time, Bella, where I had to crawl underneath my desk midstream?
Nice. Rob, and you can't talk about how you forgot to unmute yourself in this episode.
He's muted right now.
Exactly. So I am Yeah, so I guess my whole live streaming work has been like, it's not one word, but it's just open doors. So yeah, like I started live streaming, I would say probably 2 or 3 years ago when I was still at a company called Thinkific. And so we were doing live streams, you know, from the phone initially. And we were doing interviews on Facebook Live from our phone, telling the guests to just like join the live stream, and then we would bring them on through the app. So it was like really, really like very rookie. And then we started using platforms and stuff. But that just opened doors. It just opened doors for influencers to invite us to their show, and it just kind of snowballed from there. So just like what, you know, Stephanie said, you know, there's so many opportunities that open up that, you know, if you don't take that leap to show up in front of the camera, there's just so many things that you're just missing out on for your business, for your personal, you know, growth and your career. So that's what I would say. And then from there, things evolved and relationships started opening up, and opportunities with TubeBuddy, you know, sort of started to blossom, and that's why I'm here now. And then, yeah, it's always the audio. So there's two things, I guess. There's audio, same thing as Dan. There's some older live streams that if you guys go back on my channel for like 10 minutes. My channel was still new. My YouTube channel was still new, so there wasn't too many people there on the live streams. But nobody said that my microphone was off or muted. So it was like 10, 15 minutes of me talking, just moving around and stuff, and there's no audio. But I leave it on just like Dan does. I also leave on some older videos where the introduction was really long, and I'll share with you guys the link. But people would call me up like, "Oh, your introduction is so long. Just guys, if you're watching this, fast forward to 3 minutes." And because the introduction is so long, but I just leave it on there, just like Dan does, to like tell people like, "Hey, it's not, you know, you don't start from like this point. Like you can check out my older videos and all the fails there." So, yeah.
Okay. And what was your word again?
My word? Open doors. Open doors.
Open doors. Okay.
Two words.
Okay. Go ahead, Stephanie.
I was going to say, if you ever want more engagement and more comments on your show, mute your mic and then just talk. Because then everyone will be like, "You're muted.
Or put a typo in your title. Put a typo there and in the title to be like, "Oh, you spelled it wrong. Thank you. You're right.
Yeah.
Jeez. Oh, I missed that."
Oh,
How could I? Yeah.
That is
this
lovely.
mic? This mic?
Well, which mic? Is it this mic? Let me tap on this mic. Is it this mic? For me, many fails. And one in particular, there was a client that I went to, and we were just going to do a simple panels stream. It was an hour event, and I was a little concerned because usually when I go to these events, we go for a little bit longer than an hour. So it's going to be a very short setup, a very quick hour, and then tear down. And so I decided what a lot of people do is they end up setting up their gear outside. So when it's time to go in and do it, you walk inside and then you set it down and it's all ready to go. Well, at that point, I had a piece of hardware fail on me. And that caused the whole stream to not work the way that I wanted it to. And it was a 2-camera shoot, so I could have a camera. It was a PTZ camera, which is a point tilt zoom camera. Focus in on the panel, each panel guest, and then there was one camera, actually the camera I'm using that you guys are watching me from, that would do an overall shot. Well, since everything started to fail, the only thing I could do was one camera shoot, and I ended up having to tear apart all my gear and reassemble it just for the one camera. It didn't turn out the way that I wanted it to, because I'm always trying to create perfection, even though many times people won't see the stuff that I do because my mom doesn't watch my videos, as was put before. But I still work for striving to get the best look, the best feel, as all you seem to do, and you're doing a great job on that. So, and then of course my word is passion, because if it wasn't for passion, I'd be still in enterprise IT, and we'd probably be still at our jobs, and we wouldn't be doing this, and we wouldn't be having this conversation at this time on a Thursday afternoon. We'd be wondering what's in the vending machine, and how much coffee is left in my cup. And oh my goodness, no, she's not coming here to complain about how this is not working. Right.
That's a good one.
All right. So let's go back. We're going to do a reverse. We're going to start with Rob. Tell everybody how they can find you.
Check if I'm mute. No, I'm. Yeah, you guys can find me anywhere at TwoBuddy. And there you go. Misspelled, but that's fine. Close enough. And, yeah.
Darn! I'm sorry. I'm gonna do. I'll correct that.
Yeah. No, all good. So yeah, just copy and paste my name and look me up on Instagram or YouTube or Facebook, LinkedIn. Yeah, happy to connect. Ask me anything.
Dan?
Yeah, just search my name on YouTube or Twitch. Dan, I don't know what socialmediapolis.com is, but I recommend you check them out because that's probably a blast.
I thought that was on your LinkedIn site.
Oh. Maybe it's a different Dan. I'm sure they're fantastic, though. But you can find me on LinkedIn with my name, or YouTube with my name, or Twitch with my name.
Failing already. Oh my goodness.
No, but this is great because this makes it memorable. When people think, oh man, I really want to connect with this guy, socialmediapolis.com. No, wait, that didn't have anything to do with him. I actually have to go to something else. That's fantastic. I love that. But yeah, just search my name. You'll find me. You'll see me. Yeah.
I'm not even going to try to put down the lower third.
No, I was waiting. I was like, what is he going to put on there?
Let's see what we got.
Go. Yay!
Yeah.
Yay.
I am Stephanie Liu from Lights Camera Live. So that's where you can find me if you want to learn anything about live streaming.
Awesome. And Anya, and I hope I got this one right.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
that is not necessarily the place where you find me, but this is where you will find Restream, and you can type up my first and last name in LinkedIn. This is where I prefer to connect with new people and kind of like keep my contact organized. It's also anya.razina@restream.io if you want to shoot me an email. I tend to respond to those. But yeah, LinkedIn invitation would be absolutely fantastic. And yeah, I think it's if you just search it, I think it's Anya with Restream on LinkedIn.
Nice.
And of course, everybody can find me at Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. You got me, all the socials as well. I'd like to thank the whole panel here. You did a great job. Give yourself a round of applause. Yay. So we're gonna try this again in the up and coming weeks. So feel free to, in the comments down below, say what you think, what you like, what you didn't like, and of course, reach out to these people and their websites or different websites and trying to figure out where the heck they are, because I don't know where they are. I had LinkedIn pages already and I was going to show them on screen and I never did that either. So it's always a continual trying to figure out how things work. So thanks again to everybody that came on the show, and you guys stick around for a second so I can thank you after the show. But I'm going to go like this. Thank you guys very much for watching. This has been the afternoon show, not the morning show, not the evening show, not the late show or the late show, the afternoon show with me, Jeffrey Powers, and it's part of Geek Tech Talk Live. Till next time, you guys geek out. I started streaming about 10 years ago, and I remember the days streaming. I was in my bedroom and we were streaming via Ustream and using a old Mac G4 with Cam Twist and an old USB camera, and we were doing a lot of wild things in streaming back then. Fast forward about 13 years. Yeah, it's been 13 years. Crazy, huh? We have a lot more ability to do streaming, whether it be streaming with just our cameras and our phones or using high-tech equipment. And the high-tech equipment's gotten smaller and better. And including this last year, as Blackmagic has pretty much reduced the switcher down to this little box right here. It's smaller than a laptop. And it's just crazy easy for you to not only capture and stream, but also capture individual videos from each of the 4 inputs to turn around and make a better produced video. And it gets even better now. And then we have COVID that comes out, and so we can't go out to the client anymore, so we have to figure out ways to make the client come to us without coming to us in a virtual manner. And some of these streaming conference software pieces are just not cutting it because they're either putting watermarks in the bottom corner or they're giving you resolutions that are so low that we might as well just be doing stop motion with Legos. How do you bring a guest in for a record, not as much a stream, so you get higher quality video and audio without using the software? That's where Blackmagic has come in once again with this new device. It's coming out called the ATEM Streaming Bridge. What it is a device that you attach to your computer through a capture card. You can definitely attach it to your ATEM Mini. But the idea of this is to actually bring in video from the person across the way, across the room, across the house, or even across the world. And that's what we're going to take a look at next on Geekazine. Thanks a lot for watching Geekazine. Of course, I purchased the Stream Deck. I purchased the Streaming Bridge. But all opinions and thoughts are of my own over at Geekazine. You can go over to geekazine.com/review to find out all the details about that. So making streaming easier, video that you can use for any type of interview, any type of product review or anything like that, a lot easier. This is the Streaming Bridge from Blackmagic Design. And what it is a little device that you have on your end. Will bring in video from wherever an ATEM Mini like this one is. This ATEM Mini can connect up to this thing and we can stream video just through HDMI, or we can put this on the network. I can take this to another room and then have it playing on a monitor so somebody else could be watching what's going on. Or what's most impressive is somebody with an ATEM Mini Pro could be all the way around the world and they're streaming and they're sending a signal back here. How does it work? Well, it basically uses RTMP through UDP and the port 1935 to send a signal from the ATEM Mini Pro to the Streaming Bridge. Now, keep in mind, before we go further, we're going to tell you a couple things. First of all, your ATEM Mini needs to be either the Pro or the ISO. The introductory ATEM Mini does not work because it does not have the ability to do the stream out. Secondly, you having the Streaming Bridge, you're going to have to open up a firewall port around 1935. If you have another program running on 1935, you'll have to put it on 1936, 1937, but you're going to have to know how to open up that port. So if you're in a business, you'll have to talk to your IT administrator, and if that's you, you're just going to have to open up 1935. Keep in mind, you don't need port 1935 open if you're doing everything internal. This is only if you're accessing the internet to get a signal. All right, let's show you the Streaming Bridge up close and personal. First of all, this is the device right here. It's a metal box, straight up, nice and sturdy. It's got several different inputs and outputs. So we're going to start over here. We have the standard Ethernet jack in here. Of course, this will go to your internet or your intranet, depending on how you're streaming out the box. You can even go peer-to-peer from your ATEM Mini Pro to your Streaming Bridge. So you can definitely do that. On the side here, we have SDIs in reference inputs. So things like time code and stuff like that. We have an SDI reference in and a regular reference in. On the other side, we have a USB-C port, which you could use to configure the Streaming Bridge. And then, of course, we have the HDMI out. We've got the power outlet right here. It does take power. And then, of course, dual SDI outs. So you can go to maybe a recording monitor, maybe a TV that has SDI inputs or whatever, however you use your system out there. On the side here, we have a series of dip switches. Mostly all these dip switches are for if you have multiple streaming bridges, then you can sit there and go, okay, I want this to be identified as the first streaming bridge, so I'll bring down dip switch 1. There are 2 dip switches in here that do things. And of course, they're labeled on the back here. And the first one is dip switch 8, and it's basically telling you to turn your interlace on or your interlace off. The dip switch 7 is either level A output or level B normal output. But everything else is assignable. So I could call this streaming bridge 1. So then I'd bring down the 1. All right, let's show you how this connects up. And there's actually 3 ways that you can connect up the ATEM Mini Pro to the streaming bridge. We're going to start with the easiest way, and that is peer-to-peer. All right, to attach your peer-to-peer, all you need is a simple Ethernet cable. And this is, once again, this is why you need either an ATEM Mini Pro or a Pro ISO. You're going to plug it right in the back here into the Ethernet jack of the ATEM control. And then, of course, you're going to plug this into the jack of the streaming bridge right here. We don't have it powered on, so let's go ahead and grab the power cord here. Now, once this does this, you're going to see some, of course, the Ethernet lights here. And you're going to see it flash here. We're not streaming yet, so this will flash like this because we don't have it configured for streaming just yet, and we will do that. And then once we have a connection, we have a couple white lights right down here, which will indicate that we're connected. All right, so in order for this to work, we need to set up the streaming bridge. So this is where you get yourself a USB-C cable running into a USB-C or USB-A for that matter, and we plug it into the USB. We're going to have to go to the software now to configure it. So I have the software up here. It says no switcher is connected because the ATEM Mini Pro is not connected to the network. It's running peer-to-peer. So in order for us to continue, we will probably have to connect this up, and we'll connect this up to USB-C in a minute here, but I want to focus more on the fact of connecting up the streaming bridge first. So what we did was we went into the ATEM software. You can either go through the ATEM software or you can find the ATEM setup. So if you have the ATEM software up, you just go up to File and Connection. That brings up the configuration. It finds no switchers on the network, of course, because we're not plugged in. But if we hit ATEM Setup, we get to a very familiar window. And this window actually right now just shows the streaming bridge, but this will also configure the ATEM Mini when it's plugged in. Of course, it sees this right now, so that's where it's going to go. Streaming bridge, fairly straightforward. Let's expand this all the way so you can see the whole thing. It says that there's no stream going through it, which of course makes sense. And I've called this Bridgazine, but in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to do a full factory reset here. So we're going to go into the settings, and I'm going to hit factory reset and do that. It's going to take about a minute for this to reconfigure, but once it comes up, of course, it'll pop right back in as we do have here. And of course, now it's called ATEM Streaming Bridge. So we want to configure this. We're going to go up here and go for the full configuration. First of all, I like to call myself the Bridgazine, as in Geekazine. I got this thing going, it happens. So, and of course, we're on software 8.5. 8.5.2 is the software we're running at the time of this recording. On the network, you can choose to go DHCP or static IP address. It really depends on how you set up your network. I always like to go static IP address. That way it doesn't have to search for IP addresses. And if I have any problems, I can check the router or check the streaming bridge, which means I don't have to connect this up to a computer if there's a problem. But if you are using the streaming bridge in other situations, you might want to do DHCP. We have stream service right here, and there's 3 options here. You have local network without key, local network with the key, and the internet. If you are not using the streaming bridge outside of your house, outside of your network, you don't need the internet. You'll either need the local network without a key or with the key. And that's just basically a security key that is used so nobody else tries to access into the streaming bridge and post weird videos or anything like that. Underneath is we have reference timing. Via lines and pixels. If we have any type of flutter or anything like that, we can make the adjustments right there. And then, of course, on the bottom, we did the factory reset right there. Now, in order for us to continue, we're going to need to make a reference file, an XML file, which we will end up putting into the ATEM Mini Pro. And this is how we do it. Up here, these are actually tabs up here. And it gets a little bit confusing. That's why I say that, because I wasn't seeing those as tabs myself. But up on here we're on the setup tab. We move over to the external ATEM Mini Pro tab, and we've got, of course, a different set of keys here. Since we're doing peer-to-peer, this setup will look a little bit different than if you were going on the internet. But we have the platform, and of course, platform is Bridgazine. The server is an internal server, so it's just a model name of the streaming bridge. A key if you require a key for this type of connection. And then, of course, the quality. And we have multiple qualities from streaming low to streaming medium, all the way to HyperDeck high. Now, of course, if you're using HyperDeck high, it's going to stream at its highest bit rate, which I believe is around 50 to 60 megabits per second. That's what I've seen on the clock, but we'll see what happens when we connect up our streaming bridge to something to stream out from this. So we're going to say, we'll say HyperDeck high, and then we're going to say save ATEM settings. What that'll do is that'll bring up a place to save it, and we're going to call this Bridgazine test and go from there. It's in my XML file area, so now I should be able to pull that file and put it into the ATEM Mini Pro. And let's do that next. All right, so now I have my ATEM Mini Pro connected up into the computer using the USB-C port. Of course, the streaming bridge is also on a USB port. Actually, it's USB-C to A port, but it'll work under a 2.0 or 3.1. It doesn't matter. It's low data rate, so you should be fine plugging into lower end USB port to save on high power. Now, for this, we've now saved the file, so we're going to hit save, and we've got this configured for peer-to-peer transport. So now we're going to go back here, and you notice there's a little arrow on the right. We're going to hit that, and now my streaming bridge is here. And of course, it says Geek ISO. That's my streaming bridge right there. So we've got a configuration. That's all configured just fine. We don't need to be in there for that. But what we want to do is we want to go to the software control here, and the switcher should show up in a second. There we go. Now the ATEM, you can see it's a standard ATEM software control. Where we want to go is the output to the live stream. So let's minimize all this so it doesn't get in the way. As you can see, we have Bridgazine in here, but that was already in. I've already had things set up. I want to clear this out. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up here to stream, and we're going to say remove all imported settings. And what that will do is that'll clean the slate on the streaming stuff. So if we hit this drop down now, we get this little box right here says remove imported settings, and so you say yes. So we're going to remove it. Now everything is back to its factory setting, only on the stream part, not on anything else. So keep that in mind. So, and of course, by 8.5.2, they have Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Periscope, and Restream.io. Of course, YouTube being the newer version of YouTube since they made the changes from the Stream Now options. All right, of course, you don't see any of the streaming bridge stuff here, and that's to be expected. We're going to go back here, and we're going to go up to Stream, and we're going to go Load Stream Settings. And of course, if you're on Windows or Mac, this is going to look a little different. This is on a Windows machine, but this will bring up to where you have your file, your XML file, and we're going to, of course, choose that. So I'm going to call it my XML file, and now it is over here. We can go, it shows up right here, Bridgazine. Now keep in mind, if you're doing multiple XML files, you have to change the name. They can't all be Bridgazine. In fact, let's take a look at that XML file for a second here. This is the file right here. It is a standard XML file. You will have to go in, you'll have to change this name to Bridgazine, like test or anything like that. Even if you have the name of the file, Bridgazine test, then this will also have to be something other. So if you have multiple Bridgazines, one using HyperDeck for the streaming, one using high streaming, low streaming, whatever settings, if you've got different keys or anything like that, you'll have to change this name. And as you can see, it's a pretty straightforward XML file, and you don't need to change anything else in here, unless maybe you don't want to save a new version of the file and you change your key. You just have to copy and paste out the key. Since there was no key in this situation, we don't see a key in here, but we do see the RTMP location right here for the streaming bridge. Now, from some tests that we've done, the streaming bridge looks for the ATEM Mini Pro in some way, shape, or form. There's some sort of interesting handshake that occurs between the two devices, because I've tried to set up RTMP programs to try and access the streaming bridge, and I've had a few friends try this too, and we haven't figured out if there's a way to work around it so you can use something like a TriCaster or a vMix or a Wirecast to bring your video to the streaming bridge. So with this XML file, that's how it's all set up. We now have it set up over here, and we go to the drop-down menu. There it is right there. We didn't have a key, so the key doesn't show up here. And we can actually still change the quality, but we have it set to streaming. We'll set it back to HyperDeck High here. And we can choose to display status or not. We'll just leave that there. And we can do one of two things. We can either go and press the button on the ATEM Mini Pro, or from the software, we can just hit the on-air button here. So let's go ahead and do that. And as you can see, solid light. If we go over here and check it from here, you're going to notice that there's two white lights down here, and one of those white lights is on. That's saying the stream is okay. If we were connected to the internet, that first white light would also come on, saying that we're connected to the internet. But right now, we have the ATEM streaming bridge that's going straight from the ATEM Mini Pro. Now, we don't have any cameras set up to the ATEM Mini Pro, and I don't have anything going to a capture card from here. So it's just doing absolutely nothing. But this is the peer-to-peer connection. If the peer-to-peer connection wouldn't be working, the on-air on the screen or this red light on your ATEM Mini Pro would be flashing red. And that's just a simple peer-to-peer setup from your ATEM Mini Pro to your streaming bridge. You can now disconnect any of your USB-C cables, unless if you use the software to do your switching, then you'll need to keep that plugged in. But of course, the streaming bridge, we can definitely unplug it because we've already configured it. So if you're using it in a standalone situation where the ATEM Mini Pro or Pro ISO is in a control room and the streaming bridge is in another room controlling a monitor or maybe streaming out to the internet or something like that, nothing else has to be done and you're good to go. Now we have it set this way. Let's go ahead and connect it to a network. So maybe I'm in this room doing some recording. Actually, the situation that I'm going to be using this is I'm going to be taking the streaming bridge down to my 24/7 stream machine. I'm going to be plugging it in via capture card, and then I'm going to be connecting this to the network. Eventually, when I go out, I'll be taking my ATEM Mini Pro out with me with a camera or two. I'll be hooking it up to either an internet on that end, or I'll be using my phone, and then I'll be sending the signal back to that stream computer, which will then stream out to the internet. Let's get and connect this up to my network and do the second part. All right, so now I have this connected to my internal network, both on the same router, actually on the same switch as well. What's happening now is the ATEM Mini Pro is going into my network switch and then, of course, through my network and then coming out to the streaming bridge. I can have that streaming bridge here. I can take it to the other end of the house. I can wherever I need to. It is a wired connection. There is no wireless connection here, unfortunately. But, of course, we don't want a wireless connection because we want nice, solid video for all of our streaming as best as possible. Okay, so now we have this connected to my internal network. So everything is running through the same router, through the same switch, and we shouldn't have any problem. The cool thing is, whatever configuration you did for the peer-to-peer, we should be able to just run with through here. So if I hit this record button, and once again, you can do it on the software, or you can do it right on the ATEM Mini Pro, we're seeing the connection happen. And in fact, if we go back over to our connection in our ATEM setup, and then we go over to the streaming bridge, we're going to see an on-air, and we're going to see a feed, in this case 1080p 5994, and of course the bit rate. There's nothing plugged in, there's no video plug going in, no video going out, so therefore the bit rate is going to be low. Let's put a camera to it and see how this changes. All right, it's not going to be anything fancy or sweet, but I did hook up one more camera to this thing. So here's how the situation goes. We're going from the ATEM Mini Pro ISO to the streaming bridge through my local network. And then, of course, an HDMI out going to another capture card. And this is the camera right here. And you're seeing the up close and personal ATEM Mini Pro ISO right now. So as you can see, it's working. Let's take a look at what we've got for a connection speed. Once again, we're using the HyperDeck High. And so we'll go to connection. Keep in mind this camera, this does do 60i, if I remember correct, this version, this camera. So we might not get high end. So if you've got a higher end camera, you might get a little better bit rate. But as you can see on the screen, we're on air at 1080p 5994 at about 48 megabits per second, which is pretty decent if you're doing some simple recording. Now, internally, the latency I've been seeing about, I'd say about 0.1 to 0.2 difference. So there'll be a slight little delay, but no different than if you're on a peer-to-peer call, like a Skype or a Zoom call or something like that. So you should be able to have a conversation back and forth. Now, what's really cool is if you had a room where you had the ATEM Mini Pro and a streaming bridge in one, and then an ATEM Mini Pro and a streaming bridge in another. So you could literally use the Mini Pro to feed your camera feed in to send to the streaming bridge over on the other side. They can then see you, and then they have an ATEM Mini Pro, which would then come back to you so you could see them. So you can have a conversation room to room with this hardware. Now that we have this set up for this way, we want to go out to the internet and come back. And that's pretty much the more impressive part of this whole thing. So let's go ahead and do that. In order to do that, we're going to turn off our stream, of course. And then, of course, we can see that our bridge is now saying that's off. All right, so here we go. We're going to go into the streaming service. We're going to choose internet this time. And we're going to go to the external Mini Pro. We have our name, which of course the platform is Geekazine, but we're going to say Geekazine Internet. The server, this information you leave unless you have something very specific for an IP address. But this self-populates. And of course you have a key that's also populating. And if you go back to the setup, you can choose the key. Also in the setup, what you want to do is you want to set up your worldwide port. I told you before, you'll have to drill out a 1935 off of your firewall. In my case, my 1935 was used for something else, so I chose 1937 for the port. I'm going to hit retry, and of course, we get this internet status of visible worldwide. When we go back to 5, we're going to get, and we do retry, we're going to get internet status, basically saying, hey, I cannot get out of your network with this. So it's, port forward error. So you'll know that you'll have to go into your firewall to fix that if that happens. So let's go back to 1937, hit retry, and there we are. We're visible worldwide. Now we'll go back to the external ATEM Mini Pro side, and we've got the platform set up. We got the server, which of course you're not going to touch unless there's some place specific you're directed to go. Somebody's telling you to go there. And then of course the key, which you can change at any time. And then the quality. And in this case, we don't have a great internet for a HyperDeck High, so we don't want to break any internet speeds. So let's go streaming medium, and let's go save ATEM settings. And this time, what we're going to do is we're going to go up to stream, and we're going to go to local streaming settings, and we're going to go to that Geekazine test out, and we're just going to open up that file to show you how it's set up now. The file is set up, and as you can see, we have Geekazine Internet for the name, and of course our stream key, our RTMP right here, and then of course all the same stuff that we saw before. So with that said, we're going to double click on here, and we're going to go over here, and we're going to see Geekazine, and you're going to go where to go. Well, if you do the drop down, now we're going to see a Geekazine Internet. And when that happens, you're going to see everything populate. Streaming medium, there's the key right there. And now we're ready to go. So all we have to do is hit the on air either right here or on the ATEM Mini Pro, and we will get an internet connection. So let's do that. If we didn't get an internet connection, we would see this on air blink on and off. So, but we know it's a solid connection because it says on air. We got a count up clock. So let's go back to the connection, and let's go to take a look at this. And we'll go back to the streaming bridge. And it says that it's on air. We're at 1080p, 59.94, and we're at 7.64 megabits per second, a streaming medium. So that's perfect for somebody like me. But of course, if you're doing more higher end stuff, you have maybe a Blackmagic Cinema 6K or 4K or something like that connected up, you'll want to have a better bit rate. And so you'll probably want to go streaming high or to the HyperDeck stuff. So there you go. It's going across the internet. We're going to start at the ATEM Mini Pro, and then it's going to move all the way over through the internet, through to the streaming bridge, and then it's coming into a capture card, which is over there. Let's show you. There's a little bit of delay, so let's show you that, and we'll flip over to this. It is not going to be perfect. As you can see, there is a delay. It's measured about a second to 2 delay, depending on, I guess, internet, and of course where you are and where your destination is. So if we do this, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You see the delay right there. So it's not going to be perfect for a one-on-one conversation live. There will be some delay, but if you're doing some post editing or you don't mind that small delay, then you should be able to go and have yourself a great conversation. And of course, when we're all done, all we have to do is hit this button right here and the stream goes off. So that's the ATEM streaming bridge from Blackmagic Designs. A couple things you need to know. First of all, this is only capturing a signal coming from an ATEM Mini Pro. We've tried to use other programs to send an RTMP to the streaming bridge, but it wouldn't accept it. You would send it out through the stream, right into the streaming bridge, and then this would go to a capture card into your computer. There's no commands going back, so this does not control this. This is simply to capture high quality video from a distance and be able to get the news story or do one-on-one interviews without having that really blocky version or watermarks in the bottom corner and anything like that. Of course, the price is really good, but you do have to have the Mini Pro, at least the Mini Pro with there, so that technically does add to the cost. But I'm glad I got it. I'm going to definitely be using it. Once again, I'm going to be putting it down in my basement on my stream machine, and so when I'm out, I can interrupt my stream with a live action and send it straight to the streaming machine, which would then go to my regular channels. And that's pretty cool. Are you going to get yourself the streaming bridge? Let me know. What do you think about it? Do that in the comments down below. Don't forget to subscribe over at Geekazine and go ahead and like this video. There's a bell notification too if you want to know when the next Geek video comes out. That's pretty much it for this video. Thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys geek out. And hey, show me your live stream. Let's all stream on. Take care. We got the Apple Home Mini here. We're going to unbox it and we're going to set it up next on Geek Tech Talk Live. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers from Geek Tech Talk Live and Geekazine, Think Magazine, Putting the Geek. You got me. You can find me on all the socials where you can subscribe, you can like, you can follow, you can be a part of the Scony Nation. And today we're taking a look at this right here. It is the Apple HomePod Mini, which you can get. They just announced it about a week or two ago. This is the Mini right here. Of course, you can find it. It's 3.3 inch high by 3.9 inch wide HomePod with a top. It does remind you of those little candles you saw on tables, right? Yeah, it definitely reminds me of that. Basically, it's a small item. It's not as robust as the HomePod. This is an accompaniment to the HomePod. The HomePod's a little bit bigger and a little bit wider there. You can definitely use it for your music. You can set them all around your house. That way you can have a whole bunch of music playing everywhere in every single room, or limit it down to one room as you go. Personal assistance, all for under $100, and which is pretty amazing. So what we're going to do, here we go. Let's open it up here. They've got the boundary pushing computational audio. They got the 360-degree audio, so you can put it in the middle of the room or at the side of the room and be content to hear its sound. One thing that I noticed about it going through the specs, wireless is 802.11n Wi-Fi. It's Bluetooth 5, yet it's 802.11n Wi-Fi on there. It does ultra-wideband chip for device proximity. So basically that's that chip that you have in your phone and in certain devices, but it's not in all devices yet, that allows you to connect in a different manner to the HomePod. So you need an iPhone SE, iPhone 6 or later, with the latest iOS, and of course 802.11n, which most routers have. You probably just don't use it that much anymore. So anyway, here it is right here, the Mini. Let's go to the overhead. Let's get the knife out. Let's go ahead and open this thing up. Let's see, we got Where's the best way to open it up so we're not going to kill the box? Maybe right about here. Let's try that. There we go. And we'll take the plastic off. There we go. Let's go ahead and open the Mini. Which way does it open? Oh, it slides. So we're going to go this shot right here. See if there's a sound. Nope, no sound, just bounce. That's pretty much it. So, all right, there it is. The gray HomePod Mini. Simple, straightforward. We'll pull it out of the box. Oh, it's a detached cord. Okay, so it comes with the cord attached. So there we go. That's that right there. We're going to set that to the side. We've got a little box down here, and that just opened it up in the wrong way. That slid everything out. This is all the HomePod Mini instructions and everything like that. That looks like just a piece of cardboard, and that looks like an insert, and then there's an Apple sticker in there. And then the power plug. Now this power plug, it's USB-C, but it is, nope, I did that wrong. Let's do that again. I'll shut up while I open it. It's USB-C here. There we go. And it is fairly big for a plug outlet. So we're going to set that to the side. And there's nothing else in the box, so what we'll do is we'll put all the HomePod Mini stuff back in. So right here, this is all the controls. Tap to play and pause, double tap to go to the next track, triple for previous track, long touch for Siri, tap and hold plus for volume up, and tap and hold minus for volume down. All right, so let's take this part off right here. There we go. And then there's a sticker down here, which has the Apple logo right there. You can see that. Cord is not detachable. And yes, this is actually a fabric wrap around here. So it really does look like one of those candles that you might have seen at a restaurant. Your favorite Italian restaurant or something like that. All right, it is plugged in. Turn on or not. There we go. And it's lit up. And it's going from there. All right, so next thing, we need to have my phone nearby. So we'll have the Bluetooth. Oh, there it goes. And it's finding it right there. HomePod Mini. Let's hit the setup button. All right. What room is this HomePod in? So we're going to call, let's say office. That's where we are. We're in the office. So we're going to hit continue. It says Siri can recognize your voice and allow you to use any HomePod in this to play music. So yeah, let's recognize my voice. And we can use personal requests. And yes, Siri for everyone and Siri on HomePod. We're going to say agree to the license and counts and settings. Transfer the settings over there. So center the HomePod in the frame. To center the HomePod, there we go. And you heard it beep, and of course it's doing the little flashy thing right there. I'm looking at the specs right now. It's actually a 20-watt power adapter. We just heard a ding.
Hi, I'm Siri. Welcome to HomePod. You can't tell, but I'm waving. To get my attention, say, "Hey Siri." Let's get started.
Okay.
Say, "Hey Siri, what can you do?" I can do lots of things, like turn on the lights, give you a news update, and tell you about the weather. Now you try.
What's the weather?
Just a moment.
Doesn't know the weather?
Sorry, once again. It's currently clear and 45 degrees. Expect wind and partly cloudy skies starting tonight. Temperatures will be fairly consistent, averaging about 46 degrees.
Siri, tell me the news.
I'm on it.
She's on it.
I didn't hear back.
Interesting. I got the Wi-Fi on, so let's see what happens if I turn off the Wi-Fi. It should have paired with my home Wi-Fi now, and we'll go in airplane mode. So we're totally deaf on here. And now actually on the phone, I see a Office HomePod option here. Siri, what can you do?
Just a sec. Working on that. I didn't hear back.
Yeah, it seems that it doesn't know where it is. So let's power it down. Let's plug it back in. Let's give it a second try here. I think it's figured out what happened was there was an update. An update. Can you believe an update? Yeah. It was 4.2, something like that. There was some update. It was 293 megs and it took forever. Ugh. But it finally, after about 20 minutes, yeah, it finished downloading it, installed and updated. And that was the key right there, is it wasn't connecting because it didn't have that update. So you pull this out of the box and you connect it up. Watch for it, because it really doesn't tell you that well that it's updating. It's very small on the bottom and it doesn't look like it's updating. It should, if I ask it anything, it should say, hey, we're updating right now, so check back in a little bit. But nonetheless, it connected back up. We are now ready to go. It's a little finicky on pressing the buttons, but a lot of times you're probably not even going to touch the buttons. You're probably just going to go, here is here. Play my favorite mix. That's not my favorite mix. You can change the volume. That way it's got to be a slow press though. So as you can see, pretty intense right there. So it might not work in your bedroom at all, unless maybe you cover it or something. I don't know. In the middle of the night, if that starts flashing like that, that's going to be crazy hard to fall asleep back to. So, all right. So that's pretty much it. That's the HomePod Mini, the personal assistant on Apple's end, the unboxing, the setup of everything. I hope you enjoyed it. Tell me what you think, what you don't like. Maybe we'll revisit this a little bit to kind of give you a little bit more on that. As for the audio of things, it's pretty decent. It does do the 360. You can set it all around and pump up some music. You can set it left and right to get at least a stereo sound coming out of it. So you can hook it up to your Apple TV and play audio from there, whether it be a movie or song or anything like that. So, all right, well, that does it for this episode of Geek Tech Talk Live. Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Putting the Geek. If you like, go ahead, comment, like, subscribe, bell notification, all that other stuff, the follows and all that stuff. So please do that and let me know when you do, and let's connect up Tell me what you're using your HomePod Mini for. If you want to get a HomePod Mini, if you want to have a regular HomePod system, what you think about that, and a lot more in the comments below. Thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys geek out. We'll see you next time. You've been watching Geek Tech Talk Live. So last week I started talking with my friends over at Creative Labs, and I said, hey, we haven't talked in a while. What do you guys got? And of course, I saw them at CES, and they said, wow, we got some new audio stuff, including this thing right here. This is the Sound Blaster X3. Now, at first, I thought I was getting, it's a high-res 7.1 Super X5 USB amplifier. And at first I thought I was going to get a whole system with speakers and everything like that, but that's not the case here. This actually allows you to bring your own speakers from what's in here. So I want to let's see how this all works and how we do this. And of course, they're also saying, hey, get the Creative Labs Sound Blaster speaker system. We got that there, but this one allows you to hook up to that and be the central control. So basically, I'd set it on my desk and then my speakers all around me for the audio. So let's go ahead and unbox this one right here. So let's do that. Let's open this one up. I wonder why that froze. Maybe we'll take a second after this one to look at that. So anyway, that's the Sound Blaster module right there. Fairly straightforward. It is the acoustic engine with high-quality headphone amplifier, built-in Super X5 processor, and you can customize your own modes. So I believe, let's take the film off first here. Not drop it. So film there, bring that up, open that up, there we go. And we'll take the film out there, there we go. So that's the unit right here. What do we got inside? Let's take a look at this. So on the front end, we'll zoom in just a little bit so you can see what's going on. So right here is looks like a microphone input. It is 3.5 millimeters, so you might have to get an adapter if you have a different type of microphone. It does not do USB in microphone as far as I can see. But anyway, we've got the headphone out. So if you don't want to go through the speakers, you can go through the headphones. On the top here, we have it looks like a volume dial. It is a pressable dial, so it means something here. We've got this must mute the microphone audio. Oh no, it says audio balance. Okay. So I think if you press this and you turn the dial, it'll change in this case, it'll change the balance. Direct to mode, if you press this one, and then line out HP for this button right here called SXFI, which is their Super X5 processor right there. Nothing on the sides there, both sides, but on the back we have a line out the front, the side, the rear, the sub, and a line in. So if you're bringing in another device, you can do that. We have the optical out right here. And then a USB, it's a USB-C. I believe it's just C. It doesn't show a Thunderbolt, so it's just USB-C. But you don't need Thunderbolt for audio. That would be pretty much overkill, I think. But anyway, so that's what you have. So you take all your speakers and you'll put it in here. The sub, we got the front, the side, and the rear. So front speakers, they have to be a dual speaker front and a dual speaker rear, and then the side. And you probably, I would guess that you could use it if you only have the front speakers. You could probably use this without rear speakers at all. So let's move on. Let's see what else is in the box here. So we'll take this out first. We'll show you all the manuals. So we have the manual, which is very interesting because it's one of these complete fold out type things. I'd rather have it in booklet than just a single sheet like this because this can get kind of confusing. But anyway, let's see. Yeah, it's showing the front view, volume control knob, the microphone control, everything. Super X5 button, like I said, headphone jack, and then yeah, everything exactly as I said there. And you can get a 5.1 analog speaker system and a 7.1 analog speaker system to use with this. Also in here we have the worldwide warranty, if you need to worldwide worry about that. Let's focus that in. That's not focusing in. Mine isn't that focusing in. Let's do this. Hold on a second. There we go. So there's the worldwide warranty right there. We got a piece of silica gel. We got the Sound Blaster revolutionizing audio. Welcome to the Sound Blaster family. Here's how you can connect with us. Okay. And then this is the button functionalities and LED indicators. So it says blue is playback volume, red is microphone volume, and green, cyan, or orange is audio balance, white is Bluetooth. So it'll light up when you hit a specific button. You can turn the dial to the left or right to decrease and increase balance. Press the once switch to the mic control to use volume knob to control mic. And then LED on is microphones on. Red is mic input monitoring level on. Green is audio balance on. So they have different, and there's a lot more on the back, so you can read through that. And then finally, read me first, which is weird that it's on the bottom of the box. But anyway, read me first. They have, it looks like the apps that you can download for the SXFI app, which I'm guessing that it will allow to connect up to the Sound Blaster. So you can use your phone as and this might have Bluetooth in it. I didn't see any Bluetooth information. But anyway, that's interesting. And that's pretty much it inside that box right there. That's the Sound Blaster. Oh, no, it's not it. We've got this side box that I need to deal with really quick. So let's pull that out. Let's do that. And let's zoom out a little bit. There we go. And on the side here, we have, this is their oh yeah, it's a USB-C to A plug. So eventually this might even just switch to USB-C to C, but for now you get AC to A, and it looks like it is 2.0. Usually when it's white on the inside there, that usually says that it's 2.0. If it was blue, then we'd be looking at 3 or better. So we got that, and I think we have something on this other side too. Probably the plug. I don't thought there was a plug. No, I guess not. I guess this is powered through the computer. So nothing there, nothing there. So that is pretty much it. So once we connect this up to the computer, we'll be able to rock it from there. And of course, I have a feeling that we'll be able to set up information and yeah, get it going. So, and that will be a later video when I do the full review of this device. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here, and we got an unboxing for you coming up next. How you doing, everybody? Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, and today we are going to be taking a look at the Amazon Fire HD 10 tablet. This is the 2019 model, otherwise known as Gen 9, and we're going to be unboxing it and taking a look at it. You can find me over at Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. If you got any questions, you can always go over and talk to me on any of the socials, and of course on YouTube. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell, or don't. However you do it, that would be great. So I got the Fire HD 10, and there's a reason why, and that is because of a new show that's coming out that I can't kind of talk about. I can kind of, but can't talk about just yet. But when I make the announcement next week, it'll be awesome, and we'll be doing some great stuff, and we'll be using the Fire HD 10 tablet with this. So, but for now, we're just going to unbox it and open it up, get it ready, and do a first look and see what we can do from there. So let's get into it. First of all, I want to let you guys know, hey, this is a review process, and of course, I purchased this all on my own. Nobody paid for it. Nobody's paying any sponsorship fees or anything like that. So this is on my own, all opinions are of Geekazine. You can go over to geekazine.com/review for all my policies and procedures when it comes to looking at items, unboxing items, and everything like that. So let's get in here. Let's check out the pros and cons of the, or not the pros and cons, but the specs of the Fire HD 10.1 9th generation tablet. It's a 10.1 inch display, 1920 by 1280. Now that means that it's a 16 by 10, whereas a regular TV screen is 16 by 9. This is 16 by 10, which is also wider angled, so wide angle ultra screen. I believe they call it totally. It's an octa-core processor with 2 gigabytes. It's an octa-core processor with 2 gigahertz, excuse me, and 2 gigabytes of RAM. Dual band AC Wi-Fi, so it'll use your older devices if you've got a B, G, or N, but of course it'll do ACs for a wider band for your Wi-Fi, so you can get whatever movie you're downloading and whatever game you're playing. Front and rear cameras are both at 2 megapixels, so it's not going to be the greatest camera in the world, but it'll definitely take some pictures if the cat's doing something funny. It's got Dolby Atmos sound. And it's USB-C, but only USB-C 2, which it means that you can't really, you don't have high speed transferring files in here, but you have many different ways to put files on wirelessly. The AC will help you with that, and of course there is an SD card slot in there, so you can do more. Let's take a look at the page really quick. This is the Fire HD 10, where you can get it on Amazon, of course. 64 gigabytes of storage. There it is. Of course, you can get it with the case. You can get it with ads. You can get it without ads. The price is very dependent on what version, 32 or 64, or with special offers or without special offers. It goes up to $204.99, and the lowest price is $149.99. And of course, you can get different colors from black to plum to twilight blue to white, which is pretty cool. And there's also a 15-watt charger and a case that you can get with that. Lots of different things right there. So, but you're here to see me unbox this thing, so we're gonna do that right now. So let's get over here. We got the HD 10. This is the tablet. See, I got the 64 gigabyte model, and it looks pretty straightforward. Looking at the package right here, it just tells you some things that you can do. So let's go ahead and get this opened up here. There we go. There's a little arrow system right here that says open it up this way. So we're going to peel that back, and we're going to lift this up, and we are going to pull it out. Pull it out this way. Nothing else in this box. We will set this to the side. And here is the tablet. It's in a little cardboard thing, so the little box down here, which has probably the cable and the plug. That's I think a 5-watt charger. And of course you can get a 15-watt fast charge. This is the tablet. It's pretty wide. In fact, I have the Fire 7 tablet right here. Let's do that. Let's do the comparison really quick. So there's the 7, there's the 10. As you can see, it's a bit of a difference in size. So we'll just set that right here. We'll peel back some of the plastic. Are you guys ready for this? Let's get ready for the peeling of the plastic. So let's do this one right here. Okay, here we go. We got a split screen, so let's do this. Okay, ready? Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. All right. There we go. That was the peeling back of the plastic. That's pretty cool. So anyway, this is the tablet right here. Like I said, it's bigger. It's a little bit heavier, of course, than the 7. But yeah, it goes from there. Let's just turn it on and see what it looks like when we turn it on. Maybe. There we go. We got a little welcome type sound, and trying not to get the light in on this. So there's the Fire tablet. Excuse me. And while that's doing that, it goes to the next part. So, all right, let's zoom in just a touch and take a look at some of this right here. Just a little bit more. There we go. So it's saying, welcome. What language would you like? Would you like large font? That's down here. So I can adjust the font right away, which is cool. I'm going to say United States English and hit the next button. Even though I sometimes wonder if I actually do United States English, but okay. And it says, hey, it's installing certain updates. So we're going to let that happen. We're going to set that there. And of course, yeah, it's going just a sec right now. So let's open up the rest of this really quick. Oh, it's already ready. So we'll hold off on that. I want to get through this really quick. So it says, hi, Jeffrey Powers. This device has been connected to my Wi-Fi and using the credentials previously saved to Amazon. So it knows me already. And that's one of the cool things about having an Amazon device is how it connects up. If you said, I'm ordering this for me, they're going to connect it up for you. If you say, I'm ordering this for Joe Schmo, and this is their email address, they're going to connect it up, set it up for them. So that is an important factor right there. Now, it said hello. So if this was meant for somebody else, then I'd have to reset this up. Not a big deal. So I'll hit continue. And it's going to say, hey, just a second here. Now it's saying, hey, are you restoring a Fire? You can restore all the apps and games, Fire settings, Wi-Fi, email configurations, bookmarks. And the last one I did was on, the last backup was on March 4th, which is this Fire 7 tablet. So let's restore it. What the hey? So we're going to have to sign in my Amazon account. Sorry, you don't get to see that part. Hopefully I can remember the password. I think that's what it is. There we go. And it says, now wait a while. And it's downloading and restoring. So now we're going to go, and now my phone is just blowing off saying, hey, you know, somebody just logged into your Amazon account. Oh, no. Okay, so let's get back here. Let's take a look at some of the features, or the extra pieces here on the unbox. We got the charger. Like I said, this is a 5-watt charger and a lot of plastic around it. We'll just leave the plastic on for now. We've got things to try. Do more with, and then of course this word. You can call mom, show the front door, have Sam Jackson tell you a joke, things like that. Hello, is it me you're looking for? Maybe. This is, oh yeah, this is instruction, the overview of the Fire 10 tablet. The getting started part, charging your tablet, and all the good instruction stuff. And then there should be a cable in here, and I think that's it. Yeah, there it is. Nice USB-C cable. Remember, it's a USB-C, but it's only a USB-C 2.0. So it's about as fast as a USB-A 2.0. They just use the USB-C, so you don't get confused on how you plug this in. So, and of course, you can always get a USB-C to USB-C cable and adapters and all that other stuff if you wanted to. So I think that's it. That's in this box right here. Yep, that's it. We're still doing the system update. So yeah, that's gonna take a minute here. So right now, you know, I have a lot of cool apps on my my Fire 7 tablet. Mostly, this tablet is used for controlling my mixer for my sound, because it's got the app for that. I do have a couple games that I put on there and used, and a couple utilities as well. Let's see what else I got on this Fire 7 tablet. I didn't put Facebook on this, but this one will get Facebook on there. You got HBO Now. You got, when about 6 months ago, I reviewed what's called the Heston Q, which is a induction cooking system. And I put the app on here, and it works really well. I got a nice little piano app on my Fire 7, which will probably be on this new Fire 10 because I told it to move the apps over as well. So What else we got here? My Xbox. I got my Xbox software here. YouTube, of course. And a few other things that I'm reviewing as we go. I got my email on here, of course. And then, of course, all the cool stuff that Amazon has. From the Amazon store to the Silk browser to the Kindle to the music. So you can watch movies and listen to music, which is what this Fire is really meant for. And it's given me some ideas here, so we'll go from here and we'll put the 7 back because we don't need it anymore. And this is still installing here, so we'll go back over here. As you can see, it's still installing. It's the system update. Let's zoom out for a little bit here. This is always the fun part, is to wait while this is installing the system update. Now, like I said, it does have the... Well, that's interesting. So I did order the... I didn't order the black. I ordered the Twilight Blue. I'm not sure why I got a black case. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. It's just is what it is. Well, maybe I did order it with black. Oh well. Not a big deal. Just checking my orders. So somebody in the chat is asking, so how heavy is this? I don't know the weight. It feels like it's got some good, not too heavy. What is it says the weight is 10.1 ounces or 286 grams. So, but definitely can feel it in your hand. So here we are. Okay, now it's asking me, it's connecting to my Wi-Fi. And it says, just a second here while it's still configuring. Please wait while your Fire tablet is updating the latest software, Fire settings, Wi-Fi, and email configurations. So it's continuing to download. So this is not a quick process, but it definitely will have everything that you need when you're ready to play games and do other stuff. We can go back to this one, take a look at the Amazon App Store, since we do have to wait. All right, there's the App Store right here. Let me kind of clean this off a little bit. Give me a second. All right, where are we? So this is the App Store right here. It looks like Clash of Clans. Now this is interesting because Clash of Clans was not in the Fire tablet. This when I reviewed this last year, so they must have just changed that, and that's awesome. So you have your different categories. We got the home, we got the videos that you can download the apps or download actual videos. Family stuff. Here's some apps for the family. We got best sellers. We got For You. And we've got Amazon coins. And I think this is going away. I'm not 100% on that, so don't quote me. But my understanding is this was going away with this, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. That's for sure. But anyway, you've got that's the basic app store that we're gonna see, and this is still downloading right here. So gotta love it as you go live. You things like this happen. We gotta wait. Let's see some really. You can put YouTube on here. You can put Subway Surfers, Candy Crush Soda Saga, Township. What's this? Township is a unique blend of city building and farming. So it looks like you can set up your... Oh, I see. Why is it not? There we go. So that's Township right there. No, I did not say play. Go back to the App Store. Oh, we're at the next step here. So the next step is, do we want to enable location services to allow maps, weather, and other apps? We're going to say yes. Do we want to auto-save our photos and videos to the Amazon Cloud Drive? We're going to say yes. Save Wi-Fi passwords to Amazon. Yeah, we'll leave that on for now. My Wi-Fi password I give to almost anybody that needs it. And it says, hey, meet your Fire tablets. So little music, little video here. We'll do this. Bring this volume down. There we go. And go from there. So we'll just skip through it. I understand what this is. So let's move on. And it says get started with the A word. You can use your voice to access apps. So let's enable it right here. Make this Fire Kid friendly. We don't need to, so we'll just say not now. But you might want to, because you know might have kids that are using this. Get more out of your Fire tablet with Goodreads. Find more books you'll love. We'll say not now with that. And then it's saying, hey, there's Audible. You get a 30-day free trial. We're going to say no thanks to that. So even though, just a lot of different options that you can do, enjoy, but telling you, hey, you got books and videos that you can look at right now. But we're going to leave that at that. And then it says, included with this update, change your tablet at Alexa experience when multiple devices are present by default. This will not respond from your tablet and will instead respond from the next closest Echo device. So we'll just say okay. So basically, if these two tablets are close, and then I have an Echo and I say the magic, so the screen, so sensor in here, I think up here, that can adjust the lighting here, but we'll go through all the settings. Actually, let's do that. Let's go through the settings right now. Settings here, can add service. We can pair a new device if we want to. So that's with that side. Battery, actually, battery's kind of nice at 72%. So it says should last till about 5:45 p.m. Not too bad. Hands-free mode, screen locks, wake word, and things like that if we want to choose. So we could actually, I think we could change the wake word on this tablet as opposed to the other devices. We can do the show mode, what we want to see, a display. So let's go to show mode first of all. So if we want to see the home screen, we can choose that as the default. We can choose our Amazon photos, or we can go to the default. The display. Once again, calling, cancel, that is administered properly, so work properly, excuse me. So that's high contrast. As you noticed, the yellow, it's saying that the videos might look a little bit weird. Audio descriptions, closed captioning, so you get that. You can go through all that. The help here, which I'll here get my iPad, because I can set this into a stand and put the songs. So I got a little drum machine here. That's the wrong way. There we go. So On the sides, what we have our microphone to use like Skype. So we got a microphone dot right there. And on the side, we have, let's focus this back. On the side right here, we have the opening for your SD card mode. So we have one speaker on the right and one speaker on the left right here. So it's like a 6-dot configuration. So, and that's pretty much it for that. Let's zoom this back out here a little bit. It needs my permission. Oh, download additional voices. So if you don't want the standard voice for the personal assistant, you can say, hey, I want a French Canada and much more. So you have a pretty good amount of voices. I don't see Samuel Jackson. Where's Samuel Jackson? Alexa, have Sam Jackson tell me a joke. Or maybe not. Okay, so he's not going to do that, but that's okay. On what you have on your previous Amazon Fire, it didn't take too long, and of course the bandwidth, how long it takes, what type of internet speed you have. It doesn't take too long to load this up and get this ready. And of course, it came from Amazon, so it knew exactly who it was going for, yeah, it set it up. Looks good. Of course, individual apps you'll probably have to log in from after that. But we're ready to go. We're ready to use this Fire 10 tablet for whatever we need. And I'm definitely going to be using it for this new show that I can't talk about just yet. But if just next week we'll talk about it, or just watch over at Geekazine. Geekazine Twitter, Geekazine Facebook, Geekazine Think Magazine, put in a geek, and you got me. That's it. That's the unboxing and first look at the Amazon HD Fire 10.